This is Audible.
Virtually Screwed. Love and Luck, Book 2, by Isla Olson. Narrated by Joel Leslie. One. Owen. Well, the good news is that he won't be needing surgery. Dr. West's eyes scan the X-ray in front of her, which clearly shows the broken-off piece of candle stuck in the patient's rectum. She turns to me and gives a tired shake of her head. Just let him know it'll come out when it comes out. And next time they want to reenact 50 Shades, they might want to think about using lube and actual sex toys. My brows shoot up in question. There was male butt play in 50 Shades? Maybe I should check it out. She sighs wistfully. Unfortunately, no. I let out a wry breath of laughter and head across the ED to the cubicle, where I left Mr. Warren and his wife after they came back from getting the X-ray. They're a middle-aged couple, probably in their mid-50s, and it just goes to show you can really never tell what people get up to in the bedroom just by looking at them. Good news, I announce. The doctors looked over your X-ray, and there doesn't appear to be any perforation of the colon, so you won't need surgery. Mr. Warren's eyes narrow on me. Doesn't appear to be, but there could be. Dr. West is very confident, I assure him. The blockage is quite low in the rectum, not deep enough to be an issue for the colon. So how are you going to get it out? Mrs. Warren asks. Well, that's the good news. We don't actually have to do anything. You can go home and it'll just come out when it comes out. Mr. Warren stares at me, his mouth open in disbelief. You mean I have to shit it out? I nod. Yes, that's right. Are you sure I can't just have surgery? Mrs. Warren pats him gently on the arm. Oh, you'll be fine, Bill. Stop worrying. He turns to her, eyes wide. They want me to shit out a candle, Beth. She waves him off. Please, if I survived pushing your 11-pound offspring out of my hoo-ha, you can survive this. And stop saying the S word. It's so vulgar. Okay, a couple of things to note before I let you go. 1, steer clear of laxatives. If you want to encourage bowel movement, you can increase your fiber intake, but absolutely no laxatives. Both Mr. and Mrs. Warren nod, wide-eyed. 2, check in with your GP after a few days, just to, I can't tell my GP about this, Mr. Warren cries. He knows me! I nod in understanding. Well, check in with a GP. There are plenty of walk-in clinics around the city. Mr. Warren still looks unnerved, but Mrs. Warren nods. I'll make sure he sees someone. Thank you. And the final point, the trick with anal play is to always use a lot of lube, and it's probably best to use something that's actually designed for that purpose, like a dildo or a butt plug. Don't worry. I'm never planning to stick anything up there again, Mr. Warren grumbles. I manage to stifle the sigh that attempts to escape my lips. You're missing out. The rest of my shift passes relatively uneventfully, with a bunch of standard blood drawings, IV insertions, and assisting with an emergency appendectomy. All just another night in the ED at St. Thomas's in downtown Manhattan. When I get outside, finally able to go home, it's well and truly daylight. The sun is beating down, and the air is already thick with heat even at 9 a.m. As I ride the subway back to my apartment, I check my cell. I have to blink a few times upon seeing the screen. I must be more exhausted than I thought, 'cause there's no way that can be right. There's at least a dozen WhatsApp notifications, indicating something big has just gone down in my family. Either that or Shay and Finn are clogging up the family chat with rugby talk. I have 10 older siblings, so needless to say, things can get pretty crazy in my family. But we only just all saw each other last night, so surely if anyone had some big news, they'd have spilled it while we were all together. I open the chat and scroll up to the first post of the day, one from my oldest brother, Shay. My jaw nearly hits the floor of the train as I stare at it. No fucking way! Evidently, my brother Declan has been seeing his best friend Heath, who we all thought was straight, and keeping it a secret from us. Well, damn. I add my 2 cents to the chat before calling my twin sister. I swear I had no idea, Kate says upon answering my call on the first ring. Did anyone? I don't think so. We only know now because Heath's ex tagged him and Deck in that post. Shay said Deck told him last night they bumped into her, so she must have seen something and maybe assumed people already knew and Heath was already out. Fuck. I could think of nothing worse than being forced out of the closet like this. Knowing Heath, he'll probably take it in stride. But for me? Nope, no way. It'd be my worst nightmare. You'd think, with 3 queer siblings, Shay, Declan, and my sister Alana, it'd have been a piece of cake for me to come out as soon as I realized I was gay. Unfortunately, things don't really work out that way. I know logically my family won't have a problem with me being gay. They'll take it in stride. They'll love me anyway. Hell, Mom will probably want to throw a party. But logic has nothing to do with this decision of mine to stay closeted. I can't explain it. I'm just not ready yet. Yep, Kate agrees. So, what are you doing today? Sleeping, I say with a soft chuckle. Just got off 10 hours. Can't wait to crash. Well, have fun with that. It's supposed to get close to 100 today. Wonderful. We end the call when I get to my station, and I make the short walk to my apartment building. When I get inside my apartment, the first thing I see is my roommate, Jai, throwing his phone across the living room with a loud curse. He slumps back into the sofa with a groan, raking his hands through his unruly dark waves. Let me guess. Your dad? Worse, he grumbles. Mom. I set my messenger bag on the floor and step into the kitchen to pour some much-needed coffee. What was it this time? Same old shit. They're cutting me off at the end of the summer, which means I'm out on the street if I don't have a job by then. I raise an eyebrow at him, my lips twitching as I attempt not to smirk. Yes, okay, I know I sound like a spoiled brat, he says with a groan, acknowledging my silent commentary. But it's not about the money. At my look of skepticism, he relents. Okay, it's a little about the money, but it's mainly the principle of the thing. The only reason they're doing this is because they disapprove of my career choice. They think if they cut me off before I can get a job, which, by the way, they think will never happen, so great support network I've got there, I'll just give up and go beg Dad for a job at his firm. I shake my head. I don't know why they have such a problem with it. I mean, it's not like you're a stripper or something. Jai scoffs. Please, if I was a stripper, I'd have no trouble finding work. He runs a hand up and down his body, currently clad in athletic shorts and a fitted white t-shirt that reads, Okay, but Anderson Cooper, though. He might have a point. I have to admit he's not my type, per se, but he's definitely got serious Magic Mike potential. Maybe you should do that, I suggest wryly. He lets out a breath of laughter. I didn't spend 4 years getting my degree and another 2 getting my master's to while away my nights on a stripper pole. As much fun as that sounds. Nope, he did all that studying so he could get a job in his field of expertise, Eastern European language and culture. Because that's a thing, apparently. I thought the plan was to move on to a PhD. Won't that open up more options for you? Lecturing and writing books and all that doctorate stuff? Yeah, that was the plan. Still is. If I can find a way to pay for it. Mom and Dad won't spend another dime, and I'm not exactly loving the idea of being crippled by student loans. He falls back against the sofa and lets out a heavy breath. Now, the plan is to find a job, work for a few years, get my PhD, find a better job. I nod. Sounds like a decent plan. Yeah, try telling my parents that. He looks up at me, eyes full of desperation. Do you think it's useless? Do you think I've just wasted the last 6 years? Oh, fuck. I hate when he gets like this. It always happens after he talks with his folks. I don't get it, though. Shouldn't they be proud? Shouldn't they be happy to have a son who's so passionate about something? Even if they don't understand it, they should at least be able to understand that it's important to them. That's what parents are supposed to do, aren't they? At least, that's what mine do. Well, I bet people thought symbology was pretty useless, but Robert Langdon keeps on saving the world, I say with a shrug in an attempt to lighten the mood. Yeah, but he has a PhD, Jai groans, and he's a fictional character. But mainly, the PhD thing. 2. Blake. It's not until after I've slid out of bed at 4 a.m., after I've spent an hour in my apartment complex's gym, after I've come back to my place and downed a protein shake, and after I've had my shower, and am standing in my walk-in closet trying to decide between the charcoal gray and the navy blue pinstripe, that it hits me. I don't need to decide. I don't need to be up right now. I don't need to go anywhere today. This happens almost every morning. I go through my old routine, and it's not until this very last step that I remember I'm effectively retired. You'd think the different surroundings of my Manhattan apartment would be enough to jolt me into reality the moment I wake up, but apparently not. This morning routine is just too ingrained in my subconscious, and even after 6 weeks, I still haven't been able to shake it. I disregard my suits and opt for a pair of athletic shorts instead. Then I head back into the kitchen to make myself a decent breakfast. I'm just finishing up when my cell goes off. I recognize the number as the producer of a tech podcast I've done several interviews for over the years. Hey, Becca, I say when I answer the call. Bit early for you, isn't it? What is it, like 4:30 over there? I'm in D.C. this week, so it's just normal person early, not insane early, she replies. I didn't wake you, did I? I let out a dry chuckle. No, I've been up for hours. What's up? What would you say to being on with Elliot and Lauren this week? You know I've left the company, right? I tell her. I can't talk about any of the new products. Of course not. That's not what we're after, though. We want to talk to you. It's not every day a billionaire just up and leaves the company he founded. I groan inwardly, rubbing my hand over my forehead. I don't know. Come on, Blake. The tech world has been buzzing about this ever since the handover. It just came out of nowhere. People are curious. I promise it won't turn into a gossip segment, and it won't be live, so if there's anything you want edited out, we can do it. I let out a long breath and finally relent. Okay, fine. When do you want me to do this? You don't need me in LA, do you? No, you can do it from New York. We can just connect up via phone or Skype, whatever's easier. As for when, well, we'd like it for Thursday's episode, so how's this afternoon? Well, it's not like I have any plans today anyway. Sure, this afternoon's fine. Lauren and Elliot, the hosts of the Tech Buzz podcast, are both very laid back and a lot of fun to talk to, so I've never minded being interviewed by them in the past. I think if it were anyone else asking to talk to me right now, my answer would have been a firm no. But I have a soft spot for these guys, so I found it hard to refuse. When 2 p.m. rolls around, I sit in front of my computer and open Skype. I dig through the drawers of my desk and retrieve the headset with an attached microphone, plugging that into the USB port of my computer. I know that'll improve the sound quality and make for a better podcast, and I'm nothing if not a perfectionist. The call comes in, and I answer it to reveal the familiar studio and Lauren and Elliot's smiling faces. We shoot the shit for a few minutes before inevitably launching into the interview. They start off with the burning question. Why did I decide to leave Crystal Blue, the company I founded when I was 23? And I answer as frankly as I can manage. Honestly, it just hit me one day that I wasn't enjoying it anymore. I wasn't passionate about what we were doing the way I used to be, and I knew our consumers deserved better than that. The only way to get the best products out there is to have truly passionate and committed people running things, And that's what they've got now, with this new team in place. So, what are you doing now? Lauren asks. What's the next step for Blake Forrester? Right now, I'm just taking time to figure things out. I'm catching up on a lot of reading. There's about 20 years worth of books I never had time to read before, so that's keeping me busy. And I'm settling into life in a new city, which is fun. So, are you actually saying you're out of the tech game for good? Elliot asks. I let out a wry chuckle. Look, let's not say never. I mean, Crystal Blue started as a little germ of an idea that just grew and grew, so who knows what could happen if another idea hits me. But I'm not looking for anything. I'm more than happy with the quiet life right now. The interview continues along at pretty much the same speed, until Lauren and Elliot have worked through all their questions and called an end. We chat for a little bit afterward, and then I wrap up the call and close out of Skype. I was definitely forthright in the interview, although I did leave out one key detail, namely the reason for my sudden wake-up call. I know a lot of people at the company have probably matched up the timing of my selling and the timing of my engagement falling apart, and come up with their own theories of what prompted my exit. But in reality, it wasn't that I was so unbelievably heartbroken I couldn't go on running the company anymore. In fact, it was the exact opposite. When I found my fiancée in bed with another guy, I didn't care. And the realization that I'd become so numb to the world, I didn't even care that the woman I was supposed to be marrying had cheated on me. That is what led to my existential crisis. I realized Rachel wasn't the only thing I'd stopped caring about, and I made the decision to get out of that life as soon as possible. Moving to New York was an easy decision. For one thing, it's clean across the other side of the country. For another, I already owned an apartment here. And for a third, my closest and oldest friend lives here. It was a no-brainer, really. As I glance at my computer screen, my eyes land on the icon for the Warpath 4 game. I started playing about a month ago, just as a way to fill in time, and I now completely understand why my company made so much money off video games. They are completely addictive. When I log in, I notice a familiar avatar in the game and have to smile. Over the past few weeks, this avatar, whose screen name is OK Cortana, has been something of a teammate whenever we're playing at the same time. It started when they took pity on me and sent me an IM within the game to instruct me on a basic command I kept fucking up. Of course, I decided then and there to never, ever reveal I actually helped develop this game. And from there, we settled into a kind of partnership. We cover each other's backs, offer advice, and share the occasional joke, generally at the expense of other players. Needless to say, the game is a lot more fun when Cortana's playing. We're stalking through the jungle, covering each other's backs, but my rifle keeps getting jammed, and I can't figure out how to fix it. Cortana tries explaining it, but I'm still having trouble. Okay, Cortana, do you have a headset hooked up? It'll be easier for me to explain in a voice chat. The headset I used for the interview is sitting right there on my desk, so I put it on and give Cortana a thumbs up. I answer the voice chat request, and Cortana patiently explains how I can fix my rifle and prevent it from screwing up again. I follow his instructions, and it works like a charm. Thanks, I say with a wry chuckle. I'm kinda new to this game. Yeah, I figured. You're not some 16-year-old kid hanging out in your parents' basement, are you? I'm not entirely sure why it would matter if he was. I guess it would just make me seem more pathetic if a freaking high schooler had to step in to give me advice on a game I helped create. To be fair, I didn't actually do any testing of the game. We had a whole department dedicated to that kind of thing. He lets out a soft chuckle. Nope, no basement. I'm a full-grown adult and living out of home. So, how old are you? 24. I can't help chuckling at that. 24? Jesus, you're still a baby. Why? How old are you? 43. 43? And you're playing Warpath? What did you do, hack into your kid's computer? Or are you hanging out in your parents' basement right now? I let out another chuckle. Neither. No kids, and my mom lives halfway across the country on a nature reserve. I just have a bit of time on my hands at the moment, and this game is fucking addictive. Chapter 3. Owen. I wasn't entirely sure what I'd be getting when I asked Oddjob77 to switch to voice chat on Warpath, but I probably should have guessed he was a lot older than me. Gen Xers seriously have no idea about gaming today. They still think Super Mario Bros. Is the height of awesome. But to be fair, Oddjob is pretty quick on the uptake. He only ever needs anything explained once before he's able to master it. And he's easy to talk to. I'm not really a huge fan of voice chat, so when I suggested it, it was really just intending to explain the command and then go back to the game and our sporadic IMs. But somehow, we ended up having an entire conversation, and most importantly, I actually participated in it like a normal person, without feeling all weird and self-conscious like I usually do. We ended up playing and chatting for an hour, way longer than I'd initially intended to spend on the game, considering I was supposed to be using that time to catch up on sleep. Oh well. Fortunately, I have Tuesday off, so I spend the vast majority of the morning sleeping before stumbling out of my room in search of coffee. Jai is at the counter, hunched over his laptop, no doubt sending out yet more job applications. I mumble a good morning and set the coffee pot on to heat. "It's afternoon," he replies to my greeting. "Huh?" "It's 12:30. Afternoon, not morning." Whatever. I pour a cup of coffee and shudder in bliss as it touches my tongue. "Would you like to be alone with that mug?" Jai asks, one eyebrow raised. I scoff. "You're one to talk, Mr. Gets Hard every time he smells maple syrup. It's called sense memory," Jai says defensively. "After you've sucked maple syrup off a guy's dick, it's hard to look at pancakes the same way." I hear my cell ringing in my bedroom and set my mug down so I can go answer it. I have to dig through a few piles of clothing on the floor to find it, but when I finally do, I'm surprised to see my brother Finn's name flashing on the screen. Finn's 10 years older than me and moved out of home when he was 16 after getting a rugby scholarship to the fancy boarding school where he now coaches. We all do our best to stay in touch, and of course I have those memories of being shuffled across the country to watch his college games and later his USA Sevens games. But it's fair to say we don't have the same kind of relationship that I have with my other siblings. There just wasn't the opportunity for it. And so, it's incredibly baffling for him to be calling me right now. Unless, of course, it's a butt dial. But I don't think those really happen all that much anymore now that cell phones have passcodes. With a shrug, I answer the call, just before it goes to voicemail. "Hello? Oh, thank God. Are you busy right now?" "No, not really." He lets out a heavy breath and what sounds like a hiss of pain. "I need you to come over, and bring your nurse's stuff." I straighten up, my mind automatically going into nurse mode. "Why, what happened? Is everyone all right?" "I'll explain when you get here." "I think it's pretty self-explanatory, Finn." I hear a familiar female voice in the background. Finn lets out another hiss of pain. "Fuck, Kara, stop moving." "I'm not moving." "You gesture with your whole body when you talk, so just shut the fuck up, please." "Ugh, asshole," Kara grumbles. "We are so broken up, by the way." I thought they already were broken up, but whatever. "Where are you?" "Brendan's place. I'm crashing here over the summer." Is he serious? Our brother Brendan lives all the way up in Washington Heights. I can't deny my curiosity is piqued, but even so. "Finn, it'll take me ages to get to you. You should probably just call 911 or go to an ED. "No, it's fine. We can wait for you." "Speak for yourself. I have to be back at work," Kara grumbles. Finn lets out a groan of exasperation. "Do you seriously want EMTs to come here?" he asks Kara. "No." "Okay, fine." "Please, oh. Finn pleads. Fine, I'm on my way. I end the call and quickly dress in some more outside-the-house appropriate clothes. Then I grab my nurse's kit and head out of the apartment. I decide to splurge on a cab. I have no idea what I'm going to find at Brendan's place, but Finn and/or Kara need medical attention, so if I can shave off some of the travel time, I'll do it. It takes me about 20 minutes to get to Brendan's, and when I step inside his apartment and catch sight of Finn and Kara, I can see right away why they didn't want to call EMTs or visit an ED. This is the kind of situation that would have us nurses giggling with each other once the patient is left. Not that we ever actually do that. Basically, Kara has gotten herself stuck in her dress, and Finn has gotten his hand stuck in Kara's zipper. All I can think of is, well, at least it's only his hand. Neither of them are hurt badly. Kara actually doesn't appear to be injured at all, just inconvenienced by the whole not being able to get out of her dress situation. I set my nurse's kit down and open it, pulling out a pair of scissors. I think it'll be easier if I cut away the bit of zipper here and then get your skin unjammed, Finn. You have to cut the zipper? Kara looks genuinely heartbroken at the prospect. Oh no, I love this dress. It's a white dress and there's blood on it, I tell her. I think the damage is already done. Fine, she says with a buttload of reluctance. Do what you have to do. I cut the zipper along with a portion of the dress's fabric, so that Finn and Kara are at least no longer joined together, and then I get to work on separating Finn's skin from the zipper teeth. Oh, fuck, that hurts. Come on, this is nothing. I've seen you play half a game of rugby with a dislocated shoulder. That was different. There was all the adrenaline and the atmosphere. This'll be over in a second, I promise. Once I'm finally done, the back of Finn's hand is a bit of a mess, covered in bruises and abrasions from the zipper teeth. I apply some antibacterial ointment and bandage the hand, giving him instructions for how to care for it over the next few days. It's interesting, seeing you like this. Finn muses. Like what? In Nurse Owen mode. You're different. Less shy than usual. I feel my cheeks warming with self-consciousness and duck my head to focus on packing up my kit. What am I supposed to wear now? Kara demands. I can't go out in public like this. I take that moment as my opportunity to exit, figuring they can work out the particulars of Kara's clothing situation without me. A few days after the Finn incident, I decide it's way past time to distract Jai from his job hunt. I take him to the animal shelter in Brooklyn, where my brother Declan works, because cute puppies are always the solution to life's problems. You could work here, I suggest Riley as Jai and I stroll through the Brooklyn shelter. Dec'll be cutting back his hours when he goes back to school, so they'll be looking for help. And dogs are a part of Eastern European culture, right? Jai merely rolls his eyes and walks on ahead of me. We bump into Lana, one of the shelter's workers, and she gives me a brief hug of greeting. Declan's out walking a couple of dogs right now, but he should be back soon. I give a dismissive wave. That's fine. We came for the dogs, not my brother. I heard a few of the dogs had been sick this week, but fortunately they all seem to be doing fine now. Jai and I take a couple of them, a Malibu named Wanda and a Jack Russell Cross named Peter, out to the courtyard behind the shelter and put them through some training exercises. After about half an hour, we're interrupted by my brother's familiar voice. Oh, what's happening, man? Hey, Jai. We chat with Declan for a bit, letting the dogs just run around and play. You gonna be at Shay's tomorrow night? Declan asks. I shake my head. Gotta work. You know Shay's gonna give you hell for missing his party, right? I roll my eyes. Isn't he a bit old to still get so crazy about his birthday every year? Declan lets out a dry chuckle. I'm not gonna tell him you said that. 4. Blake. Hey, I've been meaning to tell you. Nice interview on the podcast the other day, buddy. I straighten up from where I was leaning over the pool table and stare blankly at my best friend. surprised he even heard that interview. You listen to Tech Buzz? Shay shakes his head. Nah, not usually, but I have a Google alert set for you, and it pinged when they tweeted about the interview. I blink at him a few times. You have a Google alert set for me. Okay, let me just process this. How long have you had a Google alert set for me? Shay just shrugs. Since they started Google alerts. Okay, that's weird, man. I tell him with a wry huff of laughter before leaning over the table to line up my shot again. Is it weird that I like to keep track of what's happening in my best friend's life? By reading articles about me? Yeah, that's weird. I sink 2 balls in the left corner pocket and round the table to take another shot. How else would I know you were so devastated over breaking up with Rachel you sold your company and left San Jose? I roll my eyes. That's not what happened, and you know it. I miss my next shot and back away from the table so Shay can take his. Deciding it's time to change the subject, I say, So, 42. Those old bones of yours giving you trouble yet? Shay merely smirks as he lines up his shot. That would be a much more cutting dig if you weren't a year older than me, man. But I look younger. Shay straightens up, his shot forgotten. No, you don't. I shrug. Everyone says so. Who says so? I let out a chuckle at the way his eyes narrow at the thought of anyone possibly daring to say he looks older than me. Generally speaking, he's a very down-to-earth guy. But when it comes to his appearance, well, there's no mistaking the vanity. And I can't say I blame him, really. He takes great care of himself, and I'm sure any casual passerby would probably pick him as mid to late 30s at most. I was a little surprised to see a few threads of silver emerging at his temples when I saw him 6 weeks ago for the first time in a year. I thought for sure as soon as the gray set in, he'd be dyeing his hair. But it seems he's opting for a Clooney-esque style of aging, and that's something to be admired. I think I'll stay quiet on that one. Don't want to put anyone's life at risk. Or maybe you just made it up to make yourself feel better, he says with his trademark smirk. I arch a brow. You think I need to make myself feel better? Shay shrugs. You're the one who's all heartbroken. Just hit the fucking ball. After we've each won a game of pool, we decide to grab a burger, and by the time we're done with that, people have started arriving for Shay's birthday celebration. For as long as I've known him, Shay's been crazy about his birthday. It always fell during summer break of college, which basically meant no matter what night of the week it was, we'd be getting messy. Although, knowing Shay, I'm sure that would have happened even if his birthday had fallen right in the middle of final exams. Now he's older. His celebrations aren't quite the crazy drunken all-nighters they were when we were in our 20s, but there's definitely a good time to be had. Tonight is the first opportunity I've had since I moved here permanently to catch up with all of Shay's family. I've seen a few of them over the last couple of weeks, and of course Shay's kept me up to date with all the news. But seeing them all in one place is a totally different story. Shay's the oldest of 11 kids, so there's never any shortage of shenanigans when we all get together. And I'll admit, one of the things that drew me to New York after I decided to leave California was having the opportunity to spend a lot more time with this brood that's become like a second family to me. The big news is still Declan and Heath. This is the first time everyone's seen them together since they were outed as a couple last week, and the way the party seems to buzz with excitement when they arrive, you'd swear they were some hot new celebrity couple or something. Declan and Shay have always been close. Declan was only 12 when he came out to his family, and of course it was Shay, who'd been out for years at that point, who we turned to for advice and reassurance, which I'm sure was a relief to their dad, Michael, because it was one less sex talk he had to do. So, despite the age gap, the two of them have always had a special bond, and I can see now how thrilled Shay is at the idea that Deck has found love with his best friend. I can't help being a little skeptical, though. I really do hope this is it for them and that they last the long haul because they do seem happy together, and I want that for the both of them. But they're best friends, which would make it almost impossible to recover from if things don't work out. I don't want to see Declan go through that. Or Heath, for that matter. But what do I know, really? I'm 43 and just realized my longest relationship was a complete farce. The only person I've ever really cared about was a holiday fling when I was 18. I don't know anything about love, so I should really just shut up. As the party continues, I gradually make my way around to all Shay's siblings to catch up with what's been happening in their worlds. Alana shows me pictures of her 4-month-old little girl. Bridie tells me about the house she and her husband Mark are renovating. Liam and his wife Melinda can't stop rambling about how good it is to have a night away from the kids. They have 3 of them, so I can't say I blame them all that much. When I get to Kate, one of the youngest Kellys, I'm surprised to see a beer in her hand. "You sure you're allowed to drink that?" I ask skeptically. She lets out a dry chuckle.
"Dude, I'm 24.
I blink at her several times, my mouth hanging open in surprise. "No fucking way. Are you kidding me?" She merely shakes her head and takes another sip of her beer. I do the mental calculations in my head, remembering the twins were born when Shay and I were in freshman year. And yeah, fuck. That was 24 years ago. Jesus, I'm getting old. "Where's your brother?" I ask, scanning my eyes around the room. I'm pretty sure Kate's twin, Owen, is the only Kelly I haven't seen here tonight, except for Connor, who lives in another state.
"He's working,"
Kate says.
"Wouldn't be surprised if he deliberately scheduled his shift to clash with tonight. He hates parties like this."
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Admittedly, I don't know the twins nearly as well as Shay's older siblings, but from what I can remember, Owen is seriously shy and quiet. Very much an outlier in this family. Before I can ask Kate what it is that Owen does, I feel a heavy arm land around my shoulder and glance over to see it belongs to Shay's brother, Aiden. "Dude, come on! Jaeger bombs!" He smiles at his sister. "You joining, Katie?" She shudders.
"Not if you paid me."
After the Jaeger bombs, which I'm starting to think I'm getting too old for, I team up with Alana to play a round of pool against Shay and Alana's wife Haley. They completely wipe the floor with us. Haley turns out to be a total shark, and it doesn't help that Alana seems to require the assistance of her pool cue to keep her upright.
"All right, I think it's time for us to head home,"
Haley says once we finish the game, her eyes on Alana, who can't seem to stop giggling. She wraps her arm around Alana's lower back and guides her out of the bar, bidding goodbye for both of them as they leave. After Alana and Haley make their exit, I notice Shay with his phone out, snapping pictures of something in the corner of the bar. I turn to see Declan and Heath making out there. "What the fuck are you doing?" I ask Shay incredulously. Shay merely shrugs and puts his phone away. Connor doesn't believe they're really together, so I got proof. I just shake my head in exasperation. "You're an idiot." 5. Owen. The hospital is crazy tonight. An hour before my shift is due to end, 2 guys come in with gunshot wounds. One of them is in critical condition, and I know I won't be going home anytime soon. It's all hands on deck. It's strange. Out there in the wider world, I'm a constant bundle of nerves and anxiety, but in here, I'm always calm and composed. Not even a situation like this, where, in all likelihood, the guy whose trauma surgery I'm currently assisting on will die, can rattle me in here. Maybe it's all the training I did, or maybe it's how everything has a process, or maybe it's the fact I'm too busy focusing on important things to worry about the shit that might normally make me anxious. When I finally get home, it's after 2 a.m., and my only thought is bed. That is, until I enter my bedroom and my eyes land on my computer. Half an hour won't kill me, right? When I log in, I'm surprised to find Odd Job 77 is online as well. I'm not usually playing at this time of night, so I have no idea if this is usual for him, but I'm glad he's there now. I've kind of gotten used to chatting with him over the past week, and could definitely use the company right about now. I put on my headset and click on his profile, opening up a voice chat. He accepts straight away. Hey. His gravelly voice sends a shiver through me. Fuck, I totally forgot how sexy his voice is. Hey, back. You sound kinda tired, he observes. Yeah, I just came off a 12-hour shift. Fuck, shouldn't you be passed out by now? This helps wind me down, I say with a shrug, even though I know he can't actually see that. What about you? What have you been up to tonight? I had a thing. A thing? Yeah, buddy's birthday. Ah, so, not a date. Why am I so relieved about that? He lets out a breath of rueful laughter. Nope, definitely not a date. Whoa, that sounded a little too emphatic. Why do I sense there's a story there? I ask, my curiosity getting the better of me. Oh, nice shot, he calls as my avatar shoots down an enemy chopper. Switching back to our conversation, he lets out a resigned sigh. It's not much of a story, really. I was engaged until a couple months ago, when I came home to find my fiancée in bed with my personal assistant. Oh, shit, that's rough. Yeah, and it was during working hours, too, so I was basically paying the guy to bang her. I let out a chuckle before gathering myself. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. No, it's fine. It made me realize I was just going through the motions with her. You know, getting married because that's what you're supposed to do after that long together. It wasn't what I really wanted. I get you. So, you're straight. Why am I disappointed about that? Yeah, I guess so. Interesting. Well, that seems a little ambiguous. Details, please. Okay, well, I identify as straight, but there has been some non-straight behavior in the past. Details, please, I repeat. He lets out a soft chuckle. Damn, you're relentless. Okay, so I was with my ex for a while. Like 8 years. Jesus, that's a third of my age. Yeah, well, you're a baby. Anyway, there was a period where things got a little stale, I guess you could say, and she suggested a threesome to spice things up. So, 2 dudes? Yeah, me and some guy she found on some hookup app. Anyway, let's just say I participated. To an extent. Oh, come on! Let's say more! I'm practically bouncing up and down in anticipation of hearing the rest of this story. Meanwhile, I'm so distracted my avatar has nearly had his head blown off twice in the last few minutes. We jerked each other off for a bit while my ex watched us, and then he went down on me. Okay, yeah, that's pretty mild, I admit. I can see why you still identify as straight. He lets out a chuckle before turning a little pensive. I was into it, though. I can at least admit that, and I don't know. I remember being very conscious that my girl was watching us the whole time. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if she hadn't been there. Interesting. What, you think you might have done more if she wasn't there keeping an eye on you? Or you might have done more if you didn't have the option of her pussy in front of you? Both. Maybe. What about you? Am I right in thinking you're not 100% straight either? Dude, I am 100% gay, although I'm not actually out yet. There are only a couple of people who know. Okay, there's only one person who knows. I'm not sure why I feel so comfortable telling him when I haven't been able to tell anyone except Jai, but there's something about him that just puts me at ease. Family stuff? No, that's not it. I know they'd be cool with it. I'm not sure why I haven't been able to do it yet. I'm just not ready. Well, that's cool. Everyone's different. Just focus on what feels right for you. All right, let's change the subject, I suggest. What's the weirdest thing that's ever happened to you? He lets out a soft rumble of laughter that goes straight to my balls. Jesus, get a grip, oh. Weirdest thing. Are you talking sex-wise or just in general? I grin, even though he can't see it. Well, I do love that your brain went straight to sex, but I was thinking just more in general. Okay, well, I guess the weirdest thing would be the time I was attacked by a koala bear. What? I'm barely able to stifle a laugh at the idea of one of those cute little creatures attacking him. Hey, those things are vicious, man, he says defensively. When did this happen? Just before I started college. I did a bit of traveling. I spent some time in Australia and visited this wildlife reserve where I was able to touch the animals, which was all cool, until the koala I was cuddling went batshit crazy on me and clawed open my chest. I'm not even joking. I needed 16 stitches. I still have the scar. I let out a breath of laughter. Shame we can't send pictures on here. I'd like to see that. He pauses for a moment before saying, Well, there might actually be a way we can manage that. Are you on Picstar? I blink a few times in confusion before I answer him. I literally have no idea what that is. It's a private photo-sharing app. Just download it and add oddjob77 when you're done. I do what he asks, easily finding the Picstar app in the App Store. It asks me to create a username when I open it, so I just use the same OK Cortana one, and then I search for oddjob77. He comes up straight away, and I get my first glimpse of him via his profile picture. To my disappointment, it's impossible to see his face under the sunglasses and ball cap he's wearing. But those are some damn nice arms. Okay, done, I tell him. There's a ping on my cell, and then a picture pops up via the app. And Jesus fucking damn, that is one hell of a body. You're right, that is one pretty messed up scar. Told you. Are those abs real, or did you steal them from Chris Hemsworth? He lets out a soft chuckle. 100% natural, sweetheart. Okay, now it's your turn. My turn? For a second, I think he's asking for a pic of my chest, a request I'd be happy to oblige, but then he says, Your weirdest thing. I tell him the story about Mr. Warren and his experiment with the candle. It's far from the weirdest thing I've encountered during my time as an ED nurse, but it's the one that comes to the top of my head. And once again, Oddjob's deep rumbling laugh goes directly to my balls. And between that and the image of his hard, thickly muscled chest, it's seriously impossible to stop myself from getting hard. You should narrate audiobooks, I blurt out for some inexplicable reason. He sputters a laugh. What? I decide to just steer into the skid. Yeah, you have a really sexy voice. You could make some good money narrating romance books. Well, I am kind of in a career transition right now. Maybe I should check it out, he says in a wry tone. So, you like audiobooks? Yeah, I don't really have time for reading, but I can listen to a book while I'm doing other stuff, like laundry and shit. Multitasking. Smart. And you're into romance? Sometimes. I prefer stuff with a lot of action, so if it's a romantic suspense, then I'm on board. Otherwise, I prefer stuff like Tom Clancy and James Patterson. He chuckles. You sound like my kind of guy. Oh, get a grip, Owen. That's so not what he meant. I haven't had a lot of time for reading until now, so I'm finally making my way through the Jack Reacher books. Oh, those books are awesome. Way better than the movies. You didn't like the movies? He asks, curiosity clear in his tone. I haven't had a chance to see them yet. They were okay. Tom Cruise just wasn't the right guy for the role. Interesting. I'll have to check him out and see if I agree with you. What? You don't trust me? I say with a little chuckle. I trust you. The way he says it, with that layer of sincerity, it's as though he's talking about more than just a movie recommendation, and it sends little tendrils of warmth curling inside me. What the hell is going on here? He's just some random guy, a random voice over a headset. And yet, somehow, I feel more comfortable with him than I do with pretty much anyone else in my life. And I get the odd sense he feels the same. 6. Blake. Cortana thinks I have a sexy voice, and he was definitely impressed with that picture I sent him. Is it weird that I'm actually kind of thrilled about that? He's just a voice over a headset, and a way too young male voice at that. But it feels nice to have him compliment me like that. It's been a while. We seem to have conflicting schedules this week, because every time I log onto Warpath, he's nowhere to be seen. We've sent a couple of IMs over the Pickstar app, so I know he's still alive and keeping in touch, but I surprise myself with how much I miss actually talking to him. Busy week? I ask on Thursday when we're finally able to catch up on Warpath again. Crazy, he confirms in a tired voice. I got called in to cover a shift on Tuesday, so this is my first full day off since last Friday. Damn. But you like it, being a nurse? Yeah, I love it, he says, and I can tell from his tone it's something he's genuinely passionate about. So, what's your weirdest sex thing? Cortana asks as our avatars move stealthily through a seemingly deserted town. Didn't we already have this conversation last time? Well, unless you had sex with that koala bear, we only talked about general weird things, not sex weird things. I did not have sex with the koala bear. So that's not why it lashed out at you? I chuckle at the question. Definitely not. Okay, just making sure I'm not chatting with some weird dude who gets off with animals. No, just women. Well, not just women, right? Crap. I'd forgotten I told him about that. I still can't believe I went into that with him. Okay, fine, not just women. So, is that what it was? Your weirdest sex thing? The threesome? Yeah. Jerking off another guy, having a guy suck your dick? Was that weird for you? I think about it for a moment. Not really. I thought it would be, but you enjoyed it? Yeah, I admit. I'm not sure what it is about this guy that has me opening up like this. That's interesting. I hope this doesn't freak you out, but I'd be lying if I said I haven't been picturing it. My mouth goes a little dry, and I have to swallow a few times to gather my composure. He's been thinking about it? Picturing it? Why doesn't that freak me out? Why does it send a thrill through me? Seriously? I finally managed to say, my voice hoarse. Crap, I totally freaked you out, didn't I? No, you didn't freak me out. I rushed to reassure him. I'm just a little surprised. I mean, I'm old enough to be your father. There's a beat of hesitant silence before he finally says in a teasing purr, You mean my daddy? Jesus Christ. I loose a heavy breath and fall back against my chair, trying not to analyze why that last comment has me totally chubbing out. Dude, what the hell? You just let that guy shoot you. I blink a few times, turning my attention back to the screen in front of me. Sure enough, my avatar is lying nearly dead on the ground after being shot in the chest. I see Cortana taking aim at the shooter from behind a pile of rubble, and once the guy's dead, Cortana rushes out to drag me to safety. Sorry, I got a bit distracted. He must sense something in my voice, because there's a heavy beat of silence before he asks, Did that turn you on just now? A little bit. Yeah. So, you like that? Being called daddy? Yes? No? I don't know. Fuck. Apparently I do. When you say it. An alert appears up on the screen telling me the game has been paused, and then I hear Cortana's whispered voice in my ear again. Are you hard right now, Daddy? Jesus. Yeah. I rub a hand over my cock, outside my short in an attempt to find a little relief, and let out a soft groan at the contact. Are you fisting yourself? He asks. Are you going to get yourself off right now? While I listen? Is that what you want, sweetheart? You want to listen to me, rubbing it? I have no fucking clue what's come over me. In the past, The thought of getting off while a complete stranger listened would have freaked me the fuck out. Now, I'm so turned on my cock is throbbing with the need for release. Absolutely. It's another one of those sexy purrs, and as soon as I hear it, I tug down my shorts and pull out my thick cock. I don't have any lube nearby, so I just spit in my hand and glide it over my hard length, letting out a groan as I stroke myself. I hear heavy breathing coming through the headset, and I know he's just as turned on as I am. What about you, sweetheart? Are you hard? Does listening to me turn you on? So fucking much. Tell me what you're doing, Daddy. I'm fucking my hand. Playing with my balls. I bet that feels good. Fuck. Yeah. So good. Any notions I had of this being wrong or inappropriate are pretty quickly forgotten once we start because, yeah, it does feel fucking good. It's just jerking off, sure, but that sexy voice murmuring in my ear and spurring me on while I do it just brings it to a whole new level. I bet you've got a nice, big, fat cock, don't you? He says, and I bet you know what to do with it. Never had any complaints, that's for sure. He lets out a groan before saying, Send me a pic, Daddy. I want to see for myself. I have never, in all my life, sent a dick pic to anyone, not even to Rachel. But for some reason, the idea of sending a picture of my cock to this guy has a thrill of anticipation running through me. I want him to see. I want him to know what he's doing to me. I quickly snap a picture of my hand wrapped around my straining cock and send it to him via the Picstar app. It's probably a horrible picture, but can you blame me? I'm moments away from blowing here. I hear the ping of the notification on his app through the headset, and his intake of breath as he looks at the picture. Damn, that's a nice cock, Daddy. Bet that'd feel incredible in my ass. Jesus fucking Christ, and that's enough to send me hurtling over the edge. My body tenses up as I reach my climax, coming all over my chest. Once I've gathered myself, I take another picture and send it to him. Fuck, that's hot. Your turn now. Show me that dick. Give me a minute. I listen to the headset as he continues to jerk himself, his heavy breathing and the sound of his hand sliding up and down his cock coming through loud and clear. I swear if I was 20 years younger, I'd be hard again right now. He lets out a groan, and I know he's there. Sure enough, a few moments later, I get a notification on the Picstar app. It's not a photo, though. It's a video. Fucking hell. I watch, mesmerized, as his hand flies up and down his thick cock, his abs straining, his tanned skin glistening, and then he's spurting all over his stomach. He's got a lean build. Not nearly as bulky as me, but those are some sexy-as-fuck muscles all the same. And I can't believe I'm even thinking that when an hour ago I identified as pretty much straight. Fuck, that was hot. I tell him, yeah? I was worried it might freak you out a bit. You being straight and all. Almost straight, I clarify. I already told you I've had experiences with guys before. I thought there was one guy, he asks. You been holding out on me, Daddy? Fuck, that's gonna be a thing now, isn't it? And every time he says it, it's gonna turn me on. There may have been a second threesome, I admit. Details, please. I chuckle at his eagerness and launch into the story, albeit with some hesitation. Okay, first of all, I've never told anyone this, not even my best buddy who I tell pretty much everything. You gonna tell him about this? What just happened? I haven't really decided yet, but yeah, probably. Okay, back to the threesome. Okay, so during the actual event, it went pretty similarly to the previous one. He sucked me off and we did some hand stuff. But after my girl went to sleep, me and the guy... Was this the same guy? No, different guy, I clarify. Anyway, me and the guy started messing around a bit more. It started off pretty mild. He was just running his hand over my chest and telling me I had an amazing body. Well, you do. Thanks, I say with a wry chuckle. Anyway, then he started playing with my cock and balls, which obviously felt amazing. I started jerking him off as well, and we did that for a little while. And then he asked if I wanted to fuck him. And, of course, you said yes? Of course I said yes. We didn't want to wake my girl, so we moved it to the bathroom, and yeah, we fucked. Damn, that's hot, he says. And you liked it? Hell yeah, I liked it. Well, what do you know? Maybe there's potential for us after all. I let out a soft chuckle. This was fun, but let's not make it a habit. I'm way too old for you, sweetheart. You think age is an issue for me? Trust me, it's not. I don't care how old a guy is. All I need is a strong body and a big cock. Someone to hold me down and fuck me into the mattress. Jesus fuck. So, can you tell me your weirdest sex story now? He asks. I let out a breath of dry laughter. Well, this is definitely up there. Come on, don't hold out on me. I sigh. Okay, fine. Let's just say it involves a trip to Panama, a case of mistaken identity, and a couple of nights in jail. Seven. Owen. It's been a few days since the headset sex thing with Oddjob, and unfortunately we haven't been able to reconnect on Warpath for a repeat. We have, however, upped the IMing via the Picstar app, which is kinda cool, because we don't have to be linked up at the same time to have a conversation. And considering how crazy my schedule's been lately, it's probably not a bad thing I'm starting to take more time for other things, like sleep, than spending all my downtime glued to a video game. It didn't take me long to figure out how the app works after I downloaded it last week. It's kind of like a cross between WhatsApp and Snapchat, where people can send photos and videos privately to their contacts or use the IM function to chat with each other. It's kind of like Snapchat in that all you need is someone's username in order to add them to your contacts, but the pics and videos don't disappear within 24 hours. Which is a good thing, 'cause I'd be seriously upset if I couldn't access that pic of Oddjob with cum all over his chest whenever I wanted. So there haven't been any more jerking off sessions, but the conversation hasn't exactly been G-rated either. And I get the impression that despite his concerns about our age difference, he's just as eager for a repeat as I am. I'm still not entirely sure what came over me when that whole thing started. I've never been that forward with anyone, but I guess the fact we don't actually know each other and are unlikely to ever meet enabled me to put all my usual anxieties aside and be less self-conscious than I'd usually be. I'm still completely shocked that I called him Daddy and that I liked it so much. I'm not a sugar baby, and I have no desire to be, but the way he got so turned on when I used that word, yeah, I'm not gonna stop calling him that. When I get home from work after a 10-hour shift on Sunday, it's to find Jai in our kitchen making pierogi. Oh, not a good sign. Sure, this is great for me. I get to snack on pierogi, but Jai only cooks when he's upset or stressed, and pierogi is his go-to comfort food. Let me guess. It was a no from the UN? Not enough experience, he says with a grumble. Oh, shit. Sorry, man. But did you really want to be an interpreter? What if you overheard something that almost got you killed, like in that movie with Nicole Kidman? He looks at me blankly. I'm pretty sure you're the only person who's ever seen that movie, man. I show him my middle finger and then reach out to grab a pierogi, but he slaps my hand away. They're not ready yet. They look ready. Well, they're not. He opens the overhead cabinet and retrieves a plate, sliding 4 pierogi onto it. Then he spoons some melted butter over the top and sprinkles some chopped onion before handing me the plate. There! Now, they're ready. I pull up a stool at the counter and dig into my snack, moaning as the flavors pop inside my mouth. Fuck, this is amazing, I tell him. Hey, you should take some of these down to Brighton Beach. You'll get a job there no problem once they get a taste of these. Jai rolls his eyes. Oh, sure, yeah, that'll be a fun conversation. Hey, Mom, hey, Dad, remember all that money you spent on college for me? Well, guess what? I've got a job waiting tables at a tea house in Little Russia. I look him square in the eye. It'd be a job, man. One that'd help you with things like rent and bills. He runs a hand through his dark waves. Yeah, I know. Beggars can't be choosers and all that. At that moment, I hear the alert for a Pickstar notification and rush off to check my cell, seeing that Oddjob has replied to my IM from earlier. Okay, Cortana. I've been thinking about it, and I think you need a new name. What is Oddjob anyway? A more accurate one would be something like Monster Cock or Big Daddy. Wink emoji. Oddjob 77. Laugh emoji. I'm going to pretend you didn't just ask what Oddjob is, and how is my name stupid, Cortana? Or are you really just a big Microsoft fanboy? Okay, Cortana. Microsoft? What the hell does Microsoft have to do with it? Oddjob 77. Cortana is Microsoft's Siri. Okay, Cortana. Oh, didn't know that. Okay, Cortana. Wait, are you telling me you don't know who Cortana is? She's only one of the best VG characters ever. Oddjob 77. No way, that honor would go to Crash Bandicoot. Or maybe Lara Croft. Okay, Cortana. Careful, Daddy. Your age is showing. Wink emoji. Okay, Cortana. But please, tell me you've played Halo. Oddjob 77. Nope. Sorry. Okay, Cortana. What? Oddjob 77. Shrug emoji. I didn't have any time for video games until a couple of months ago. I only tried out Warpath because it was wrecked to me. Okay, Oddjob 77. But we clearly have bigger problems if you don't recognize the Oddjob reference. I glance up at Jai. Do you know where the reference Oddjob is from? He shakes his head. Okay, Cortana. Should I? Oddjob 77. Shocked emoji. Goldfinger? It's only one of the best movies ever. I chuckle at his teasing and glance back up at Jai. Do you know what Goldfinger is? His features form into an expression of realization. I think it's one of the Bond movies? Like a really old one. I quickly open the IMDb app on my cell and search for Goldfinger. Yup, sure enough, it's a Bond movie. A really fucking old one. Okay, Cortana. I wasn't alive for that. Oddjob 77. I wasn't alive for it either. Geez, how old do you think I am? Okay, Cortana. Not too old, if memory serves. Oddjob 77. Damn, you're gonna get me all hard and horny when I'm out in public and can't do anything about it. Okay, Cortana. Well, I kinda like the sound of that, Daddy. Okay, Cortana. How about I send you a pic of what I'm doing right now? Okay, Cortana. Photo. Oddjob 77. Laugh emoji. Is that pierogi? Not quite what I was expecting, but still pretty mouth-watering. Okay, Cortana. My roommate made them. Fucking delicious. Although, now I'm thinking about it, I think I'd rather be tasting something else right now. Oddjob 77. I hope you're talking about my cock. Okay, Cortana. Your cock, your balls, maybe your ass if you were game for that. Oddjob 77. I think I'd be game. Okay, Cortana. Have you ever been rimmed before, Daddy? Odd job 77. Nope, but I'm hard as fuck thinking about it. We finally end the chat when the buddy he was waiting to meet shows up, and I'm left feeling horny as fuck, with my cock painfully hard. What the hell was that? I glance up to find Jai staring at me, eyes wide with curiosity. I'd totally forgotten he was still in the room. What was what? That. He dips his head toward my cell, now sitting on the counter. You're all flushed and you have your porn look on. I don't have a porn look. You totally have a porn look. Come on, tell me. Who were you just sexting with? None of your business. He places his hands on his hips. Oh, come on, I've had a shit day. This could cheer me up. Oh, fine. I decide to tell him the whole story, starting with our first interaction about a month ago and ending with the jerking off the other day and our subsequent IMing since. As I talk, Jai's jaw gradually falls closer to the floor until eventually, you actually called him Daddy? I nod, letting out a breath of laughter. Yup, and it was totally fucking hot. How old is he? 43? He's still hot, though? Oh, yeah. Can I see a picture? He asks eagerly. Hell no! It's my immediate response, recalling that all the pictures I have of him are either of his dick or his naked chest covered in cum. But then I remember the profile picture on the Pixar app. Oh, actually, there is one I can show you. Don't get too excited, though. You can't see his face. I bring up the app and click on the profile picture, holding it out for Jai to see. Damn, those are some guns. He hands me back my phone, his brow creasing in thought. And you're absolutely sure this is him? Oh, yeah, positive. So, are you gonna meet him? Jai asks. Doubtful. We probably don't even live in the same city. Hell, we might not even live in the same country. If you had the chance, though, would you? I shrug. I don't know. Part of me is like, fuck yes, absolutely. If he can make me feel like this over a fucking headset or via IM, then how much better would it be if he could actually touch me, you know? But then the other part of me is thinking there's no way it could ever live up to my expectations, so it'd be better if we just never met. Eight. Blake. I put my cell away as soon as I see Shay approaching the table, but I can tell by his Cheshire cat-like smirk it's too late. Who's the girl? He asks as he places 2 beers on the table and slides into the seat opposite me. I shake my head. No girl. Shay gives a disbelieving snort. Come on, I saw you texting from the bar. You think I don't know what you look like when you're totally into someone? I shrug. There's no girl. He frowns for a moment, but then a grin of realization breaks across his face. Who's the guy? I take a sip of my beer and tap my fingers against the dark wood of the table as I consider what to say. I've already made up my mind to tell Shay. We tell each other pretty much everything, after all, but I'm not entirely sure where to start. I don't actually know his name, I finally say. Shay's eyes bug out in shock. Wait, seriously? There's actually a guy? Sort of. What the hell does that mean? I let out a heavy sigh and just go for it. I tell him the whole story, and by the end of it we're each well into our second bottle of beer, and Shay is sprawled back in his seat, looking half impressed, half alarmed. You sure this guy's over 18? He asks. Yeah, I'm sure. He's in his 20s. You're absolutely positive? 'Cause if he's sent you a video like that and it turns out he's a minor, Shay, relax. I'm sure, okay? He holds up his hands in surrender, and we both take long sips of our drinks. The truth is, there's no way to be 100% certain in situations like that. I mean, it's not like Cortana supplied me with his birth certificate before we got off together. But there's just something about Cortana that makes me want to trust him. I've spent the past 20 years of my life surrounded by professional bullshitters, And I just know in my gut he's not one of them. So, do you plan to ever actually meet him? I doubt it. He nods. Oh, that makes sense. I tilt my head, curious at his wording. Why? He shrugs. It's safe. Safe. He frowns in thought. No, wait, that might not be the right way to put it. It's like you're curious, and these little dips in the shallow end, the threesome, the video game guy, they're enough for you. And that's okay. There's no rule that says you have to dive all the way in. He offers me a teasing smirk. You do you, boo. I throw a peanut at him. Thank you, Oprah. I think about what he's saying, though. Maybe he's right. Maybe I have just been happy to dip my toe in the shallow end of the guy-on-guy pool and wait around a bit. Even after fucking that guy a couple of years ago, I still considered myself straight. Because was fucking a guy in the ass really all that different to fucking my girlfriend in the ass? I told myself no, but of course it was. Rachel never grunted and groaned like that guy did, and she never came all over my hand while I fisted her cock. Also, she didn't have a cock. The ultimate clincher is the fact I never told Shay. If I'd really been as blasé about that whole experience as I like to think I was, I'd have no problem talking about it with the guy I basically tell everything. I fucked someone once. I blurt out, before clarifying. A guy, I mean. Shay's jaw is pretty much on the table right now. Okay, so maybe you've strayed a little farther from the shallow end than I thought. And this guy, when I said I doubted we'd meet, it's not because I don't want to. It's logistics. I have no idea what city he's in or even if he wants to meet, but fuck. I can't stop thinking about him. Earlier, he talked about rimming me, and it got me so fucking horny. Okay, so maybe you're bi, or pan. You'd hardly be the first person to realize something like that later in life. I rake a hand through my hair. I don't know. Maybe. Although, how you could be friends with me all these years and not realize you're into guys sooner is completely beyond me. He gestures at himself. And yes, objectively speaking, he's a very attractive man. But I can't imagine ever being remotely attracted to him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure meeting someone for the first time while their head's stuck in a toilet pretty much voids any potential for attraction, I say, referencing the first time I ever encountered Shay, which was in our freshman year of college, the morning after a particularly messy dorm party. He shrugs. Whatever. You're not my type anyway. Ain't that the truth? Shay has a definite preference for twinks. He'd never go for someone who's even taller and bulkier than he is. Shay's cell goes off, and he shifts around in his seat to tug it out of his back pocket. What's up, little brother? Whatever is said on the other end of the call has the smile slipping right off his face. I'm coming over, and I'm bringing beer. He ends the call and sets his phone on the table. Everything okay? Shay frowns. Doesn't sound like it. I gotta go. Deck needs me. I nod in understanding and wave him off as he goes for his wallet to cover the tab. Go, I got this. I finish up my beer and settle the tab before walking the few blocks back to my apartment. I'd been planning to eat with Shay, but obviously that isn't happening, so I dig around in the fridge for something I can turn into a meal. I pull out some tomatoes, olives, and pancetta, and decide to make some pasta. I've always loved cooking. The long hours I used to work meant I never got much time for it, so I came to master simple dishes, the kind that can be whipped up in 10 or 15 minutes. Now I have more time. I'm absolutely loving being able to spend more time in the kitchen and cook things up that need a ton of preparation. Right now, however, I'm absolutely starving, so I stick with something simple. Once I'm done with dinner, I head straight for my computer and log into Warpath. My stomach flutters in anticipation like a fucking teenager when I see Cortana is also logged in. I slam my headset on, just as an alert pops up, asking if I want to accept Cortana's request to voice chat. Well, of course I fucking do. But as soon as I hit the accept key, I start panicking over what to say. Hey, smooth, Forrester, real smooth. I've missed that sexy voice, Daddy. Jesus. Fuck that word. It's like it's connected to my dick or something. Yeah? I've never actually called anyone that before, he admits, almost shyly. Really? Yup. So, why do you say it with me? Because you like it? And I like turning you on? Does it turn you on, sweetheart? Everything about you turns me on. Fuck this guy. We're not even pretending to be playing the game anymore. Both just too wrapped up in the conversation and where it's inevitably gonna lead. I reach into my shorts and give my straining cock a squeeze. Are you stroking yourself, sweetheart? Yeah. Tell me exactly what you're doing. I'm lying on my bed, completely naked. Christ. Okay, Cortana. I can't stop thinking about your cock. Okay, Cortana. And how amazing it would feel inside me. Okay, Cortana. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Daddy? Okay, Cortana. You'd like to shove me against a wall, bury your big dick inside me, and fuck my brains out, wouldn't you? Okay, Cortana. I know I'd love it. This is what I wake up to almost a week after our second jerk-off session. The string of filthy IMs were sent at about 2 a.m., and reading them makes me so fucking hard I'm in actual pain. Do I want what he's suggesting? Yes, of course I fucking do. We've been sexting all week, and right now, I don't think I've ever wanted anything more than to find this guy and give him the fucking he's been asking for. Of course, it's all hypothetical. We're never actually going to meet, but I don't care about that now. All I want is to make Cortana feel as worked up and horny as he's making me. I want him to wake up, check his phone, and damn near cum all over his shorts. But I'm not gonna use words. I peel off my briefs and toss them to the floor, freeing my straining cock. The white sheet heaped around my legs is the only thing covering any part of my body, and, just putting this out there, my tan skin next to the white looks pretty awesome if I do say so myself. I grab my phone, open the camera app, and switch it to video. And then I start recording. Nine. Owen. Odd Job 77. You're filthy, you know that? This is what happened after I read your messages. Odd Job 77. Video. Jesus fuck. Has there ever been anything better to wake up to? Probably the only contender would be the ability to dive through the screen on this video and join him there in that bed. The idea that my messages make him so horny he needed to get off right there as soon as he'd read them sends a thrill through me. And the fact that he'd videoed it and sent it to me? Oh yeah, that has me all kinds of horny right now. I consider returning the favor with another video of myself, but I'm too busy watching the one of him while I'm getting off to record anything, so instead, I send him a picture of the aftermath. My abs covered in cum after jerking off to his video. Okay, Cortana. Photo. Okay, Cortana. Now I'm filthy. Odd Job 77. You are a dirty boy. If I was there, I'd clean you up. Well, fuck. Okay, Cortana. You like that, Daddy? Tasting my cum? Odd Job 77. I think I'd like a taste of anything you had for me. Okay, Cortana. Have you ever sucked a dick before, Daddy? Odd Job 77. No? Odd Job 77. But your gorgeous cock definitely makes me want to try it. Fuck, this guy's gonna kill me one day. I open my camera app and snap a picture of my hand wrapped around my cock, which is already getting hard again. Okay, Cortana. You mean this cock? Oddjob 77. That's the one. Drooling emoji. Oddjob 77. Fuck. I forgot how quickly you can bounce back in your 20s. Okay, Cortana. Yeah, you old daddy. Wink emoji. Oddjob 77. Not too old, sweetheart. Oddjob 77. Not too old to shove you against a wall, bury my big dick inside you, and fuck your brains out. Fuck, yeah. I am in so much trouble with this one. I clean myself up the best I can with some wet wipes I keep in the nightstand for this very purpose, and then throw on a t-shirt and some athletic shorts before exiting my bedroom in search of some much-needed coffee and food. I find Jai in the kitchen making some cereal, and he glances up as soon as he sees me, his mouth curving into a smirk. You're wearing it again. I glance down at myself to see what he's talking about, but come up empty. I'm just wearing plain black shorts and a gray and white striped t-shirt. Jai grabs me by the jaw, squeezing my cheeks together and forcing my face up to meet his gaze. Not down there, on your face. You had your porn look on again. I shake off his grip and send him an annoyed glare. For the last time, I do not have a porn look. Okay then, can I read the messages? He asks, raising an eyebrow at my cell. I clutch it close to my chest, no doubt giving myself away. Hell no. Jai merely chuckles and pulls up a stool at the counter to eat his cereal. I pour myself a cup of coffee and continue to glare at him over the rim of my mug as I drink it. You working today? Yeah, but not until 5, I tell him. Gotta head out to Mom and Da's beforehand. There's a party or something happening, I don't really know. I was just told to be there. It turns out the party is a barbecue to celebrate my brother Declan's ex-boyfriend getting the all-clear after being treated for testicular cancer. Which is weird, because I didn't even know he had testicular cancer, and it seems neither did anyone else, including his parents. Awkward. If you think it's strange for our whole family to be throwing a party for the ex of one of my siblings, well, it might be under normal circumstances. But Josh's parents are some of my folks' closest friends, and we've all known Josh for a hell of a lot longer than he and Deck ever dated, so it's really not at all that weird for us. When I get to the house out on Staten Island, one of the first things I notice is Declan. And for someone who's supposed to be celebrating, he looks pretty damn miserable. He's hiding out in the kitchen, lines of exhaustion marring his features and the weight of the world seemingly on his shoulders as he slices up vegetables for a salad. Before I have a chance to go in and talk to him, I'm pulled away by my older sister Alana. Hey, just a word of warning. Don't ask Deck about Heath, okay? My eyes widen at both her words and her tone. Why? What happened? Did they break up? She frowns, her eyes full of concern. They'll work it out. I hope they do. I've never seen my brother as happy as he's been these last few weeks when he and Heath have been all official and out in the open. Everyone's out back. I'm going up to check on Leah. She pushes me toward the back of the house and then heads up the stairs to tend to her 4-month-old. I decide to heed her suggestion and let Declan be. If he wants to talk, he'll talk. But considering he's hiding out alone right now, he clearly doesn't want to be bothered. I make a brief pit stop at the garage to collect a beer from the fridge Da always keeps fully stocked, and then I head outside. As is pretty standard at my parents' place, the yard is pretty crowded. There are kids running around on the grass and adults either standing around in little clusters or relaxing back on a group of lawn chairs that have been arranged in a kind of circle. I spy a free chair between my brother Liam's wife Melinda and my sister Bridie and amble over to sit down in it. Hey-o, I didn't think you could make it today, Bridie says. I have a few hours. I have to be at work at 5. She offers a bright smile and lifts her wine glass to tap against my beer bottle, and then she goes back to her conversation with Finn, who's sitting on her other side. I relax back in my chair and do what I always do. Observe, listen, contribute little bits and pieces every now and then, but mostly just allow the conversation to flow around me without actually including me. Jesus, jeans were a fucking mistake. I thought it was supposed to be cooler today. I glance up at the sound of the gruff, gravelly voice and see the speaker is Shay's best friend, Blake. I give a soft shake of my head. Of course his voice sounds familiar. You've only known him your entire life. I think it's supposed to cool down later, Bridie says. Blake groans. Wish it would hurry up. I'm practically melting here. He plucks at the fabric of his navy t-shirt, which is molded pretty much perfectly to an incredibly fit torso. And I mean fit. You'd think this guy was a retired Olympic swimmer, not a retired tech developer.
You know, I don't think any of us would mind if you stripped down to your briefs, Blake, Melinda says with a grin. Or, you could even lose the briefs.
There's a chorus of laughter, followed by Liam grumbling. I'd mind. Yeah, I don't want to see that. No offense, man. Brendan pipes in. Even I don't want to see that, Shay says. Ouch. That really hurts, man, Blake says with a grin. I can't believe you just said that. I don't add anything to the conversation, but yeah, I'd kind of like to see that. I've never really thought of him that way, but Blake's definitely hot. He's grown a bit of scruff since he left his job a few months ago, and between that, the dark blonde hair and the thickly muscled torso, he's got a bit of Chris Hemsworth circa Thor Ragnarok look going on. Definitely drool-worthy. Screw it. T-shirt's coming off. Jeans are staying on, Blake says, and starts peeling off his shirt. Melinda claps her hands together, prompting Liam to growl, I will divorce you. Melinda just shrugs.
And then I can marry Blake.
There's a chorus of chuckles, which is just as well because it hides my sharp intake of breath the moment I get a glimpse of Blake's chest. And thank God I'm wearing sunglasses. At least no one will notice my distinct inability to tear my eyes away. Because I know that chest. I've seen that chest. I fucking jerked off to a picture of it. Dude, that's a fucking gnarly scar, Finn says. How the hell did that happen? Blake. Dude, that's a fucking gnarly scar, Shay's brother Finn says. How the hell did that happen? I offer a wry smile, my hand coming up to absently scratch at the ancient scar. This is a little souvenir from my time down under. You were attacked by a koala bear. My eyes snap toward the sound of the eerily familiar voice, only to find Shay's youngest brother Owen sitting in a lounge chair next to Melinda, the one who'd originally suggested I start stripping. He's wearing shades, so I can't be 100% sure, but I get the feeling he's watching me. Intensely. He has a white-knuckled grip on his beer bottle and his jaw is set tight. The whole picture is sending a chill creeping up my back because just no. I somehow managed to form a chuckle that doesn't seem too forced. At least I don't think it does. Guess I've told that one a few times already. Owen gets to his feet and disappears back into the house. No one comments on him leaving, or seems to notice that he looks upset. I want to follow after him, but I need a few moments to sort through the thoughts running haywire in my brain. Is it seriously possible that Cortana is my best friend's kid brother? Okay, Cortana. Okay. Owen Kelly. Fuck. That can't be a coincidence. I'm officially freaking out now, but I tamp it down. My first priority needs to be Owen. If I'm this rattled by this revelation, I can only imagine what he must be thinking right now. I drain the remainder of my beer bottle and get to my feet. I'm empty. I'm gonna go get another one. Hey, get me one, would you? Shay asks as I disappear into the house. I hold up my hand in acknowledgement, but I have absolutely no intention of actually getting him a beer. As soon as I'm inside, I get my phone out and open the Picstar app so I can send a message. Odd Job 77. Where are you? Okay, Cortana. In my room. Odd Job 77. Where's that? Okay, Cortana. Upstairs, end of the hall, opposite the bathroom. I glance around to make sure no one's watching, and then make my way upstairs. It's not like anyone would have a problem with me going up there, but I'd prefer not to have to answer any questions. I get to the room Owen described, and hover outside the door for a moment. I don't want to just barge in, so I tap my hand lightly a few times, and am greeted with, "You can come in." I push the door open, closing it behind me once I've entered his room. He's sitting on the edge of his bed, his shoulders hunched over as he twists his battered Mets cap between his hands. "Did you know?" I should be insulted by the question, but there's so much pain and worry in his voice, I just can't bring myself to feel anything but concern. "Is that what you think?" I ask gently. "That I catfished you?" He lets out a heavy sigh. No, I don't think that. It's just, I trusted you with a lot of stuff. And now you feel like you can't?" He lifts one shoulder in a shrug. "I don't know. You and Shay tell each other everything, so—" "I won't tell him this. I promise. I won't tell anyone this." He glances up at me, his eyes blazing with challenge. "Because you don't want anyone to know you were sexting with a guy?" I wave a dismissive hand. I could give a fuck about that. Shay already knows about my sexting, or whatever it is, with Cortana, and that Cortana's a guy, and a lot younger than me. Am I relishing the idea of telling him Cortana is actually his kid brother? Hell no, but that's not why I'll keep it to myself. It's your business when to come out. Oh? I won't spill your secret, I promise. Thank you. And I'm not a kid. I scrub a hand through my hair. Fuck, do I know it. Now that the air is clear, I take a moment to just look at him. I've been wondering what Cortana would look like for weeks, and now I have my answer. Owen's right. He's not a kid anymore. He's a grown-ass man with lean muscles, a tight jaw, and beautiful green eyes framed by the thickest lashes you could imagine. Oh, fuck, this isn't good. So, I guess this is it, right? Owen said, his voice tinged in. Is that regret? Cortana's gone for you, isn't he? I'm just Shay's baby brother to you now. I should say yes. That would definitely be the easiest and most logical answer. But I'm not really thinking logically. For some reason, my brain is filling with memories from the past few weeks. All the things that basically had me glued to that video game. All the dirty things we said and did together. The photos. The confessions. There's just no way I can think of this man as a kid after that. You'd think that. But it's just not happening. I stalk over to him and tug him to his feet, lifting my hand to cup his jaw. His green eyes are a swirl of apprehension and nervousness, but there's clear desire there as well. And it's that last one that prompts me to gently run my thumb over his plump bottom lip. His tongue sneaks out to swirl around the tip of my thumb, and I snap, swooping down to claim his lips in a fierce, demanding kiss. He yields to me immediately, his mouth parting to give my tongue access, his hands flying up to grip at my hair. I walk him backward until I have him caged against the wall next to his bed, and when our bodies mold together and our hard cocks press against each other, it feels fucking amazing. Tell me you still want me, sweetheart. I growl against his jaw. Tell me you want me to shove you against this wall and fuck your goddamn brains out. Yes. Fuck yes. I tug off his t-shirt and throw it over my head to land on the floor behind me. My hands glide over his heated skin, the abs I've been fantasizing about for weeks right there under my fingertips. I return my mouth to his as I continue to explore, my hands roaming over his torso, around his back, into his shorts. Lube, condoms, a nightstand. He says the words in a series of gasps, as if he's no longer capable of forming sentences. I retrieve the supplies he's mentioned, and when I turn back, it's to find his shorts in a pool around his feet, and Owen standing there, completely naked, every inch of his tanned skin on full display. My tongue sneaks out to run over my bottom lip as I let my eyes roam over his beautiful naked body, zeroing in on his thick, uncut cock, standing proud as if in invitation. I'm tempted to take him up on it, to sink to my knees and take him into my mouth. I've never done that before. I've never wanted to do that before, but right now, the idea of tasting him is just so fucking tempting. But there's something I want even more. I step over to him, our eyes locked as I tell him, "Turn around," against the wall. I see the spark of anticipation in his bright green eyes before he moves to comply, and then I'm left staring at his back, his tight round ass just waiting for me to claim it. I slick up 2 of my fingers and step even closer to him, my body flush against his, as my fingers find their way into his tight little hole. He lets out a groan as I start to fuck him with my hand, his head falling back against my chest. It turns into a keening whimper as I manage to find his prostate, and I have to wrap my other arm around his chest to keep him on his feet. "Enough teasing," he whines. "Please, Daddy, get your cock in me." That word. Fuck. I have no idea why it turns me on so fucking much, but it does. Unable to deny him, I withdraw my fingers and reach for the condom. It takes all of 20 seconds to get my cock out, suit up and slather on some lube, and then I'm back exactly where I need to be. I bend my knees a bit so I can line up with Owen's shorter frame, and I'm about to push into his tight, waiting hole when my fucking phone goes off in the pocket of my jeans. Fucking hell! I fish it out, intending to just switch it off. But when I see it, Shay, I figure it's best to just answer. "Hey, man, what's up? Where the fuck did you go? I thought you were grabbing me a beer." "Sorry, man, I got a little sidetracked. A business call." "You don't have a business anymore." The suspicion in his tone is palpable. "Yeah, but I still get calls. I'll be back soon. Gotta go." "Oh my fucking god. You're in a bathroom or something getting off with your video game guy, aren't you?" "Oh, shit, you got me. Later, man." I end the call and turn my phone off. "Sorry about that. I plan to murder him next time I see him. I'll help." Without any further delay, I push inside Owen's hole, bottoming out in one hard stroke. He lets out a long, loud groan, and I slap my hand over his mouth to muffle his sounds. My other hand grips tight to his waist as I fuck him in a frenzy of hard and fast strokes, just like he wanted. He brings his hands up to clutch at the back of my head, his grip so tight, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bald patch there tomorrow. It just spurs me on more. Fuck. I thought this guy was sexy when all we had was voices over a video game chat and words on a screen. It's nothing compared to how mind-blowingly hot he is in real life. I pull out of him and turn him around so he's facing me. In one quick movement, I haul him off the ground and slam him back against the wall, my cock pushing straight back inside as he wraps his legs around me. I crash my lips to his, reveling in the taste of him as our tongues fuck in time with our bodies. I should probably care that with every thrust and every time Owen slammed back into the wall, there's a loud thump along with a rattle of the door that would surely cause any passersby to be curious. But I don't. I don't care about anything right now except how fucking amazing it feels to be inside this man. I'm so close, Daddy. Make me come. I need to come. I reach between us and take hold of his straining cock, stroking it as I continue to thrust inside him. It doesn't take long for him to tense up, clinging onto me tight as he reaches his climax, shooting all over my hand. I follow straight away. The feel of his ass tightening around my dick as he comes is like a fucking trigger, and before I know it, my orgasm is ripping through me and I'm shooting into the condom. We're still for a moment, his legs still wrapped around me, my cock still deep inside him as we try to gather our breath. But eventually, I pull out and let him down, and then I pull off the condom and tie it off. "Hang on a sec," Owen says, before tugging his shorts back up and striding across the room toward a chest of drawers. He rummages through it before retrieving a gray t-shirt. "Here." He hands it to me with a nod to my hand. Yeah, it's got spunk all over it, but I really don't mind. It's just evidence of the pleasure I brought him. Nevertheless, I use this shirt to clean up my hand. "I didn't realize you still lived here," I comment. "I don't. I moved out like a year ago. I just haven't gotten around to clearing out all this stuff yet." "Where are you living now?" "West Village." "Oh, cool. That's a nice area." What the fuck am I doing? I sound like I'm making small talk at a business function, not having a conversation with a guy I just had sex with. I step toward him and press my palm to his face, leaning down to claim his lips and kiss the awkwardness away. "What are you doing after this? The party, I mean." "I have to work at 5. I press another soft kiss to his lips. "Come over to my place after." "It'll be late." "I don't care. I just want to see you." He finally nods his agreement, and I give him one last kiss before letting him go. We should probably get back before we're missed. Again. As we approach the door, Owen pauses, cocking his head to listen to something. Are people having sex in the bathroom? I let out a little chuckle as I hear it as well. Yep, there are people having very loud sex in the bathroom opposite Owen's room. Well, I guess Declan and Heath made up. "11. Owen. Come to my place after. It'll be late. I don't care. I just want to see you." That sexy growl in my ear, half request, half command, has pretty much been what's kept me going throughout my entire shift this evening. I know I shouldn't go. I know it would be so completely stupid to get involved with Blake. But then, hasn't the horse already bolted on that one? By the time my shift is over, I'm so completely exhausted. I've been thrown up on twice, yelled at by a patient's spouse, and almost punched in the balls by a 5-year-old. But I've also helped to save some lives, which is why I do this job in the first place. I'm still undecided about what I should do, so as I leave the hospital, I call Jai. "Aren't you supposed to be in booty call land right now?" he asks as soon as he answers the call. "I'm not sure if I should go over there," I tell him. "What are you talking about? Of course you should go. Didn't you say like 8 hours ago, and I quote, 'It was unfucking believable, seriously the best sex I've ever had, probably the best sex anyone's ever had'?" Well, yeah. Then what's the problem? He's my brother's best friend. It's weird. No weirder than letting him fuck you against the wall of your childhood bedroom. I rub a hand against my forehead. Why do I tell you things? Oh, just stop overthinking it. We both know you're going to end up going over there, so just go. And FYI, calling me at 1 a.m. is not cool, man. He ends the call, and I stand around at the entrance of the hospital for a few more moments before making up my mind. I check the Pickstar app for the message where Blake included his address, and see it's in Midtown, so I get on the subway heading uptown, and only about 10 minutes later, I'm standing outside his building. It's a really fancy-looking building, with a doorman and a security desk, and it hits me for the first time. Blake is a fucking billionaire. He's never been the type to just flash his money around, but Of course he's gonna live somewhere nice. I approach the guy at the security desk, and he greets me, "Good evening." I'm here to see Blake Forrester." "And your name?" "Owen Kelly." For some reason, I keep lifting my words up, as if I'm not sure what I'm saying is right. The man gives me a reassuring smile. "He said to send you straight up. Just hit the P in the elevator." P is for penthouse. Jesus Christ. I get in the elevator and hit the P as instructed. The elevator moves immediately, taking me right to the top. When the doors open, there's a small landing area and then a single apartment door opposite the elevator. I knock on the door before realizing there's a little doorbell next to it. I press that, and a few moments later, the door swings open to reveal Blake, looking hot as fucking hell in faded jeans and a black t-shirt that fits perfectly across his broad chest. I've always appreciated that he was a damn good-looking guy, but I never actually crushed on him or had him in my spank bank while I was growing up. Unlike Declan, who was, embarrassingly obsessed with Blake as a teenager. But now that I know he's the guy I've been messing around with these last few weeks, and especially after what happened today, well, let's just say I can definitely understand how someone might get obsessed with this man. He lifts one corner of his mouth in a sexy smirk, his blue eyes sparkling as they rake over me. "Damn, you look sexy in those scrubs." I lift a hand to scratch nervously at the back of my head, my other hand brushing over the thin fabric of my dark red scrubs. "Sorry, I didn't think to bring a change of clothes to work. I usually go straight home." Blake shakes his head. "Don't be sorry, sweetheart. I'm serious. You look sexy as fuck." With that one word, sweetheart, he's able to put me at ease. Yes, this is Blake, my brother's best friend, and that's a little weird. But he's also Oddjob 77, the guy I've been connecting and messing around with for weeks, and the guy who screwed my brains out earlier today. I offer a small smile and allow him to lead me into the apartment. And yeah, his ass looks fucking incredible in those jeans. As we get farther into the apartment, my senses are hit with the incredible smell of Thai food. "I wasn't sure if you would have eaten or not, so I made some curry." I pause in my step, eyes wide. "You made this?" He lets out a self-deprecating laugh. "I'll admit I cheated with the rice a little. I still haven't figured out how to cook that properly, so I use a rice cooker. But the curry was all me." "Wow, that's awesome. It smells amazing." I follow him into the sleek New York penthouse-worthy kitchen, where he opens one of the overhead cabinets and retrieves 2 bowls. "You haven't eaten either?" I ask. He shrugs. "Well, I ate about 5 hours ago with the normal people, but I can always go for a snack." And by snack, he means a giant bowl of rice and curry, if what he's plating up is anything to go by. He makes to hand me a bowl, but then hesitates. "Oh, shit. I never asked if you're allergic to anything. There are peanuts in the curry." I shake my head, offering a reassuring smile. "No allergies here." He hands me the bowl and some cutlery, and gestures for me to take one of the stools at the white marble counter. Once I'm seated, he pulls up the stool next to me, and we begin to eat. "So, how long have you had this place?" I ask in between bites of the seriously amazing curry. I glance around at my surroundings, noticing all the sleek finishes, the dark hardwood floors, the black leather sofas across the living room, the giant TV, the dining table that looks like it's never been used. "About 10 years, he says, shocking the absolute shit out of me. The place looks brand spanking new, not something that's been lived in for 10 years. He lets out a self-deprecating chuckle, obviously noticing my surprise. "I used to come here for business quite a lot, and after a while it just seemed easier to have a place of my own than be staying in a hotel all the time. But I've really only been living here for the last couple months." He glances around the space, as if only noticing it all now. I should really change things up a bit now that I have the time for it. It looks kind of pretentious, right? I cast him a wry smile. Little bit. We go back to eating for a bit before I ask him, "So, you're really retired?" He shrugs one shoulder, his mouth twisting in a thoughtful frown. Well, yes and no. Details, please, I say, prompting a bright grin from Blake. I've decided I don't want to go back into that world. I don't want to start another tech company or take over another tech company or invest in another tech company or really have anything to do with that whole game. But as enjoyable as it's been, he offers me a sly smirk. I can't just sit around for the rest of my life playing video games. Well, I hope you know that our thing isn't a normal part of video games. You didn't do that with anyone else, did you? I ask, my brow furrowed with mock concern. Blake laughs. No, definitely not. I'm still finding it a little hard to believe I did it with you. I raise a brow. With me because it turned out to be me, or with me because it was a video game? The video game thing. You could have actually been 16 for all I knew. I could have gone to jail. Why did you do it then? I ask, curiously. I guess there was just this part of me that knew I could trust you. I knew you weren't lying to me. I love the way he's looking at me right now. His blue eyes full of trust and certainty. It fills me with a deep, reassuring warmth. That's exactly how I felt, I say softly. That I could trust you. He leans over and places a hand behind my head, pressing his lips softly against mine. It only lasts a moment, but it leaves my lips tingling and my whole body burning with need for him. He puts a halt to any kind of shenanigans by sliding off his stool and gathering our empty bowls. He throws them in the dishwasher and fills the sink with soapy water. I can help with that, I say, coming around to the other side of the counter. He waves me off. It's fine. You look dead on your feet. Let the old retired man do it. I let out a breath of laughter, but don't protest. If he wants to wash the dishes, I'll let him wash the dishes. I jump onto the counter and watch as he starts scrubbing out the pan he cooked the curry in. Is this a date? His head snaps up to look at me, brows raised in question. Do you want it to be a date? Well, we've eaten a meal, and I'm assuming we're going to have sex later, right? He lets out a bark of laughter. I don't know why everyone always says you're the shy one. I've found you to be incredibly forthcoming. 2 things. I hold out a hand to number off. 1, I'm not really like this with other people. I don't usually just say whatever's on my mind. And 2, they're kind of grading on a curve. Well, you might be onto something there. He lets out a soft chuckle before his expression turns pensive, his blue eyes studying me with curiosity. So, why are you like this with me, then? I shrug. I'm not sure. I guess I just find it easy with you. He smiles and places the now clean pan on the sink to dry. I'm glad. But back to my question. Food, then sex. That's a date, right? He dries his hands and steps over to me, placing his hands on my knees and fixing his blue eyes intently on me. It's whatever you want it to be. I made food because I thought you might be hungry, but I also don't want you to feel like every time I invite you over we have to have sex. I don't want you to feel like a booty call. Well, what if I want to have sex every time I come over? His mouth quirks into a sexy grin. I'm sure we can make arrangements for that. He leans forward and presses another soft kiss to my lips before pulling back to gauge my reaction. I'm not ready to tell people about this, I say. He nods. I know that. I'm not sure when I'll be ready to tell people. I know that too. You'll have to lie to Shay. Oh, and He twines his hands around my neck, his thumbs brushing gently over my nape as he leans forward to press a kiss to my forehead. I know that, sweetheart. It's not an ideal situation, but we'll work it out. I just want to be with you. I tilt my head and press my lips to his. Damn, his kisses really are the best things I've ever tasted. He moves his hand to cup my jaw and deepens the kiss, and I'm just completely lost in him. I throw my arms around him and pull myself closer, sliding along the surface of the marble until I'm right up against him, my legs around his waist. I want to crawl inside him, share the same skin. But right now, I have to settle for the thrill of feeling his hard cock rocking against mine, and the delicious heat of his hands gliding along my skin, under my shirt. Are we at the sex part now? I murmur, as his kisses move over my jaw and down my neck. Please tell me we're getting to the sex part. Oh, we're definitely at the sex part. And he bunches the front of my scrub shirt up in one of his large fists before yanking it over my head. And from there, it's a rush of clothes coming off and a condom coming on and thick fingers prepping my ass until I'm spread out right there on the marble counter with Blake's incredible cock filling me up. Yeah, I could definitely get used to this. "12. Blake. So, it's official. Not only am I messing around with a guy, almost 2 decades younger than me, but he also happens to be my best friend's baby brother. And I know that sounds completely condescending, but when Shay and I first met, Owen and Kate were actual babies. What's happening between us now just shouldn't be. But somehow, over the past 24 years, while I wasn't looking, Owen grew up into this incredible, amazing, sexy man. And I just can't stay away from him. Not that I'm really even trying. And I'm not sure messing around is the right term for it. That would imply what's happening between us is just casual, meaningless. But it's far from that. It's been less than a week, and already we've fallen into the kind of comfortable routine you develop with someone once you've been dating for a few months. I think this is my favorite thing you've made so far, he says, groaning around a mouthful of pasta as he shoves it into his mouth. My cock twitches at the sound and at the look of pure bliss on his face. Fuck, he's gonna be the death of me. What's in it? Broccoli, I say with a smirk, waiting for his reaction. He drops his fork and snaps his gaze to me, eyes wide. No way! There's no way there's broccoli in this! I nod. There is. Broccoli, and cheese, and garlic, and olive oil. That's pretty much it. Damn! He picks his fork back up and starts shoveling more pasta into his mouth. I don't usually like broccoli, but this is amazing. Thanks. It's a recipe I picked up in Italy, back when I was traveling there before college. Owen's features morph into a thoughtful expression. You know, I always wondered why you were a year older than Shay. I thought maybe you were held back or something. My whole body shakes as I let out a sputtering laugh. Nope, just wanted to travel for a bit before I did the college thing. Where'd you go? I started off in England. Then I went all around Europe and through Asia, and then over to Australia and New Zealand. He casts me a teasing smile. Oh, yeah, Australia, where the brutal attack happened. It was brutal. Those creatures are vicious. He leans over and kisses away my pout, and before I know it, he's stumbled off his stool and is standing between my legs, his arms wrapped around my neck as we devour each other's mouths. This tends to happen quite a lot. One moment we'll be acting like completely normal people, doing something totally mundane, and the next second we're tearing into each other. Not that I'm complaining. Despite how much I love his lips on me, and how incredible his hand feels rubbing my stiff cock over my basketball shorts, I managed to tear myself away from him and put a little distance between us. How about we save this for later? I have something else planned for after dinner. He raises a curious brow. Does it involve sex? If so, I'm done with dinner. I offer a wry smile. Well, I guess you could say there's sex involved. We're watching Goldfinger. It's ridiculous you've lived 24 years without seeing it. He casts me a skeptical glance. A movie? Seriously? It's not just a movie, I correct him. It's the best movie ever. Raiders of the Lost Ark is the best movie ever, he says with a stubborn jut of his chin. Okay, I'll admit, that is a pretty awesome movie, but you still need to see Goldfinger. What if I don't like it? Well, then I'll compensate you with something you do like. He offers a teasing smile. That seems like incentive not to like it. I grin at him, placing my hands at his waist and tugging him close to me again. Put it this way. Once the movie's finished, you'll be getting a reward whether you liked it or not. But we're watching the movie first. How about this? We watch this old movie of yours, but have an intermission halfway through. For sex. A sextermission. I let out a soft chuckle. Fine, but I really don't think you'll want a sextermission. It's a really good movie. I slip off my stool and lead him over to the sofa, where we take a seat in front of my giant TV. I flick through the Apple Movies menu on my TV. Yes, I already have the entire Bond collection downloaded, and select Goldfinger. A few moments into the film, Owen asks, Who's that? That's Sean Connery. Maybe you've heard of him? No way! Sean Connery's old. That guy's hot. This was 1964. He wasn't old then. He seems to accept that, and we watch peacefully through the awesome prologue, and then for half of the opening credits until this song is going on forever. I could have sucked you off by now. Jesus Christ. And now I have to sit through the movie with a raging heart-on. Maybe a sextermission isn't such a bad idea after all. As we watch the movie, Owen continues with his little bits of commentary, which I find both hilarious and endearing. I've seen this film at least 50 times, so it doesn't bother me in the slightest that he's talking through so much of it. About a quarter of the way in, he takes it upon himself to reach into my shorts and palm my cock. He's not doing enough to get me off, but definitely enough to have me squirming through the rest of the first half of the movie. By the time we get to the part where Goldfinger has Bond strapped to the table, I'm so horny not even the threat of Bond's imminent castration can cool me down. Once that scene is over, I pause the movie. Okay, we're exactly halfway through. It's sextermission time. But it was just starting to get exciting, Owen says. Well, your hand's been on my cock for the last 25 minutes. A man can only take so much. As if acknowledging my words, he gives my cock a squeeze before removing his hand and climbing onto my lap, grinding his hard cock into mine and pulling a groan from my lips. I place a palm to the back of his head and pull him toward me for a deep, devouring kiss that lights a fire that runs through every part of my body. We somehow manage to scramble out of our clothes while still maintaining contact. It's awkward and messy, but it seems neither of us wants to let the other go. Once we're completely naked, we start grinding against each other again, the delicious friction of our bare cocks moving together sending shivers through me. Do you trust me? I murmur in his ear. He nods. Of course. I want to try something. With my hand against his back, I angle him downward so his shoulders are resting against the carpeted floor while his legs remain wrapped around my waist. Then I bend forward and take his thick length into my mouth. I'm immediately hit by the taste of his pre-cum as my tongue swipes over his cockhead. It's sweet and salty. And Owen. And it just makes me want more. I'm careful not to go too deep. This is my first time doing this, after all. I'm not about to bite off more than I can chew, but if the noises Owen's making right now, and the way he's thrashing his head about are any indication, I'm doing a pretty decent job. He thrusts up a little, and when he comes back down, it brings his ass right in line with my aching erection. I groan around him at the sensation of my weeping cock sliding against his crease, and start moving my hips, seeking out more of the incredible friction. I continue to suck him as I rut against his tight little ass, spurred on by the sight of the whimpering, keening, writhing mess I've turned Owen into. Gonna come? I don't stop. I don't pull away. I go even harder as I feel his climax ripping through him. And when he spurts into my mouth, I swallow down every single drop of him. Once he's finished, he unhooks his legs from around my waist and slides the whole way down to the floor. Propping himself up on his elbows, he offers me a blissed-out smile. Come on me, Daddy. Well, that's not a request I'm likely to refuse. I slide off the couch and onto my knees, shuffling over so I'm hovering over him. You want this? I pin him with an intense stare as I glide my hand over my cock. He nods in anticipation. Where do you want it, sweetheart? Wherever you want. Jesus. I want it everywhere. I want to see him bathed in my cum, covered from head to toe. But, right now, I'll settle for his chest. My hand speeds up, furiously jerking my cock until I feel the orgasm rushing through me and I spurt all over Owen, paining his chest with my cum. He runs his fingers through the mess on his chest and brings them to his mouth to lick them clean. Holy shit, that's hot. With a grin, he asks, So, should we watch the rest of the movie? I want to see if Bond survived that shot. I let out a breath of wry laughter. It's James Bond, oh? Of course he survives. "13. Owen. I'm starting to get used to waking up in Blake's bed. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but right now, I know I don't want it to change anytime soon. I always fall asleep with his arms around me, but he's rarely there next to me when I wake up. I think that's a combination of his still being unable to break the habit of waking ridiculously early, and my sleeping in after working late. But even if he's not beside me, he's always nearby, either out in the kitchen or on the couch or in the shower. And if he has left the apartment, it's usually just to go downstairs to the gym in the basement of the building. Yeah, things are becoming rather comfortable. Part of me just wants to enjoy it. The other part of me is waiting for the other shoe to drop any day now. I stretch out against the soft white sheets and reach over to the nightstand where I left my phone. I intended to check the time, but startle when I see 3 missed calls from Kate. I call her back straight away, and she answers on the second ring. Hey, everything all right, Katie? Hey, yeah. She sounds awful. And was that... Did I just hear the sound of my sister throwing up? Oh, sorry. It's fine. You okay? It's a dumb question because it's blatantly obvious she's not. I'll be fine. I'm in the village, though, and just wondered if I could come by your place and lie down for a bit. Yeah, of course, absolutely. I'm not there right now, but Jai can let you in. Thanks, so. We end the call, and I quickly call Jai to make sure he's home and knows to let Kate in. Everything okay? I glance up to see Blake has entered the bedroom, clearly having just been to the gym. He's already discarded his t-shirt, and I'm left without the power of speech or even thought, as I stare at the broad muscles of his torso, currently glistening with sweat. My cock swells as I stare at him, mesmerized by the path of a bead of sweat traveling down his chest and toward his belly button. I lick my bottom lip, and I'm about a second from getting to my knees and crawling over to him so I can run my tongue over his torso, when I see a hand flying back and forth across my vision. Oh, sweetheart, you with me? I snap out of my fever dream and turn my gaze to his face, where I see him wearing an amused smirk. I fall back against the pillows with a huff. You can't just walk around like that if you expect me to be able to concentrate on anything. He lets out a breath of laughter. Noted. He climbs up on the bed, his eyes filling with heat as he tugs down the sheet I have covering me to reveal my hard cock. I better help you out, he murmurs. This being my fault and all. Definitely your fault, I manage to get out, just before his mouth closes around me, and I'm robbed of the power of speech. Again. So, what was going on before? Blake asks me after we've both come. Huh? I'm losing concentration again because he's walking toward the bathroom, stripping out of his athletic shorts as he goes, and damn, that's a nice ass. Owen, concentrate, he reprimands, turning toward me again. Yeah, 'cause putting that cock in my line of vision is totally gonna get me to pay attention. Before, when I came in here, you were on the phone and sounded a little worried about something. Oh! I bolt to my feet and start scrambling around, searching for my clothes. I find my shorts and tug them on right away, but my t-shirt is a different story. It's Kate. I have to get home. She's sick and asked if she could take a nap at my place. I need to check if she's all right. Blake's features form a mask of concern. Is it bad? I shrug. She spewed her guts up while she was on the phone to me, so it can't be good. His face screws up in distaste. Gotcha. I finally find my t-shirt, but when I go to put it on, I realize I have a major problem. Oh, God, I can't wear this in front of Kate. It's covered in cum. Blake lets out a soft chuckle and holds out his hand toward me. Here, give it to me. I'll wash it for you. I hand him the t-shirt and he steps into the bathroom to add it to the hamper. He then goes into his walk-in closet and rifles through a drawer, pulling out a white t-shirt and tossing it to me. I pull it on, and of course it's too big, but it's not ridiculously oversized, just a little loose and longer than it's supposed to be. Blake stalks toward me, grabbing onto my hips and pulling me forward. I like you in my clothes. I offer a wry smirk. I like you in nothing. He chuckles. How about you give me a couple of minutes to wash the gym funk off, and then I'll drive you home? You know, it'd probably be quicker for me to just catch the subway, right? He offers an affectionate smile. But I want to drive you. And if you're going to be tied up today, I think I'll head over for a surf, so I'll be getting the car out anyway. About half an hour later, Blake's sleek SUV pulls up down the block from my apartment. And when I say sleek, I mean sleek. It's got buttery leather seats and a new car smell and a spaceship's worth of controls and lights on the dash. It's definitely a rich person's car. I cast a wry smile at Blake as my eyes run over him, because he looks the furthest from rich person right now that perhaps I've ever seen him, what with his sun-faded board shorts, a black tank top that looks older than I am, and a salt-stained baseball cap worn backwards over his dark blonde hair. But then I remember he's heading to his place in the Hamptons and have to shake my head in amusement at the contradiction. He leans over the console to press a soft kiss to my lips. Let me know if there's anything I can do, okay? I nod, and because I'm not really ready to say goodbye to him yet, I kiss him back, grabbing his face to deepen the kiss until we're full-on making out. Finally, Blake tears away and holds his arms out to keep me from making another move. Okay, you need to get out of here before I throw you in the back seat and start doing things that could get us arrested, he says. That could be worth it. He narrows his eyes on me. Go, Owen. I'll see you tonight. I reluctantly get out of the car and make my way down the block and toward my apartment building. The first thing I see when I get inside my apartment is Kate, curled up on the sofa. I rush over to her and crouch down by her head, threading my hand through her long, dark waves. Oh? Hey, Katie, what are you doing out here? You should go sleep in my room.
I will, if you can tell me when the last time you washed your sheets was.
She grumbles dryly. He hasn't slept there for 2 weeks, so you're probably good. Jay butts in, prompting me to flash him my best "you're dead to me" glare. Kate's brows shoot up, but she doesn't say anything. Instead, she sits up and takes a sip from a water bottle she'd set beside the sofa. So, is this thing contagious, or did you just eat something funky?
Neither, actually. It's morning sickness.
Wow. Okay. I join her up on the sofa and wrap my arm around her shoulders, pulling her in for a tight hug.
I just don't know how I'm going to handle telling everyone, she says with a soft sniffle. You know what they're like. Everyone's going to ask so many questions. I'm just not sure I have the energy for all that.
I think about it for a moment, finally coming to a decision. Well, maybe I can help. She pulls back from me, her hazel eyes wide and hopeful. How? I hesitate, but finally decide to go for it. I actually have a pretty big bomb to drop as well, so maybe if we do it at the same time, there'll be less heat on both of us.
Really? What's your bomb?
I take a steadying breath. I'm gay. She looks at me for a moment, as if she's expecting me to continue.
That's it?
What do you mean, that's it? Do you know how hard it was for me to say that? She throws her arms around me and hugs me tight.
Oh, Owen, I'm so sorry. That was a really dumb reaction.
I rub my hand gently up her back. It's okay. I guess in our family, coming out really isn't that big a deal.
But it is to you.
She pulls back and pins me with an inquiring look.
Does anyone else know?
No one in our family. Jai knows, and one other person. But you're the first Kelly.
Well, you're the first to know about this little one.
She rubs a hand across her belly. I'm also kind of seeing a guy about 20 years older than me. I blurt out for some ridiculous reason. Kate's jaw practically drops into her lap.
Are you going to tell everyone when you come out?
Hell no! I'm not telling him that part. It's still relatively new, and he's questioning, so I don't want to jump the gun on anything.
Wow! Can you tell me a name at least?
I'll make you a deal. A daddy for a daddy. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours, I say with a pointed nod to her belly. She lets out a groan of annoyance.
Fine. You don't have to tell me.
I get out my phone and open up the family chat. You ready to do this? Kate's eyes widen.
You want to do it now? Over the chat?
I shrug. May as well. We're not all going to be together for a while. Probably not until Christmas, so unless you want to wait until after you've had the baby to tell everyone... Kate rolls her eyes.
Okay, I get it. Who should go first?
I'll go first. And when they inevitably all jump in with their overly intrusive questions, you hit them with your news. She nods.
Got it.
My stomach churns as I start typing. Even now, even though I've made up my mind to come out, I'm still so freaking nervous about doing it. But if I can help Kate out in the process, maybe it won't be so bad. Owen Kelly. So, I kind of have an announcement. I'm gay. Declan Kelly. As in, you're happy? Owen Kelly replied to Declan Kelly. As in, I like the D. Declan Kelly replied to Owen Kelly. Well then, welcome to the club, little bro. Shay Kelly. I'll get working on the membership card. Pretty sure I can have it expedited. Wink emoji. Connor Kelly. Way to drop a bomb on WhatsApp. Isn't this more of a face-to-face thing, oh? Owen Kelly replied to Connor Kelly. You wanted me to fly to Denver to tell you personally I'm gay. Connor Kelly replied to Owen Kelly. Well, a phone call might have been nice. Aileen Kelly replied to Owen Kelly.
Well, I would have loved to hear this in person so I could give you a hug. I respect your right to come out in whichever way you choose. I love you, no matter what, and so does your father.
Owen Kelly replied to Aileen Kelly. Thanks, Mom. Brendan Kelly. Have you always been gay, or is this like a new thing, like with Heath? Bridie Coughlin replied to Brendan Kelly.
Leave him alone, Brendan.
Declan Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. And watch what you say about Heath. Bridie Coughlin. Congrats and hugs, O. We're all very happy for you. XO. Aileen Kelly.
So, are you seeing anyone, honey?
Brendan Kelly. Oh, there's this guy at my work I'm pretty sure is gay. Want to meet him, O? And this is why I didn't want to come out. Feel free to jump in any time, Katie, I say dryly. Kate Kelly.
So, in other news, I'm pregnant.
Brendan Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. What? Connor Kelly. Doesn't anyone give news in person anymore? Liam Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. You can't be pregnant. You have to have sex to get pregnant. Liam Kelly replied to Owen Kelly. Congrats, O. Love you, man. Aileen Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. Are you really pregnant, honey? Kate Kelly replied to Aileen Kelly.
Yup, doctor confirmed it.
Aileen Kelly replied to Kate Kelly.
But you're not married!
Kate Kelly replied to Aileen Kelly.
You and Da weren't married when you got pregnant with Shay.
Aileen Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. We were by the time he was born. Shay Kelly. Gun emoji. Brendan Kelly. Who's the baby daddy?
I could do with an assist here, oh.
Kate grumbles. Hang on, I'm trying to think of something to say. Aileen Kelly.
You are planning to get married, aren't you?
Owen Kelly. So, just to sum up today's news, I'm like super gay. Like the gayest. I'm thinking of becoming a cage dancer. I'd look awesome in hot pants. Bridie Kelly replied to Owen Kelly. Shocked emoji. WTF. Connor Kelly. Oh, you two fucking planned this, didn't you? Drop your big bombs on the same day so we wouldn't know where to look. Well played, twinnies. Well played. Kate Kelly.
Twin 1 out.
Owen Kelly. Twin 2 out. Aileen Kelly.
I just had a flashback to their delivery.
Kate and I both throw our phones on the floor and sink back into the sofa. It's done. My family know I'm gay, and the world hasn't ended.
So, a cage dancer, huh?
Kate says with a teasing smirk.
You gonna wear body glitter, or...
"14. Blake." I let out a rumbled laugh as I watch Owen check his phone and groan in frustration. He throws it onto the mattress and curls back up against my chest. Who was it this time? I ask. Ever since he came out a few days ago, it seems like every single one of the entire Kelly brood, except Kate, who apparently knows Owen's seeing someone, but not who, has been trying to set him up with every gay, bi, or pan guy they know. Declan, Owen grumbles. Apparently he and Heath are catching up with Josh tonight, and he invited me to come. My brows creep up. His ex-boyfriend? Isn't that a little... I have no idea how to finish the sentence, but Owen knows what I'm trying to say. He glances up at me, offering a wry smirk. Says the guy who not 20 minutes ago had his dick in his best friend's brother's ass. I shrug. That's different. I never dated Shay. We never slept together. He lets out a little chuckle. I get your point. It'd be weird if you had a history with one of my brothers. It's weird enough that you and Shay are so close that I've known you basically my whole life. Ouch. Way to make me feel old. His eyes glimmer with amusement. You are old, Daddy. In one rapid move, I roll him over so he's flat on his back, and I'm hovering over him, bracing my weight on his hands. The amusement is gone from his bright green eyes now, replaced with heat and lust. Not too old, I tell him, as I keep reminding you. I drop my head to his chest, rolling my tongue around one of his nipples, loving the little gasp it pulls from Owen's mouth. His hands find their way into my hair, and his body arcs up, as if demanding more of my attention. I suck and lick and nibble at the hardened little bud, before moving to the other side of his chest and giving his other nipple the same attention. I can feel him rock hard against my stomach, and he wriggles and ruts against me, demanding more friction. I reach down, close my hand around his straining dick, and start rubbing him slowly, gently, not nearly enough to give the stimulation he really needs, just enough to tease. Daddy, please, please, need more. Breathing out a soft chuckle, I pull off his nipple and start licking and kissing and biting my way down his body, across his abs, over his belly button, down the trail of dark hair, until I'm finally where I want to be. I press a soft kiss to the base of his cock, nuzzle gently at the dark curls there, peek my tongue out for little licks of his balls. Then I flatten my tongue and run it up the underside of Owen's cock before swirling it around the tip and taking him into my mouth. He lets out a loud, strangled groan as I take him deeper. Not as deep as he's able to take me, but farther than I've gone previously. I pull back and then go back down, chuckling around his cock as he lets out another groan and thrashes his head about. Then, in a blur of movement that takes me completely by surprise, he pulls out and bounces off his back, pushing me onto mine, crawling on top of me so his head is hovering over my groin and his cock is right in front of my face. "Need a taste," is his only explanation, and he wraps his mouth around my throbbing dick. I dig my fingers into Owen's ass as he thrusts his own cock in and out of my mouth. I take it all, willingly, eagerly, his enthusiasm and need for me the most incredible turn-on you can imagine. It's a good thing he's doing most of the work, though, because the way he's working my cock, swirling his tongue around me, sucking me and taking me deep down his throat, all while teasing my balls with his fingers, has me close to blacking out. There's no fucking way my amateur blowjob skills and I would be able to pull off anything more than a sloppy mess right now. As I feel my climax approaching, I can't stop myself from thrusting up into his mouth, and my grip on his ass as I hurtle over the edge is so tight, there's no doubting he'll have some finger-shaped marks for a few days. Owen doesn't seem to care, though. He just works me harder, as if there's nothing he needs more than to have every single drop of my cum in his mouth. He pulled out of my mouth while he saw me through my orgasm, and now he straightens up and shuffles around so he's facing me. "You ready for more of this, Daddy?" His mouth is curved into a sexy smirk as he runs his hand along his cock. "I'm always ready for that pretty cock, sweetheart." He quirks an eyebrow. "Pretty?" I offer a lazy smile and a nod of my head. "Mm-hmm." He leans forward and feeds said cock into my mouth, tugging on the back of my hair to lift my head a little and push in deeper. I groan around him, sucking and licking as he gently thrusts into my mouth. I run my fingers along his crack, teasing at his hole, and when I gently push just past that ring of muscle, he explodes, shooting his load down my throat. I lick up every last drop, and then he pulls out of my mouth and collapses down on the bed next to me, his arm slung over my stomach, in a way I'm getting incredibly used to. "We should probably get out of bed at some stage," I say. "Have some breakfast?" "We just ate," he says with a chuckle. I let out a breath of laughter. "And as delicious as that was, I'm not sure it fits in any of the food groups. I'm thinking omelet. As long as I'm allowed to have yolks in mine." I loose a dramatic sigh. "I've apologized for the scrambled eggs incident. You agreed to let it go." "It's just, who doesn't have yolks in their scrambled eggs?" "Healthy people. Weird people," he argues. I smile and draw his face toward me for a kiss. "I promise to never again serve you eggs without yolks in them. Happy?" He nods, offering a satisfied smile. "Happy." We finally manage to get out of bed, and I throw on a pair of briefs and a t-shirt. I've learned the hard way it's not a good idea to be around the stove showing too much skin, but Owen simply strolls bare-ass naked out of the bedroom. Jesus Christ. I gather up some of his clothes from the floor and stalk out into the living area, where I find him sprawled on the couch. I toss him the clothes. "Put 'em on, oh, unless you want your breakfast burned." As I slice up the assorted vegetables for the omelets, I can't help my mind from musing over all the different facets of Owen that I've come to know and love. There's shy Owen, serious Owen, nervous Owen, playful Owen. I feel like every day I'm discovering new things about him, and I love it all. He's unlike anyone I've ever been with before, unlike anyone I've ever met. "Oh, what's up with you, man? I feel like I haven't seen you in ages." Shay exclaims as we slip into a booth at one of our favorite bars. Well, you've been so busy with the book, I didn't want to disturb you. Yeah, that's bullshit. It's been pure coincidence that Shay's been so busy these past few weeks, while Owen and I have been holed up together in our little bubble. Shay rubs a hand over his dark hair. Fuck! Tell me about it. And they want me starting on the next issue right away. My eyes widen in surprise as I bring my beer to my lips. Seriously? He nods. Yeah, I mean, I could have said no. Not like they don't have other artists who jump at the chance to take over, but I offer a knowing grin. You don't want any other artists taking over. Exactly. He knocks his beer bottle against mine with a clink. There aren't too many people who get to turn their childhood obsession into an actual career, but Shay managed it. Of course, it helped that he actually had a fair bit of natural artistic talent, so when he decided he wanted to be a comic book line artist, it wasn't too much of a pipe dream. So, what's been happening with you? I take a long sip of my beer as I ponder how to answer that question. What's been happening with me? Well, let's see. I 69'd with your brother this morning, after I fucked him. And then I made him breakfast, and then we fucked in the shower, and then we hung out at my place for a little while, and then we fucked again in the kitchen. And that was just today. Not a whole lot, really. Retirement's kinda dull. "15. Owen. Sir, if you could just hold still for a moment, I promise this will be over in just a second, I say in my most placating tone as I prepare to draw blood from an elderly patient. You are not sticking that thing in my arm. I've seen the documentaries. I know all about government testing. I won't be a part of it. I promise you, none of your blood will be used in any kind of government testing. I try to reassure him. We just need to know why you passed out earlier, okay? Your family's worried about you. You don't want that, do you? Pfft! They want me dead so they can get all my money. I try another tack. Okay, then. In that case, wouldn't you rather stay alive for as long as possible? That'll only happen if you let us do these tests and figure out what's making you sick. He looks at me with narrowed eyes. You promise they won't use my blood for any government testing? I promise, I assure him. If you're really concerned, I can get you something to write your wishes down on, and we can keep it on file for you. Yes, do that! I rush over to the nurse's station in the middle of the ED and grab a blank piece of paper, a pen, and a clipboard. When I get back to my patient, I hand the clipboard and pen to him, and he begins to write. I, Reginald C. Dyer, of sound mind, refuse permission for my blood or any other parts of my body to be used in government testing of any kind. Underneath, he writes the date and signs his name before turning to me and handing me the pen and clipboard. Witness it for me, please, Sonny. I do as he asks and return the clipboard to the nurse's station. My colleague, Linda, raises her brow at the sight of the declaration, but I simply hold up my hands. Don't even ask. I then return to Mr. Dyer and finally get on with drawing his blood. When I finish my shift, I head to the locker area to change out of my scrubs. I never used to do this, but I've been spending so much time at Blake's lately. It's just easier if I change clothes here instead of going home all the time. When I check my cell, I see a couple of alerts from the family WhatsApp chat, so I quickly check to make sure nothing major's happened. I see the messages are all from my brother Aiden, who, after a flying visit to New York, is now traveling the globe for his extreme travel show. Aiden Kelly. Geez, a guy goes on one Himalayan trek without cell service, and a week later he's got another gay brother and a pregnant sister. Aiden Kelly. I guess, congratulations? Is that what you're supposed to say when someone comes out and someone else gets accidentally knocked up? Aiden Kelly. Also, my producer is gay and just broke up with his boyfriend. He's kinda old, though, like 35. I can't stop the sputter of laughter that comes after reading that text. If he only knew. I take a screenshot and send it to Blake, knowing he'll get a laugh out of it as well. I've also got a missed call from Jai. It's only 10 p.m., so I decide to call him back. If he's already asleep, well, it's his fault for being an old grandma. "Oh, so you are alive," he says by way of greeting. "You were worried?" I ask dryly. "Well, I haven't seen or heard from you for about a week. I was starting to think I should call the cops." "After a week? Dude, you'd have been the first suspect waiting that long to report my disappearance." "No way. It's always the concerned friend or family member who reports them missing after exactly 48 hours who turns out to be the actual murderer." "I feel like you've thought that through just a bit too thoroughly, man." I fold my hospital ID into my wallet and shove that into the back pocket of my jeans. Then I close my locker and head back out into the bustle of the ward, throwing my used scrubs into the giant hamper as I go. "So, I take it things are going well with the boyfriend?" Jai asks. "I'm not sure I'd call him my boyfriend," I say. "Oh, you're practically living with the guy. What would you call him?" I pause in my step as I think about Jai's words. What would I call Blake? Fuck buddy definitely isn't right. Not when he cooks for me and we watch movies together and we cuddle after sex. But boyfriend doesn't sound exactly right either. Not when the only person who actually knows about us is Jai and Kate, technically, I guess. And it's not like we've been on any actual dates or anything. I don't know. I love being with him, and not just the sex part, but I'm not sure if we're quite at the B-word stage yet. I have to end the call with Jai as soon as I step out of the front doors, because I catch sight of a familiar, incredibly sexy figure. "What are you doing here?" I ask with a smile as I step over to Blake. He twines his arms around my waist and pulls me closer to him. "Well, I was out and about, and thought we could maybe go do something." "Do something? Like, in public? Like, a date?" He lifts his hand up to gently run over the side of my face. "Date? Yes. Public? Not exactly." He takes my hand and turns to lead me down the street. "Come on. I know a place." I hesitate for a moment. It might be nighttime, but it's New York City, and there's still plenty of people around. What if we see someone? Blake offers me an indulgent smile. "Let's make a list, shall we? I was with Shay until not long ago, so I know for a fact he's gone home. Brendan lives all the way uptown. Kate and Alana and Haley are in Brooklyn. Declan and Heath are way too loved up right now to be venturing out this late on a Tuesday night. And even if they happen to see us, I think they, of all people, would be able to keep quiet about it. And the others are on Staten Island, or in Denver, or in Aiden's case, somewhere overseas that everyone's lost track of." He offers me a soft smile. "Did I miss anyone?" "Actually, Aiden's in the Himalayas," I tell him as I let him lead me away. Of course, we don't run into anyone, and it's only 10 minutes before we get to our destination, which appears to be a boutique hotel. My stomach squirms, and I can't stop fidgeting with the hem of my t-shirt as I watch Blake chat with the guy at the reception desk. I can't help wondering what he must be thinking when he sees us together, Justin off the street, no bags or anything. Blake so much older than me. I'm pulled out of my dizzying thoughts when Blake returns to my side and threads his hand in mine, leading me toward the bank of elevators at the far side of the lobby. "You okay?" His brows are pulled together in concern as he studies me. I paste on a smile as we step into the elevator. "Yup, all good. A little confused, though. Why are we at a hotel when your apartment's only a few blocks away?" His mouth curves into a sly smile. "You'll see." The elevator stops, and Blake leads me down the hall to our room. Except when he opens the door, I realize it's not actually a room. It's a large outdoor courtyard, set up with an outdoor fireplace, a picnic rug, and over to one side, a plush-looking king bed. "Did you do this?" I ask Blake, my eyes wide as I take in the surroundings. There are little candles spotted all over the space, petals sprinkled over the white comforter on the bed, and a picnic basket bursting with all sorts of goodies. Blake lets out a little chuckle. "No, although I'm definitely thinking of getting a bed for my balcony because this looks awesome." He guides me over to sit on the picnic rug and starts unpacking the basket. There's cheese and crackers and fruit and chocolate and bread and all sorts of other amazing-looking stuff. And wine, of course. I roll my eyes as Blake digs straight into the chocolate. I swear, this guy, he's a complete health nut, except for when it comes to chocolate. When it comes to chocolate, he pretty much turns into the fat kid from Willy Wonka. I think you're supposed to save that for dessert, I say wryly. He casts me that sexy grin. I have something else in mind for dessert. Aren't you being a little presumptuous? I tease. Maybe I'm not in the mood tonight. He lets out a soft chuckle. When are you ever not in the mood? Well, that's true. I lean over to kiss him, and that's pretty much it. The picnic basket is forgotten as we scramble out of our clothes and stumble over to the bed. Hands and knees, sweetheart. I want to taste this gorgeous ass. A thrill of anticipation shudders through me, and I hurry to comply with his request, moving to my hands and knees on the soft white comforter. I feel Blake's hands moving lovingly over my ass, stroking my bare skin, teasing me with his touch. I feel his hot breath against my skin just before he parts my cheeks and runs his tongue over my crease. Fuck! My hands fist in the cotton, and I push back against his mouth, seeking more of that teasing tongue. He does it again, adding a little groan this time that has my ass clenching in need and my cock throbbing desperately. And then he starts on my hole, licking, sucking, nibbling, and I'm a fucking mess. Don't hold back, sweetheart. I want everyone in this fucking city to hear you screaming for me. He returns his tongue to my hole, and I can't resist that growled command, my groans getting louder and louder the more he teases. Yes! Fuck yeah, Daddy! Eat me! I press my ass back farther, desperate for more and more. When he flattens his tongue and pushes inside me, I just about see stars. The feel of his tongue inside me as his scruff rubs over my sensitive skin. Fuck! It's almost too much. Yes, Daddy! Fuck! So good! He pulls his tongue out and I let out a pathetic whimper at the loss. You like that, sweetheart? Yes, Daddy! Please, give me more. Need more of your mouth on me. He doesn't give in to my request, though. Instead, I get two of his thick fingers pushing inside me, and I have to lower my head to the mattress because I can't fucking hold it up anymore. You okay there, Oh? He asks, his free hand rubbing gently over my ass. His other hand doesn't stop fucking me, though. Thank God. So good, Daddy. So fucking good. Fuck! My legs are shaking. I can barely keep myself up at this point, and my cock's so hard, it's becoming painful. s.e.xting. Blake. Turning Owen into a writhing, whimpering mess is becoming my absolute favorite thing in the world. Hearing him beg and plead and call me Daddy, it affects me in a way I never even knew I wanted. But fuck do I want it now. I want him. He looks so incredibly sexy lying there before me, turned on to the point he couldn't even hold himself up. But he's not the only one who's barely keeping it together. I'm so fucking hard and needy right now. It took every ounce of restraint I possess not to give up on the teasing and replace my tongue with my cock. But I'm glad I held back. Anticipation always makes everything better, doesn't it? Not that sex with Owen needs to get much better. Those words from weeks ago fly back into my head. All he wants is a strong body with a big cock who can fuck him into the mattress. Well, he's gonna fucking get that right now. I line my slicked-up cock with his entrance and push inside, bottoming out in one hard stroke that elicits a sexy groan from Owen's lips. Then I lean forward to brace my weight on my hands, and fuck that tight little hole nice and hard, exactly how he likes it. When he lets out a strangled moan, I know I'm hitting the right spot. Fuck! You feel so good, sweetheart, I say in a breathless pant. Fucking love this tight little hole. Fuck yeah, Daddy! Love your cock in me! So fucking good! I pull out and flip him over, sliding back inside in mere seconds. Leaning forward, I lift his feet and throw them over my shoulders so I can get in nice and deep. Owen turns into even more of a babbling mess, his head thrashing about as he lets out groan after groan. Fuck, Daddy! I need to come! Please let me come, Daddy! So close! Grab your cock, sweetheart. Come for me. He closes a fist around his straining cock and starts frantically jerking himself while I speed up my thrusts as I feel my own orgasm approaching. There's the familiar tug of my balls and the rush of endorphins as it rips through me and I shoot into the condom. Owen follows close behind, his body seizing up and arcing off the bed as he comes all over his stomach. When I've had a second to gather myself, I disentangle Owen's legs from around my neck and pull out of him so I can take care of the condom. I retrieve a damp towel from the stainless steel warmer the hosts have conveniently left on a little shelf near the fire and use it to clean Owen up. Then I come up to lie beside him and throw my arm around his waist to pull him in close. Well, that was pretty much the best date ever, he says with a shy smile. I let out a soft chuckle. Definitely. So, does that make us boyfriends now? Now that we've had a date? I arch an eyebrow at him. Do you want us to be boyfriends? He shrugs one shoulder. I'm not sure. I was just wondering. I lift a hand and run it over his face. I would be happy and proud to call you my boyfriend, Owen. But I don't want to rush into anything you're not ready for. I like how things are. I like holding you in my arms when we go to sleep. I like cuddling with you on the couch. I like how comfortable you seem in my place. And, yeah, obviously I like the sex. But we don't have to put a label on any of that. We don't need to be boyfriends. We can just be us. He snuggles in closer to me, his fingers tracing lightly over the old scar on my chest. And if we were boyfriends, what would that include? Well, when you're in a relationship with someone, you usually do stuff together in public, in daylight. And you usually tell each other's families and do the whole meet the parents thing. Well, you've already met my parents, so we can tick that off. He's trying to joke, but I can tell everything I just said freaks the hell out of him. Oh, sweetheart, we don't have to do all that, I say gently. It's like I said, we can just be us. I like us. And he tilts his head up to press a kiss against my lips. I pull him even tighter against me, and it's not long before we're in full-on make-out mode. Our hands roam over one another's bodies as our lips devour each other. And before too long, we're ready for another round. And then another. And then another. I wake up with an awareness that it's daytime, that I'm outside, that Owen is lying naked next to me, and that I'm fucking exhausted. It takes me a moment to gather my bearings, but then I remember where we are. Whoever designed this area definitely knew what they were doing, because the morning sun is to the other side of the building, which means that even though it's definitely daytime, and the balmy night is transformed into a warm morning, we don't have direct sunlight blazing down on us. That's definitely not what you want after only a few hours' sleep. Morning. At the sound of Owen's sleepy mumble, I make a move to turn to my side so I can face him, but my body protests the movement, and I have to lie back down. I glance down beside the bed and see 5 empty condom wrappers. Jesus Christ. It's been a while since I've had a workout that extreme. How am I even still breathing right now? Owen climbs on top of me, and I can feel his morning wood pressed against my stomach. I shake my head in disbelief. It is physically impossible for you to still be horny right now. Not when you're around, Daddy. He flashes a sexy smirk, leaning forward and rubbing his cock against me. I groan, throwing my arms across my eyes to block my view of the sexy naked man in front of me. I need food. I need Gatorade. I need at least 24 hours recovery time. He lets out a soft chuckle. Oh, there's no way you're getting that long, Daddy. Food we can do, but then we're going home so you can fuck me in the shower. I don't call him out on him referring to my place as home, but it makes my heart swell all the same. How about a compromise, I suggest. Food, we watch another Bond movie, and you ride me on the couch. He thinks about it for a moment. Food, we watch an Indiana Jones movie, and I ride you on the couch. I offer him an indulgent smile. Deal. It's official. I can't deny this man anything. Besides, my cock's already starting to get on board. It doesn't seem to be aware that the rest of my body is in desperate need of a timeout. We end up falling asleep on the couch in the middle of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Despite Owen's enthusiasm from this morning, I know he's just as wiped as I am. Possibly more so, seeing as this is his first day off in almost a week. So, when I wake up at the sound of my phone vibrating on the coffee table, I decide to just let him sleep. It's my brother's name flashing up on the screen, so I quickly answer it, telling him quietly, "Hey man, hang on a second." I carefully slide out from underneath Owen and place a throw pillow under his head. Then I pad toward my office, or what used to be my office before I retired, and close the door so I can have a conversation without waking Owen. "What's up? Why were you whispering?" Damon asks, suspicion clear in his tone. "I didn't want to wake someone." "Oh, God, please tell me you're not naked. Blake, it's the middle of the day." "Calm down, I'm not naked." I decide not to go into further detail. Telling him I have a 24-year-old boyfriend is probably something that should be done in person. Thank God. "So, what's up?" I repeat. "Can a guy call his big brother just to chat?" "You never called just to chat." "That's because you always had your secretary screen all your calls. You're more accessible now, so—" "What's up, Damon?" I ask for the 3rd time. Okay, fine. I have some news for you, but it's more of a face-to-face thing, so I'll be coming to New York this weekend. You gonna be free to see me?" "Yeah, of course. But wait, you're flying over here just to tell me this news? Is someone dying?" He lets out a wry chuckle. No one's dying. This isn't bad news. At least, I don't think it is." I rub a hand over the scruff on my jaw, curious about what this could possibly be. Nothing comes to mind, though. "Okay, then. Well, I guess I'll see you Saturday, is it?" "Saturday morning, yeah." "Cool. And, I actually have some face-to-face news as well." After I hang up with Damon, I head into the kitchen and start rummaging through the fridge, hauling out ingredients to whip up a late lunch. I decide to make the broccoli pasta again, because it's quick and ridiculously easy, and I know Owen loves it. I've just set the broccoli and pasta on to boil, and I'm peeling the garlic, when I feel familiar arms slide around my waist and a familiar cheek resting against my back. "We haven't fulfilled the terms of our deal yet," Owen grumbles. I let out a breath of laughter. "I know. We said we'd watch an Indiana Jones movie, and we only made it through the first hour." "That wasn't the part of the deal I was talking about." I turn so I'm facing him, and cup my hands around the back of his neck. "I know, and I promise I won't hold out on you. Not that I'd ever want to. But we're gonna have some food first.
Fine, but only because I'm seriously starving, and your cooking's amazing.
"17. Owen."
Whenever I've hooked up with guys in the past, I've always gone for strong, bulky types. The ones that can really pin me down and make me feel something. It's not about a need to be dominated or overpowered. It's about being consumed, possessed, owned. That feeling I craved so much was something I only ever got while I was being fucked, and fucked hard. But now I know that wasn't what I was really craving. That feeling I used to get during sex, that was just a rough imitation, an inferior substitute, like a nicotine patch or a vegan hot dog. Now I know what it's really like to be utterly and completely consumed by someone, possessed by them, claimed by them. And it's not just a sex thing. It's in every look, every touch, every word. Blake has a hold on me, body and soul, and if I'm being honest, it's kind of scary. But at the same time, it's absolutely thrilling. This morning is one of those rare days where we wake up in bed together. I'm curled up in Blake's arms, our bodies flush against each other, and his semi-pressing into my ass. I rock my ass back, providing friction for his cock, and smile as I feel it growing against me.
"You're a tease."
The sexy grumble goes straight to my cock. "This isn't teasing, Daddy. This is preparation."
"Preparation, huh? We might need something else if we're going to complete that process."
I feel the absence of his cock as he shifts his body to reach over to the nightstand and retrieve the supplies we keep there. A few moments later, though, I have two slick fingers pushing inside me, fucking me, stretching me, readying me for that amazing cock. After way too long of his teasing fingers, I can't take it anymore. "I'm ready. Please, Daddy. Please give me your cock." He removes his fingers, and I listen to the snap of latex and the click of the lube bottle as he rolls on a condom and slicks himself up. And then he's pressing against my ass. He lifts my leg to get better access, and then he pushes inside me, my ass taking every inch of him as though it was made for this particular cock. He wraps one of his strong arms across my chest, drawing me in tight against him as he fucks me. My head falls back against his shoulder, and I reach for his other hand, clinging on tight for dear life as he hits the magic spot over and over again. "Fuck! So close, Daddy! Wanna come?" He lowers his hand and wraps it around my throbbing cock, pumping it in time to his thrusts, and it doesn't take long for me to go crashing over the edge, my cum spurting all over Blake's big hand. He follows right away, his grip on my hand tightening as his body tenses up and he shoots into the condom. He pulls out of me and shifts onto his back, and as I turn to look at him, I see what is undoubtedly one of the hottest things I've ever seen. Blake bringing his cum-covered hand to his mouth and licking up the mess. Every last drop of me. "Well, I think it's safe to say you're no longer mostly straight." He lets out a dry chuckle. "Yeah, I think the ship sailed on that a while ago, oh?" He wraps his arm around me and pulls me in tight to his chest. Fuck, his cuddles are seriously just the best. "What time is your brother getting in?" I ask.
"About 9, but he's insisting on getting the train from the airport, so he'll be here closer to 10.
"You're meeting him here?" Blake nods.
"Yeah, and I was wondering if you'd like to be here."
My brows shoot up. "Me?"
"No, the other boyfriend I have stashed in the closet,"
Blake says with a grin. "So we are boyfriends," I say, pouncing on his use of the word. He groans good-naturedly.
It's just a word, O. We can be whatever we want to be.
What about boyfriends in trust? I suggest.
What the fuck does that mean?
Well, we agree to be boyfriends, but our official relationship doesn't start until we meet certain terms, like telling our families about us and going out on dates in the daytime.
You're talking about putting an escrow on our relationship. Oh, I don't think you can do that.
Why not? It's our relationship. He just sighs and shakes his head.
Okay, if that's what you want. But we can still have sex, right?
Obviously. He pulls me toward him for a kiss.
So, was that a yes on meeting my brother? And keep in mind, he lives in Detroit, so it'll be a while before you get another chance to meet him.
He's trying to be casual, but I can tell he really does want me to meet his brother. And considering I've pretty much been forcing him to lie to his best friend about us, I figure I owe him this one. I nod. Okay, let's do this. I'm fussing around the kitchen, preparing some food. Reed opening a bag of chalk chip cookies and arranging them neatly on a plate for the imminent arrival of Blake's brother, when I hear voices in the front hallway. Blake's, and one I'm guessing belongs to his brother Damon. They pause in mid-conversation as they come into the living room, and Damon spots me in the kitchen.
Oh, you already tracked him down then?
Both Blake and I stare at Damon in confusion.
Huh?
Blake asks.
What are you talking about?
Damon swivels his head between us, his brow creased with uncertainty.
Well, isn't that your son?
I hear a loud smash and realize the plate of cookies I've been holding is now lying in pieces on the kitchen floor. I duck down behind the counter and start gathering the shards of what is probably really expensive china. Shit, I hear Blake say, and then his footsteps come from around the other side of the counter.
Don't worry about doing that, O.
I shake my head. Sorry, I should clean this up. It's such a mess, and it was probably really expensive.
It's fine. Just leave it.
He crouches down beside me and grabs my hands in his thumbs running gently over the back.
Owen, can you look at me, please?
I find his gaze, full of calm reassurance. I know I probably look like a deer in headlights right now, but come on, can you blame me? You have a son?
Not that I know of,
Blake says, his features arranged in a look of genuine bafflement. He thinks I'm your son. I don't think my cheeks could possibly get any warmer at this stage. That's what he thought when he saw me.
Oh, just calm down for me, okay, sweetheart? It's just a misunderstanding. It's not a big deal.
I hold on to that look of gentle reassurance in Blake's eyes, finding it enough to pull me back from the edge of my freakout. We get to our feet, and Blake leads me around the counter to stand in front of his brother. He slides around my waist and pulls me into his side.
This is Owen, my boyfriend.
Damon isn't able to hide his shock, and considering Blake identified as straight until a few weeks ago, I can't say I blame him. But to his credit, Damon is able to master his surprise and offer me a smile.
It's nice to meet you. Why don't we all sit down?
Blake suggests, motioning to the sofas in the living room. I lift a hand to scratch nervously at the back of my head. Sorry, I had cookies, but they broke. Blake offers me a warm smile.
It's fine, we don't need cookies. Just come sit here.
I take the place on the sofa beside Blake, as requested, but I can't help feeling a little self-conscious when he puts his arm around me, and I notice Damon noticing. I have to reassure myself there's no way Blake would have suggested I meet his brother if he didn't know for sure Damon would be cool with us.
So, what's going on?
Blake asks once Damon's taking a seat on the sofa opposite.
Okay, well, last year, Ava had a project for school all about ancestry and DNA and shit, so she made us all get tested so we could track our ancestry through one of those websites.
Okay. Well, last week this kid contacted me.
He was looking for his father and found a DNA match with me. Blake's eyes go wide. You have another kid? No. It wasn't a complete match. I came up as a paternal uncle. And the realization sets in. Blake gives a slow nod of his head, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallows thickly. How old is this kid? 24? Damon says. Okay, so he's not exactly a kid, is he? Damon's eyes slide to me for a moment. No, I suppose not. 24? Shit. So that would put me... Your travel year, Damon says. I already checked out his story just in case he's some kind of fortune hunter, but it seems to line up. His mom's name is Sarah, and she's a British girl you met in Australia. Blake nods, and there's no question he remembers this woman Sarah. How come this is all coming up now? I ask, genuinely curious. Why wouldn't she have told you? Blake shrugs. She probably wasn't able to. We spent time together in Australia, and that was wonderful, but we both knew there was an expiration date. I was going back to the States for college, she was going back to England to do an art fellowship thing, and it's not like it is now, with Facebook and WhatsApp and everything else there is. We didn't even have email addresses to exchange back then. So she didn't have any way to track you down to tell you? Blake shakes his head. I doubt it back then. She knew my name, but can you imagine how many Blake Forresters there are in the States? And how difficult it would be to track them down from another country without Google? Wow. I'm sorry. What for? Well, it just kind of sucks. You've missed out on all these years you could have spent with your son. Blake bends his head toward me and speaks quietly in my ear. You're amazing. You know that? He presses a soft kiss to my jaw before turning back to Damon. What's he like? Is he a nice guy? Does he look like me? What sort of stuff is he into? Damon holds his hands up to ward off any further questions. Whoa, calm down. I haven't met him or seen pictures, so I have no idea what he looks like. I also have no idea what kind of things he's interested in, but he seems like a nice kid. He lives in London, where he grew up, but he's here in New York for the summer. He's here? Blake asks, and the excitement and anticipation bubbling off him is palpable. In New York? Do you think he'd want to meet me? Damon lets out a breath of laughter. I think he'd definitely like that. Wait, what's his name? James? Blake's eyes light up. As in Bond? "18. Blake. I have a son. I'm still a little numb from Damon's revelation this morning. A million thoughts running through my head. You doing all right, man? Damon asks, bringing his beer to his lips. I let out a steadying breath. Yeah, fine. It's just big, you know? I don't really want to be here. I want to be curled up on the couch with Owen and talking to him about this stuff. But he has a shift at the hospital, and I'd already organized for Shay and me to take Damon out for steaks and beers tonight, seeing as how he's going home tomorrow. My cell vibrates in my pocket, and I pull it out to see a text from Shay. Shay'll be here in 5, I tell my brother. Damon nods and takes another sip of his beer. Hey, listen. When Shay gets here, could you maybe do me a favor and not mention Owen? Damon's brows draw together in confusion. You don't want him to know you're with a guy? I let out a soft, rueful laugh. That I don't give a shit about. But I'm not ready to tell him I'm with his brother, and Owen's definitely not ready for his family to know. Damon's jaw has practically fallen onto the bar. He's Shay's brother? Which one? The youngest one. I glance away, bringing my beer to my lips more just to do something than because I'm actually thirsty. One of the twins? Weren't they, like, babies when you and Shay first met? I turn my gaze back to my brother, fixing him with a hard look. Can you not start on how he's too young for me? Damon holds his hands up in surrender. I didn't say anything. I know what you're thinking. Obviously not, or you wouldn't be getting all defensive right now, Damon says. I'll admit, I was surprised when I came by this morning and saw you had a boyfriend. A young boyfriend. But I'm not gonna get all judgmental and rave on about a midlife crisis or some shit. My brows draw together. You think I'm going through a midlife crisis? No. I think you're happy. And that makes me happy. I smile. Thanks, man. Yeah, I am. Really happy. He takes another swig of his beer. Happier than I ever saw you with Rachel, that's for sure. But should I think about getting a hotel room tonight? I don't want to be in the way. I let out a soft chuckle. It's fine. Owen won't be home from his shift until around 4, so you don't have to worry. I notice Shay weaving his way through the crowd and motion for Damon to shut up about Owen. Hey, Daddy, Shay says as he throws his arm around my neck, a broad grin stretched across his face. I cut him a lethal glare. Do not call me that. Shay lets out a rumbling chuckle. My bad. I guess someone's having a little trouble adjusting to this new situation. That is so not the reason, I murmur under my breath. When Owen calls me that, it's hot. Hearing it from his older brother, weird. Weird. I'm getting there, I tell him. Now that we're all here, we're shown to our table and put in our orders. So, Sarah, huh? Shay says. That's the one you were mooning over pretty much our entire freshman year? I wasn't mooning, I argue. Dude, you were totally mooning. It wasn't until you met that Emily girl that you finally shut up about her. Amelia, I correct. Huh? The girl I dated in sophomore year, her name was Amelia. Shay waves a dismissive hand. Whatever. Point is, this is destiny, man. You've just broken up with someone, you find out you have a son after all these years, and his mother is the one that got away back when you were 18? Dude, this movie writes itself. I slide my gaze back to Damon, silently asking for some support here, but he merely smirks at me, clearly wanting to see how I'll get myself out of this one. Bastard. Yeah, well, I'm not 18 anymore, and I'm well and truly over Sarah now. Besides, for all I know, she's married with a bunch of other kids by now. After dinner, Shay heads out to a club, while Damon and I walk back to my place. Did you and Shay ever... My face screws up in horror. No! God, no! Why would you even ask that? Damon raises his palms. My bad. It's just hard not to be a little curious. I mean, all of a sudden, you're gay. I roll my eyes. I'm not all of a sudden gay. I'm bi, I guess. I don't know. Is the label even important? I guess not. Damon shrugs. Have you told Sunny yet? I bet she'd be thrilled about the unconventionality of it all. Which part? The 24-year-old boyfriend or the illegitimate son? Both, he says with a chuckle. He has a point there. Our mom is, well, let's just say unique, as evidenced by the fact she legally changed her name to Sunny Day the second our dad left when I was 12. Dad may have been an asshole who ran off with his secretary, never to be heard of again, but at least we have him to thank for the fact we have normal names. If Sunny had had her way, my name would be Freedom. Yeah, no thanks. No, I haven't told her. A little hard to share news when she refuses to get a cell phone. We walk on in companionable silence for a bit, before Damon breaks it by saying, I am happy for you, you know? But? I ask, as he hesitates. Look, Owen seems like a really great guy, and I can see he cares about you a lot. But he did kind of look like a deer in headlights when we were all talking this morning. Are you sure he can handle this? He'll be fine. And it didn't exactly help you confusing him for my kid. I'm not an idiot. I know a big part of the reason Owen wants to keep us on the down low is because he's self-conscious of our age gap, and my brother's faux pas couldn't have helped the situation. Damon cringes. I'm sorry. You could have maybe given me a heads up you had a boyfriend. A young boyfriend. It was face-to-face news, I grumble. The next morning, after seeing Damon out, he once again insisted on taking the train instead of letting me drive him. I pad back into my bedroom and curl up next to Owen, who's still dead to the world after getting home in the wee hours of this morning. I must fall asleep as well, because the next thing I know, I'm waking to the sensation of Owen's tongue swirling around my right nipple. "You're supposed to be sleeping," I say with a groan, reaching down to run my fingers through his dark hair. "I've slept plenty." And he proceeds to kiss and suck and lick his way down my body. "So, have you contacted him yet?" Owen asks once he's cuddled up against me again, after we've both gotten off. "Not yet." "How come?" "I was waiting for you." He presses a kiss to my chest. "Well, I'm here now, so stop procrastinating." I smile at him and reach over to the nightstand to retrieve my phone. I open my mail app and copy in the email address Damon gave me. What should I say? How about, "James, I am your father." My whole body shakes with laughter at his Darth Vader impression. But I can't help pointing out, that's a common misquote, you know? The line is actually, "No, I am your father." He chuckles. "You're a nerd." A sexy nerd? A very sexy nerd. My phone drops to the mattress as I wrap my arms around Owen and pull him closer to me. He lets me kiss him for a few moments before pulling back and shaking his head. You're procrastinating again. Send the email, Daddy." I offer a begrudging smile and pick my phone back up, typing out a pretty basic email, introducing myself and leaving the ball totally in James's court. I'm expecting a reply to take a while, so I'm completely shocked when an email comes through only a few minutes later. It's him. "Wow, that was fast," Owen comments. I read the email and draw in a sharp breath. He wants to meet. Today. This afternoon. That's awesome! I catch Owen's gaze, finally putting voice to the fears that have been nagging at me since Damon told me I had a son. What if he doesn't like me? What if I'm a complete disappointment? Owen presses his palm to my face and runs his thumb gently over my cheek. There's not even a remote possibility of that happening. Now, send a reply and tell him you'll meet. Nerves swarm my stomach as soon as I hit send on the reply. But fortunately, Owen is more than willing to spend the next couple of hours distracting me, in the best possible way. It's 20 minutes after we've gotten out of the shower, and I'm still standing in my walk-in closet, wearing nothing but a towel around my waist, as I stare at all my clothes in complete indecision. I have somehow lost the ability to dress myself. You okay? Owen comes in looking fucking adorable in a pair of shorts, one of my old t-shirts, and his trusty backwards Mets cap. I send him a pleading look. I can't figure out what to wear. He offers an indulgent smile. Here. He nudges me aside and starts rifling through my drawers. Retrieving a dark blue t-shirt, he says, "This one. The color totally sets off your eyes." He then retrieves a pair of khaki shorts from one of the shelves above the drawers. "And your ass looks great in these." I dutifully dress in the clothes he's picked out, and then pull him toward me for a tight hug. "Come with me." He pulls away, and I can see it there in his eyes, the battle that's going on in his brain right now. He wants to do what will make me happy, but this is clearly a step he's not ready for yet. Finally, he says, "I think this is something you need to do on your own." And I can't quite tell if he genuinely believes that, or is using it as an out. I let him off the hook, though, offering a soft smile and swooping down to press a kiss to the corner of his mouth. Fine, but I'm taking this. I nab the cap off his head and shove it onto my own. I'm half expecting Owen to protest about how he needs his lucky hat for the game today, but he doesn't. He simply loops his arms around my neck and tugs me down for a deep kiss. Now you have nothing to worry about. The hat'll bring you luck. I'm not entirely sure about that, considering how the Mets are faring this year, but I appreciate the sentiment. I'll be here when you get back, he says, and it's all the assurance I need to propel me out the door and toward the meeting with my son. James suggested a diner in Brooklyn as our meeting spot, and I can only assume he's been there a few times because he even told me which table he'd be sitting at. James? I ask as I approach the table. I'm Blake. I'm not exactly sure what I was expecting, but I have to admit my first thought when looking at the kid is that there must have been some kind of mix-up at the lab. And judging by his expression, he's about as surprised as I am. He gets to his feet and shakes my proffered hand. Wow, you are not what I was expecting. A hint of wry humor is evident in his London accent. I mean, you're a proper giant, aren't you? I gather you get your height from your mom, I suggest, remembering pint-sized Sarah from when I knew her back in Australia. To be fair, James isn't quite that short. He's probably around 5'7", maybe 5'8", but compared to my 6'4", he seems tiny. Must do. And the red hair and the pasty skin. His face breaks into a grin, and I notice it for the first time. A resemblance. You've got my smile, though. And my eyes, not quite the same color, but the shape. We slide into the booth, facing each other. I tap my fingers against the table as I try to think of something to say. Fuck. Why is this so difficult? So, James. Jamie, he corrects. Everyone calls me Jamie. I nod, offering a smile of acknowledgement. Okay, Jamie. What are you up to in New York? My brother says you're out here for the summer. Yeah, I'm starting a new job in October, so I'm out here visiting a mate I went to uni with before I settle down and get all professional. The waitress comes to take our order, and Jamie gets a double fudge sundae, which sounds amazing, so I order the same, making a mental note to do double time in the gym tomorrow. Ah, so that's where I get the sweet tooth from, Jamie says. Mum hates chocolate. My face screws up at the thought. That's right. I completely forgot that about her. Weird. I pause for a moment before asking, how is she? What's she up to these days? She's good. Runs an art gallery in town. Does she know about this? That you've tracked me down? Yeah, she's cool with it. Well, that's a relief. Our Sundays arrive and we both dig in. So you're a Mets fan? Jamie asks. My brow draws together in confusion. Huh? He ticks his chin toward my hat. You're wearing a Mets hat. My mate's got one just like it. Oh, right. I take the hat off and scrub my fingers through my hair. This isn't mine. I stole it from my boyfriend because my hair was a fucking mess. I'm not actually a huge baseball fan, really. That sounds better than admitting I needed it as a kind of security blanket. I place the cap back on my head, but turn it backwards this time. When I glance back at Jamie, I see he's staring at me, dumbstruck. What? What is it? You have a boyfriend. I think back over what I just said, realizing that, yeah, I did just admit out loud to having a boyfriend. I scratch a finger against the side of my head as I nervously attempt to explain the situation. Yeah, sort of. I'm seeing someone, a guy, but we're not really public yet, if that makes sense. Jamie nods in understanding. So you're not out? Out where? Out of the closet. Oh, well, I guess technically no, but I'm not exactly in either. I haven't made a big announcement or anything, but I don't give a shit who knows. Oh, so that's not why you and your guy aren't public yet? I shake my head. There are several other reasons for that. Huh. That's not a problem for you, is it? He lets out a dry chuckle. Mate, I'm a total puff. Trust me, not an issue. I stare at him in confusion. You're a what? Nancy boy. Shirtlifter? Queer? I hold a hand up to cut him off once he's finally said something that makes sense. Got it. Thanks. English people and their weird slang. "19. Owen. I'm just returning from my break during my Monday night shift when a team of paramedics burst through the doors of the ED, wheeling a stretcher with a man in critical condition. I catch bits of their commentary as they wheel him toward a cubicle for surgery. Adam Douglas, 63, car accident, massive blood loss. I'm about to rush in to help when my arm is caught by Kelly, the resident nurse. There's a passenger, Karen Douglas. She appears to be fine, but she's a bit banged up and was refusing treatment at the scene. Can you see to her? You're always so good with family members." I nod and head in the direction Kelly indicated, toward a woman who appears to be about 40 and is showing all the signs of a freaked-out family member who's been told she needs to wait and see. "Hi, Miss Douglas. I'm Owen, one of the nurses here. I understand you and your father were in a car accident. The doctors are working on your father right now and will know more soon, but I'd really like to—" "Husband," she says quietly. "I'm sorry? You keep saying father. Adam Douglas is my husband." "Fuck. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Douglas. Your husband is with the doctors right now and will know more soon, but do you mind if I take a look at your injuries?" "I don't have any injuries." I offer her a patient smile. "You've got quite a few nasty grazes, and that cut on your head definitely needs to be looked at. Do you mind? I promise it won't take long." She gives a reluctant nod, and I lead her into a curtained cubicle, gesturing for her to sit on the bed. Her injuries don't appear to be that bad, mainly bruising and grazes from the airbag, but it looks like the side of her head might have hit the window at one point because there's blood matting her hair just near her temple. "I'm sorry," I tell her as I begin cleaning away the blood. "What for?" "For making assumptions." She lets out a soft, rueful laugh. "You're hardly the first. People think I'm his daughter, and then when they find out I'm the wife, they think, oh, he must have money." "My boyfriend's 20 years older than me," I tell her, not entirely sure why I'm providing a complete stranger with this knowledge. "The other day, someone thought I was his son, and it sent me to the verge of a panic attack. I have no idea how you manage it." "You learn to block all that out," she says. "Who cares what anyone else thinks, right?" I offer a weak smile. That's easier said than done. Turning my attention back to the cut on her head, I say, "This doesn't look like it needs stitches. I'll use some glue to seal it up, and that should be fine." "Thank you. How did you and your man meet?" I can tell she's looking for something to distract her from what's happening on the other side of the ED right now. So, as I tend to her cut, I tell her all about me and Blake. By the end of the story, I'm glad to see a small smile on her face. "What an incredible story. That's a bit more exciting than how I met Adam." "How was that?" "He was my British Lit professor my junior year of college," she says, her tone almost wistful. "How long have you been together?" 25 years. Married for almost 20. She lets out a little sob as she adds, "We were supposed to be going to Greece for our anniversary next year." I wish I could tell her it'll be okay, that they'll get their vacation to Greece. But I know not to make promises in situations like these, so instead I settle on, "He's fighting. He's doing everything he can to get back to you, and he needs you to be strong for him." She nods, swallowing thickly. I finish off cleaning the smaller cuts and grazes on her face. "Okay, we're all done. How are you doing with the light in here?" I ask. "Any sensitivity?" She shakes her head. No, it's fine. Any nausea? Headache? No. I nod. Okay. You can go back to the waiting room now, but I'm going to keep an eye on you tonight, just to be safe. Concussion symptoms don't always set in straight away. Thank you. As she's leaving the cubicle, I can't help adding, for what it's worth, Dr. Matson is one of the best trauma surgeons in the country. Your husband's in good hands.
A boy? Kate cries. No, that must be wrong. I can't be having a boy.
I'm with Kate at her OB/GYN appointment on Tuesday afternoon, because she still won't reveal who the father is, and I hate the idea of her going through all these appointments on her own. She might say she's prepared to do it all herself, and maybe she is, but that doesn't mean I can't still help out. The doctor offers a placating smile. These tests are very accurate. It's not like a sonogram where there's the possibility of it being read incorrectly. Kate turns to me, her eyes pleading, as if I have the power to somehow change the baby's gender.
But I was going to be like Lorelei Gilmore. I was going to be a single mom with a wickedly smart daughter who I could exchange witty banter with and take to dance-a-thons and worry about when she doesn't come home after spending all night out with a boy.
Ah, well, I guess you could still do all those things with a boy.
But it won't be the same,
she wails. I throw an arm around her and press a soft kiss to her temple. Katie, I can guarantee you once that kid gets here, it's not going to matter whether it's a boy or a girl. You're just going to love him so much. You'll embarrass him in front of his friends and teach him how to drive and cry when he goes off to college. Her mouth tilts up in a shaky smile.
Well, I won't be bothering to teach him to drive if we're living in the city.
I let out a soft laugh. I thought you were moving to a small town in Connecticut. Her smile stretches into a broad grin at that.
Nah, I think I'll stay close. Easier for Mom to help with babysitting.
She gives me a tight squeeze before saying,
Okay, can you go outside now? I need to get changed.
I head out into the waiting area, and Kate joins me a few minutes later, back in the dress she'd been wearing earlier.
Lunch?
I shrug. Sure, if you think you can keep it down. She offers a wry smile.
Fingers crossed, I think I'm pretty much done with that phase. Now I'm just really craving grilled cheese.
Well then, let's get you grilled cheese. We head to a diner nearby, and Kate gets a grilled cheese with a double side of fries, while I get a BLT.
So, how are things with a sugar daddy?
Kate teases, stuffing a fistful of fries in her mouth. He's not a sugar daddy, I say firmly. She doesn't know she's hit upon a sensitive subject, so I try not to jump down her throat, but it takes effort. The truth is, ever since I met Mrs. Douglas yesterday, I haven't been able to get her words out of my head. When people see me with Blake, they're going to assume, just like his brother did, that I'm his son. Or if they know we're together, they'll assume I'm a gold digger who's with him for his money. I shove the thoughts to the back of my head, reminding myself it's silly to get all twisted up about this when we're not even planning to take our relationship public anytime soon. We're just happy being us for now. Kate raises a brow in concern.
Everything all right?
I sigh. Yeah, it's fine. It's just a little complicated, you know? She offers an understanding smile.
Oh, I know. And, hey, if you ever need to talk.
Thanks. I let out a groan of annoyance and slam my cell down against the kitchen counter. Let me guess, Blake says from where he's standing by the stove, stirring some kind of sauce that smells incredible. Your mom's found out the guy who packs her groceries is gay and wants you two to meet. No, but it wouldn't surprise me if that happened, I grumble. It was Brendan. He said he's confirmed that the guy at his work he thought was gay definitely is gay, and would I like to meet him? Blake lets out a breath of laughter and turns the stove down before coming around the counter to stand in front of me. He slides his hands around my waist to rest at my lower back. I can think of one way to get them all off your back. He arches a brow in question. I mean, my brother knows about us, and my son knows about us, or, well, he at least knows I'm seeing someone. Maybe it's time for the Kellys to know? I step out of his hold in an effort to claim some space. I'm not sure. Blake sighs. What is it, Owen? Do you think they won't approve? Are you embarrassed of me? My mouth falls open in horror at the mere thought. No, of course not. Then what is it? Is it because of Shay? I shake my head. No, it's... I scrub both my hands through my hair in frustration. Damn it, why are we even talking about this? Because we need to talk about it, Blake says calmly. It's that calm tone, and just how reasonable he sounds that prompts me to look up at him and admit in a pathetically shaky voice, if we tell my family, it makes... Makes it real. There's a long stretch of silence as the weight of my words settles over both of us. Then, finally, Blake says, Owen, this is real. Please, sweetheart, tell me this is as real for you as it is for me. Sure, here, in this space, when it's just us. I gesture between us before waving my arm in the direction of the floor-to-ceiling windows that look out over Manhattan. But out there, in the real world, where people stare and make assumptions and judgments, we don't work out there. He studies my face carefully, his voice still completely calm, as he asks me, You're worried about what people will think? I'm always worried about what people will think about me, I tell him. It's just this thing I have, and it's
Okay if I don't draw attention to myself, but dating a guy 20 years older than me, sorry, a billionaire 20 years older than me, is like painting a bullseye and asking for attention and judgment.
I'm 19 years older than you, he corrects with a wry smirk.
You know what I mean, I grumble. He presses his large palm gently to my face and ducks down to stare intently into my eyes.
Owen, it doesn't matter what anyone else out there thinks of us. All that matters is us. You and me. The way we feel about each other.
I turn my face away, swallowing thickly. I know that. I know logically that's all that should matter, but I can't turn it off. I'm always going to be wondering what that waitress who seats us at a restaurant thinks, or that guy who rips our tickets at the movies, or the usher who shows us to our seats at a baseball game. I know I shouldn't care what they all think. I just can't turn that part of my brain off. He pulls me towards him and wraps his arms around me.
Okay. If we need to stay in our little bubble a bit longer, then that's what we'll do. However long you need. Months, years, forever. I'm here with you.
I should feel relieved. I should feel grateful. But I can't. All I feel as I rest my head against Blake's hard chest is a crushing sense of guilt. He shouldn't have to compromise his happiness to accommodate my weird hang-ups. I pull away from him and shake my head. No, that's not a solution. I think we need to end this.
What?
Blake's eyes widen, and he gives a furious shake of his head.
No, Owen.
It's for the best. I somehow managed to choke out. You know that.
Oh, please don't do this.
There's so much desperation in his tone, I can almost feel my heart cracking in two. I shake my head, a tear spilling down my cheek. We don't work in the real world, Blake. And we can't hide forever. I push past him and head for the hallway that will take me out of his apartment.
Owen, come on, please. Let's just talk about this some more.
I don't turn around, and he doesn't follow after me. Step by step, the distance between us grows, and then...
Owen, please. I love you.
I falter in my step, my eyes falling closed as I try to gather myself. I can't turn back, though. I just keep moving. Out of the apartment, down the elevator, out of the building, away from Blake.
"20. Blake." For weeks, Owen practically lived at my place. We spent almost every spare moment together, only really taking time off from each other when he had to work and do family stuff. And now that he's gone, my apartment feels fucking empty. I refuse to believe it's completely over between us, but I also know I can't push it. I can't force him into a relationship he's not ready for. But he's right. We can't keep hiding away forever. I can't keep lying to Shay, and the rest of Owen's family deserve to know he's seeing someone and is happy. Or was, I guess. The day after he walked out, I was stalking around my apartment like a caged lion, restless and on edge. I knew it was only a matter of time before I gave in to temptation and went around to Owen's, heart in hands, begging for him to give us another chance. And I knew it would be a disaster if I did. So I decided to get out of the city and spend some time at the Hamptons' house, surfing, reading, cooking, just taking time from it all and clearing my head. Not that it's working all that well so far, but at least it's better than being stuck in the city. And at least I don't have the temptation of my computer and Warpath 4 out here. I doubt Owen would have logged on anyway, but the last thing I want is for our next conversation to be via a video game. I've just gotten back to the house after a morning surf, when I hear my cell blaring from the kitchen counter. I spiked my surfboard into the sand and bound up the porch steps and into the house, answering the call on the last ring. Hey, man, where have you been? This is the third time I've called. It's Shay, obviously. I was out surfing, left my phone to charge. Fuck, seriously? It's like 9:30. What the fuck time did you leave the city? I didn't. I've been out at the Hamptons' house since Wednesday. I take the call back outside and slump into one of the outdoor lounges on the porch, putting my feet up on the coffee table. Whoa, wait a minute. You've been gone from the city for 2 days, and you didn't think to tell me. I didn't realize I had to. You okay, man? You sound a little weird. I'm good. Just, enjoying the perks of retirement and all that. Shay lets out a soft chuckle. Will you still be enjoying the perks next weekend? I could use a break from the city. Yeah, sure, man. You know you're welcome here whenever. Awesome. And what about this weekend? I'm assuming you're back in the city for tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? There's wariness in my tone as something niggles at my brain. A thought I can't quite capture. Heath and Declan's engagement, remember? Fuck. Oh, shit. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. I made plans with Jamie tomorrow. A fissure of guilt runs through me at the idea of using my son as an excuse to get out of something I don't want to do. Fuck, I'm an asshole. I've been a father for less than a week, and already I'm a bad one. But I can't go to the engagement party. I can't see Owen right now. It's not that I don't want to. Fuck. I want to so badly it physically hurts. I just can't. And especially not surrounded by a whole room full of people. It'll kill me. Oh, no worries, man, Shay says. Do what you gotta do. After we wrap up the call, I flip my cell around in my hands for a moment, debating whether or not to text Jamie. We've been texting back and forth a bit since we met last Sunday, and honestly, it's pretty much been the only bright spot of my week. I'd love to catch up with him again, and I'd love to make myself less of a liar by actually doing something with him tomorrow night. But he's 24 and on vacation in New York City. Surely he's already got plans for his Saturday night. Eventually, I decide there's no harm in asking. Me. Hey, buddy. You interested in catching up tomorrow night, or do you have plans? As usual, I don't have to wait too long for a reply. The kid's got his cell phone practically glued to his hand. Jamie Parrish. I was going to do something with my mate Will. Want to join? Me. LOL. Depends what it is, I guess. Jamie Parrish. Don't worry, it won't be anything too strenuous. I'm sure even an old sod like you will be able to handle it. I make the trip back to Manhattan the next morning, and when I get to my apartment, I can hear someone moving around inside. For a moment, my heart fills with hope that Owen's changed his mind and come back, but as soon as I open the door, I can see that's absolutely not the case. Blakey Bear! I cringe at the nickname, but nonetheless open my arms for a hug as my mother comes rushing toward me. Darling, did you know there's a used condom on the floor near the couch? No? She pulls away from me and shuffles off toward the kitchen. I thought not. And while I'm thrilled to know you're enjoying a healthy sex life, it's really not hygienic to leave them just lying around. Thanks, Sonny. I'll keep that in mind. What are you doing here anyway? I ask as I follow after her. Her long silver braid flops from one shoulder to the other as she turns to flash me a megawatt smile. I'm moving here. I stare at her for a moment, completely dumbstruck. Moving here? But you hate big cities. What happened to the retreat? I just barely managed to stop myself using the word cult. What about Duncan? She waves me away. It's over with Duncan. Gee, what a surprise. He wanted to marry me. She gives a little shudder, as if proposing marriage is the worst thing a guy could possibly do to a woman. So obviously I had to get out of there. Obviously.
But what's new with you?
She smiles brightly at me, but it falters as she takes a closer look at my face.
What's wrong, Blakey Bear? You look stressed out. Perhaps I should make you some tea.
I give a furious shake of my head. No, thank you. The last time you made me tea, I wound up high for 2 days.
It wasn't 2 whole days,
she mutters.
And I had no idea your tolerance would be so low.
I was 14.
Well, that's in the past now.
Her blue eyes search my face, full of concern.
Now, come on. Tell me what's been happening with you. What's got you all tense?
I decide to just tell her what's going on. She might drive me up the freaking wall, but she's still my mom, and I love her to death. And she's been known to drop a few pearls of wisdom from time to time. She's over the moon to learn she has a grandson, and sympathetic about Owen, and, of course, she wants to meet them both. Even if Owen and I do manage to work things out, when we manage to work things out, a sunny meeting won't be happening for a while. She's just too sunny. It'll send Owen running for the hills all over again. Jamie, though, I think he can handle her. I figure the ripping off the Band-Aid method is the best way to go, and seeing how as I'm catching up with Jamie later anyway, the timing seems perfect. Me. So, my mom's in town and wants to meet you. No isn't really an option where she's concerned, so do you guys want to swing by my place before we head out tonight? Jamie Parrish. Okay. Should I be worried? Me. Nah, she'll love you. Me. Heads up, though, she's not exactly what I'd call conventional. Jamie Parrish. How so? Me. You'll see when you get here. Stuck-out tongue emoji. I call down to tell Eric at the security desk to let Jamie and Will straight up when they get here, and an hour later, there's a ring at my doorbell. When I open the door, Jamie introduces me to his friend Will. He's an attractive guy, with tan skin and sandy blonde hair, and the thought briefly enters my mind that maybe they're more than just friends. But then I remind myself not to make assumptions. For all I know, Will's straight. And even if he's not, that doesn't mean there's necessarily anything romantic between them. I lead the pair through the hallway and into the apartment. As soon as she sees them, Sunny rushes over and sweeps Will into one of her giant hugs, which, of course, leaves us all pretty wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Finally, managing to rein in my shock, I say, Sunny, you're hugging the wrong guy. She pulls back from Will and glances between the three of us, her brow furrowed in confusion. I place a palm on Jamie's shoulder. This is Jamie. Jamie, this is Sunny.
Please, call me Grandma,
she says as she embraces him in a fierce hug. Why does he get to call you Grandma, but you won't let Damon and me call you Mom?
It's a completely different situation, darling,
she says as she straightens up and lets Jamie go.
The world already knows I'm your mother. I carried you in my womb. I delivered you through my vagina.
I bring my hands up to cover my face. Oh, God, please, no, stop. I don't want to hear about your vagina.
The point is, darling, there's no need for you and Damon to put any further emphasis on my maternal role. But for Jamie here, well, I have 24 years of grandmothering to do.
Can it be Granny instead? Jamie asks. Sunny smiles brightly at him.
Whatever you prefer, darling.
She saunters off toward the kitchen, leaving me with Jamie and Will. She's awesome, Jamie says with a wide grin. Yeah, she's a peach, I say unenthusiastically. Try being in high school and coming home to find her having tantric sex. With your math teacher. In the middle of the living room. They both snigger and follow me toward the kitchen.
So, what are you boys up to tonight?
Sunny asks. We were thinking of doing an escape room, Will says.
An escape room? What's that?
You should come with us. Jamie says, clearly oblivious as to what he's getting himself into. Sunny's eyes light up at the invitation.
Oh, I'd love to.
I shake my head, offering Jamie a rueful smile. You're gonna regret that, kid. Trust me. 21. Owen.
You did what?
That was Jai's reaction to me telling him about breaking things off with Blake. And in the days since, his attitude hasn't improved. You'd think I'd broken up with him the way he's been sulking around our apartment and sending me dirty looks. After 4 days of this, I've had well and truly enough.
Oh, for fuck's sake, will you stop it? You never even met him. Isn't it your job as my best friend to always be on my side? I am on your side. It's why I can tell you you're being a complete idiot about this whole thing.
I have my reasons, I argue, but it sounds hollow even to my ears. He sighs in exasperation.
Yes, I know you think you do.
I ignore him and go back to fixing my hair. I don't usually put much effort into it, but tonight is a special occasion, so the wax has come out of the bathroom cabinet.
Will he be there tonight?
Jay asks from where he's leaning against the bathroom doorframe. I'm not sure. He was invited, but I'm not sure if he'll actually be there. My gut is churning with the possibility of seeing him tonight. And not in a good way. If it wasn't for the fact that this is my brother's engagement party, I would absolutely be bailing. But I guess if he's there tonight, it'll be easy to avoid him with so many people around and no one really expecting us to interact. And if I need to, I can always escape by claiming I need to cover a shift at work. The party is, well, it's a party. I'm never entirely comfortable at these sorts of things, but at least my family have learned not to expect anything more from me than a few brief comments, maybe an answer to a medical question or an opinion on a recent Mets game. And that's a good thing, because tonight is worse than usual, and I can barely even manage that. After watching Heath and Declan declare their love for each other and get engaged, I'm left feeling completely hollow, because I know what it's like to love someone like that. And I threw it away. A few hours into the party, I overhear my mom asking Shay where Blake is tonight, and Shay telling her that he's spending the night with his son. Of course, this sets Mom off on a spiel about the wonders of those internet DNA tests, and it's a shame Blake never knew about his son from the start, and how it's lovely to hear he's embracing this life change, and I have to get out of there. The party's being held at Heath's restaurant, and I know he won't mind if I sneak out the back just to get a few moments of air. I slip behind the bar and enter the storeroom, where they keep crates of alcohol and glasses and crockery and all that kind of stuff. I take a few deep, steadying breaths, rubbing my hands over my face and into my hair, completely forgetting I'd styled it all neatly earlier. Finally, I pull out my phone and open up the text message I've been staring at all fucking week. It's the last one Blake sent me, before things ended, and I haven't been able to kick my habit of just opening it and staring at it whenever I need comfort. Which is a lot, it seems. Blake Forrester. Out getting bagels. If you're not awake and ready for me when I get back, I'm starting without you. Wink emoji. Of course I'd been awake and ready by the time he got back. That was the last time we had sex. It was incredible. So perfect. And then, only a few hours later, everything was in ruins. I'm not entirely sure why this text brings me comfort, because I always inevitably end up thinking about how terribly wrong everything went later that day. But my mind's a bit of a fucked up place right now, so go figure. My thumbs hover over the keypad, and I start typing. Me. Shay told me you're spending time with Jamie tonight. Hope that's going well. I shake my head and delete the text before trying again. Me. How are things going with Jamie? I delete again. I'm not sure I want to start a conversation. I'm not sure what I want, really. I just don't want this silence between us to continue. I need him to know I still care. Me. Hope things are going well with Jamie. Sorry if I made this whole thing harder. That wasn't what I wanted. Fuck. Why can't I get this right? I delete the text for the third time and almost drop my phone when it vibrates in my hand. Blake Forrester. I can see the little dots moving. Oh? Are you actually gonna send something or just keep deleting shit? I let out a shaky breath, my eyes glued to the screen, my grip on the phone so tight my knuckles are turning white. But I can't bring myself to reply. For a good 5 minutes, I just stare. And then, Blake Forrester. I guess that's a no. A sharp pain hits my chest, and I find it hard to breathe. I rest my forehead against the wall and try to just focus on getting air in and out of my lungs. Oh? It's Kate's voice. I slowly turn to find her standing in the doorway of the storeroom, her face a mask of concern. I guess I've been gone from the party longer than I thought. She steps inside and closes the door behind her, taking careful steps toward me as if I'm a horse she's afraid of spooking. What's going on, Oh? It's the genuine care in her tone, and the worry in her eyes that makes me crumble. I unlock my phone and hand it to Kate so she can read the messages, and then I slide down the wall until I'm on the floor, clutching my knees to my chest. I know there's nothing too, let's say, R-rated on there. We did that all on the Picstar app. But there's definitely enough for her to know the score. She sits down next to me and hands me my cell back. So it's Blake. Was, I correct. Things ended earlier this week. Did he do something? There's a harshness in her tone, and I glance toward her to find her jaw tense. I shake my head, my voice a mere whisper. No, he's perfect. It's me. I'm the one who fucked it up, 'cause I'm broken. Kate lets out a sharp intake of breath. Owen, why would you say that? Because it's true. Here's this incredible, amazing guy who wants to be with me, and all I can focus on is what other people are going to think. What strangers will say when they see me walking down the street holding hands with a guy old enough to be my father. Or what the front desk guy at Blake's building thinks every time I go there. Or what all of Blake's old business associates will think when it inevitably gets out he's dating a 24-year-old male nurse. I scrub both my hands through my hair. Why do I have to care so much what other people think about me? Owen, fuck. That doesn't make you broken. It makes you human. Do you think you're the only person who cares about what people think of them? I give a one-shouldered shrug. It seems like it. She takes a shaky breath. Owen, do you know why I haven't told anyone who the father is? I turn to her, head shaking. She presses her lips together, turning her head away for a moment, as if she can't bear to look at me while she reveals this information. It's because I don't know. I don't know what his name is. Fuck, I can barely even remember what he looked like. He was just a random guy I met out one night. We danced, we had sex, we parted ways. That was it. Or it was supposed to be. I throw my arm around her and pull her in close. She rests her head on my shoulder, and we draw comfort from one another. I guarantee you, she says in a soft voice. Every single person out in that party tonight has something they're self-conscious about, something they'd like to hide from the world. It's just easier for some people to pretend they don't care, but if this is something that's becoming a big deal for you, if you're letting it define your life, then maybe you should talk to someone about it. 10 days. It's been 10 days since I last saw Blake, and apart from those 2 texts on Saturday night, I haven't heard from him either. Not that I blame him, considering how much of an asshole I've been. I took Kate up on her suggestion to talk to someone about my social anxiety. That's what Amanda, the psychologist at the hospital, called it, and it helped a little, but it doesn't mean I'm suddenly just over all my hang-ups. Blake deserves better than a boyfriend who's scared to venture out into the real world with him. So, as much as it hurts,
and it really, really fucking hurts. I still think ending things was for the best. When I get home from work the Thursday after Declan and Heath's engagement party, I'm surprised to find Shay at my place, chatting with Jai. "Hey man, what's up?" "Guess what?" Jay exclaims before Shay has a chance to answer. "We've been invited to the beach this weekend. Isn't that awesome?" I hold back my enthusiasm because there are only 2 acquaintances of mine and Shay's who have access to a beach house, and something's telling me it's not Uncle Colin's house in Montauk this getaway is happening at. Okay. Why are we being invited exactly? Shay grins. "Well, Blake's invited his son, Jamie, and one of Jamie's friends. I thought it would be cool for them to have a couple of guys their own age." I nod. "Okay, well, thanks, but I think I'll have to work this weekend." "No, you don't." Jai pipes up, either not able to sense my reluctance or just completely ignoring it. "Weren't you just saying this morning how much you were looking forward to a weekend off?" I'm going to fucking kill him. Shay's eyes light up at Jai's words, and he rubs his hands together in anticipation. "Perfect. This'll be great. I think having a couple of younger guys there will take some of the pressure off Blake with the whole getting to know his son thing." "How's that going, anyway?" I ask, curious despite myself. From the corner of my eye, I see Jai with one dark eyebrow raised at me, and I know exactly what he's thinking. If you weren't such an idiot, you could ask him yourself. Shay rubs a hand over the dark stubble on his chin. "I don't know. He's been down a lot lately, if I'm being honest, but I don't think Jamie's the reason. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a reminder." "A reminder of what?" "Well, I know he was really, really into Sarah. That's the kid's mom. I'm sure he thought of her as the one that got away, you know? And now with Jamie, I don't know. Maybe he's just thinking about what he could have had if he'd managed to keep in touch with her." "Have you ever been punched in the stomach by a 250-pound mobster wearing brass knuckles?" "Yeah, I haven't either, but I'm pretty sure this is what it feels like." "So, anyway," Jai says, just a little too enthusiastic about wanting to change the topic, "this weekend sounds great. Thanks for the invite." "No problems," Shay says with a nod, and he turns for the door. Before exiting, he turns back to ask, "So, Blake and I are heading over tomorrow afternoon. You guys want to ride?" "No!" I all but shout, before reeling my panic back a little at Shay's shocked expression. No thanks. I'm not sure what time my shift will end. You know how it can be sometimes. So it's better if we just meet you there." Shay nods in understanding. "No worries." As soon as Shay leaves, I sink into the sofa, my head in my hands. "So, that's interesting," Jai muses. "I thought you didn't have a shift at all tomorrow." I lift my head up to glare at him. "Yeah, because I want to be stuck in a car with Blake for 2.5 hours. It's bad enough I have to spend the whole weekend at his house." Jai rolls his eyes. "Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a real chore." I groan and fall back against the couch. "How could you meddle like that? You're supposed to have my back." "What? Meddle? Me?" He clutches a hand to his chest as if I'd issued a cutting insult. "I would never. I'm just in it for the free Hamptons vacay." "It's not free," I grumble. "It comes at the price of my sanity." "And here I thought I was the dramatic one of the duo," Jai mutters. "Look, it's the end of summer. I've been invited to the Hamptons. I'm sorry, but I'm going even if you don't want to. And if I go and you don't, it's just gonna look weird." 22. Blake. "Oh, hey, good news. Owen and his buddy Jai are coming this weekend as well, so Jamie and his friend will have some guys their age around." It's a miracle that I managed not to slam on the brakes or drive us into the median. As it is, my hands are gripping so tight to the wheel it'll probably snap clean off any moment now.
We're on our way to my place in the Hamptons, and of course, Shay chooses this moment to spring this information on me. You invited your brother. My mouth feels weird, forming those words. I shouldn't be talking about Owen so distantly, as though I barely know him. Shay shrugs as he leans in to fiddle with the music controls. Yeah, I thought it might take some of the pressure off you, having more people around. Oh, so much pressure lifted. Thanks, buddy. And also, I thought it'd be good for Owen. My curiosity is piqued. Good for Owen? How? Well, he's just come out. It'll be good for him to meet some new people. And Jamie and Will are both gay, right? My mind is suddenly filled with all the instances over the past few weeks where well-intentioned but misguided Kellys attempted to set Owen up, and it's taking pretty much every ounce of willpower I possess not to scream. Or reach over and punch Shay. Shay, I begin warily. Are you going to try to set Owen up with Jamie? Or Will? Well, if he happens to hit it off with one of them. I groan. Oh, dude. I really don't think that's a good idea. Why not? Why not? Well, for one thing, I'm fucking in love with him. But even if there wasn't anything between me and Owen, I could still confidently predict this plan to end in disaster. Owen hates having the spotlight on him. He hates feeling like he's on display. Situations like that make him intensely uncomfortable and anxious, and I imagine being set up with a guy he doesn't know while his brother and ex-boyfriend type person look on would pretty much be his definition of a worst nightmare. No way am I letting that happen. I let out a breath, attempting to rein in my frustration without being too obvious. Have you spoken to Owen about this? Oh, no. Well, maybe you should. Maybe you should see how he feels about being set up. I can guarantee you he won't like it. What's going on? Do you think Owen's not good enough for your son or something? Jesus fucking Christ, this is getting beyond ridiculous. Of course not. I'm just worried you might be jumping the gun a little. Owen's new to all this. He needs... Shay, Owen's 24. I can guarantee you he's not new to this. Just because you didn't know about it doesn't mean it wasn't happening. I can see Shay's shocked expression from the corner of my eye, and I know I've gone too far. Fuck. I shake my head and run a hand through my hair. Shit, sorry man. This really isn't any of my business. And then, as much as it kills me, I add, do what you want. I quickly glance at Shay and then back at the road. He's frowning in thought, his hand running along his jaw. I just want to help. I sigh heavily. I know, man. But this is completely different from Declan. He's not a 12-year-old kid you need to explain condoms and lube and whatever there else is to. His best friend's gay. He spent years away at college. There has to have been other guys over the years. Other guys? Oh, shit. I quickly rack my brain for the best way to cover myself and come up with only one option. Yeah. I guess I shouldn't make assumptions, but I figured he and Jai, living together and away at college and all. Hey, for all I know, that could actually be true. I doubt it, though. From everything I've heard about Jai, he doesn't really seem like Owen's type. Huh, Shay says thoughtfully. You might be right. For the rest of the drive, all I can think about is the fact that Owen is going to be at the house this weekend. It gives me hope that maybe we can work this thing out. I know I scared him off with that text last Saturday, and I've been kicking myself all week, because I've been desperate to know what he wanted to say. Jamie and Will arrive at the house a few hours after Shay and I do, and just like my mom, Shay initially assumes Will to be my son. I don't see the resemblance, but whatever. I hadn't really intended to invite Jamie and Will this weekend. I've only known Jamie for a couple of weeks, after all, but we were having such a good time at the escape room last week. I thought this might be fun as well. And I also wanted Jamie to meet Shay. Fortunately, my mother didn't manage to wrangle herself an invite for this weekend, so at least I don't need to stress about that. Having Owen here, though, I'm still not sure whether that'll end up being a good thing or a bad thing. It takes all of 2 seconds after his arrival for me to figure out Owen hadn't chosen to be here this weekend. In fact, this house is probably the last place in the world he wants to be right now. When I see him standing in the doorway, my heart hurts so much I feel like my chest is being ripped open. All I want to do is go over there and pull him into my arms. But I can't. I'm not allowed to do that anymore. It's not until his buddy, Jai, comes over to introduce himself that I'm snapped out of my stupor and able to form an actual sentence. It's weird. I've heard so much about Jai over the past few weeks, it feels incredibly strange that I'm meeting him for the first time now, when Owen and I aren't even together anymore. Shay comes in from the beach, getting water and sand everywhere. Again. Once Owen and Jai have gone upstairs, I grab a beach towel from the cabinet in the living area and toss it at Shay. He deigns to dry himself off somewhat, and then follows me into the kitchen. Oh, smells good. He reaches for a slice of cucumber, but I bat his hand away. That's for the salad. I doubt it'll miss one slice. I roll my eyes. Fine. He nabs the cucumber slice, and I toss the rest of it in the salad bowl with the other vegetables I've been slicing up. Just remember what I said in the car, okay? Shay holds up his hands in a gesture of innocence. Okay. But, of course, he seems to have completely forgotten this by dinner time. I made chicken parmesan for everyone, and while the food is delicious, even if I do say so myself, the atmosphere around the table is decidedly awkward thanks to Shay's constant attempts to get Owen and Will talking. I have no idea why he's fixated on Will in particular, although I'm relieved he's not trying to set Owen up with Jamie because that would just be weird. He just seems completely oblivious to the fact Owen seems not only uninterested, but supremely uncomfortable. And the longer it goes on, the more irritated I become. So, Jai, I say loud enough to cut Shay off, you're looking for a job, aren't you? Something in languages? Jai's brows shoot up. Yes, that's totally something you should know, person that I only just met. I glare at him. I should probably care about my slip-up, but I really don't. My only concern right now is getting Owen out of the firing line. Tell us about your area of expertise. I'm sure we'd all like to know more about it, wouldn't you, Jamie? I pin my son with a beseeching look. Jamie's eyes widen, and he rushes to back me up. Yeah, absolutely. Tell us. After dinner, the younger guys all disappear upstairs, while Shay and I clean up the kitchen. I notice Owen barely touched his chicken, and my jaw clenches in irritation, knowing that he was so anxious and agitated. He wasn't able to eat, and there I was at the other end of the table, not able to do a fucking thing about it. I retrieve a Tupperware container from a drawer below the counter and slide his chicken into it, thinking he might be hungry later. I take a sticky label from another drawer and write his name on it before sticking it on the lid of the container. What's that for? Shay asks. Owen barely ate anything. I thought he might be hungry later. There's a whole fridge full of food, Shay points out. Yeah, well, he likes my cooking. I barely managed to stop myself saying those words out loud. Instead, I settle for a casual shrug and say, better than it going to waste. You can say it, you know. Say what? I told you so. I let out a little breath of rueful laughter. Well, I did tell you. 23. Owen. Of course we end up going to the beach. Jai is just not the kind of person who would let me get away with just blowing it off, so short of an actual emergency, there was no getting out of it. Besides, he was right. It would look weird if he went without me. As soon as we enter the house on Friday evening, after getting the train from the city, I know I'm in trouble. The moment I open the screen door and set foot into the living, dining, kitchen area, I can smell something incredible, and I know Blake must be cooking. I turn in the direction of the kitchen, and sure enough, there he is, head down, muscles bunching under his blue t-shirt as he dices vegetables for whatever amazing meal he's preparing. He seems completely focused on the task, and I wonder if maybe we can just sneak past without him even noticing us. Hell, this is a big house. Maybe I can avoid him for the whole weekend. But no sooner has the thought entered my mind than Blake glances up from his slicing and dicing and immediately locks gazes with me. My feet are rooted to the gleaming hardwood floor, my lungs robbed of air as I stare into those blue eyes, completely unable to look away. His features are formed into a blank expression, and it kills me that I can't tell what he's thinking. Eventually, I'm able to pry my eyes away, but I'm still having trouble moving or breathing or talking. Of course, Jai doesn't have any such problem. He simply strides forward, a bright smile in place, his hand outstretched. "You're Blake, right? It's nice to finally meet you. I'm Jai. Thanks for having us here this weekend. This place is amazing." "You're welcome. It's nice to meet you, too," Blake says as he takes Jai's hand and offers him a smile. Why is he smiling at Jai like that? Does he like Jai now? Fuck, get a grip, Owen. I'm shaken out of my stupor by the arrival of Shay, who comes bounding in from outside, bringing half the beach with him. "Awesome! You guys are finally here!" He throws an arm around my shoulder, soaking me with the seawater from his damp skin. Blake lets out a loud groan. "Dude, seriously, again with the sand in the water?" Shay smirks. "It's a beach house, Forrester. What do you expect? For you to be a normal person and use a towel? We should probably go unpack," Jai suggests. "Where are we sleeping?" "You're upstairs with the other young guys," Shay says. "Blake and I are down here." I follow after Jai as he heads toward the stairs. As he makes his way up, there's a noticeable creak under his feet. Ooh, loud stairs. That's not good for anyone wanting to sneak down in the middle of the night for a glass of water. Or some other kind of refreshment. "I will murder you!" I hiss, and give him a sharp shove in the back to get him to continue moving. When we get to the landing at the top of the stairs, we bump into two guys coming out of a bedroom to the right. One of them's about my height, with blonde hair and a fit physique, and the other's a few inches shorter than me with a shock of red hair and a lithe kind of build. Needless to say, it's something of a surprise to see Blake's eyes staring out from the twink's pale face. Blake had mentioned that Jamie wasn't what he expected, but never gave much detail about his actual appearance. I know he was eager for me to meet him and see him for myself, and I'm once again hit with a pang at the thought of how badly I let him down. I stick my hand out toward him for a shake. "Hey, you must be Jamie." His eyes widen in surprise. "Wow, right in one. First person to do that so far." "Huh?" The blonde guy shrugs. "People keep thinking I'm Jamie. Apparently, I look more like Blake." My face screws up at that. "You look nothing like Blake. I mean, no offense or anything." His brows shoot up. "None taken. I'm Will, by the way." We shake hands and introduce ourselves, and I'm about to head off to find my room when Jamie asks, "How did you pick it?" I shrug. "You have Blake's eyes." They're a slightly darker blue than Blake's, but the shape is exactly the same. Jamie eyes me curiously. "You're from New York, yeah?" I nod. "Yup." "What team you go for? Yankees or Mets?" I scoff at the question. "Definitely Mets. You follow baseball? I didn't think it was very big in the UK. He shakes his head. "It's not, and I don't. Just curious is all." "Hey, what's going on?" I ask warily as I walk into Jai's room on Saturday morning and notice him putting his stuff back in his bag. He looks up from his packing and casts me a massive grin. "I got a job." "Seriously? That's awesome. What's the job? Have you heard of a country called Korova?" I strain my brain for the reference. "Is that in the Balkans? Wasn't there, like, a big war there or something?" Jai shakes his head. You're thinking of Kosovo. No, Korova's farther north. It's this tiny little country that was swallowed up by the USSR, but when that fell apart, the people held a referendum and decided they wanted their monarchy back. So, the royal family that had been living in exile for like 70 years just came back. It's fascinating. Yeah, if you say so. What's this got to do with your new job? Oh, right. Well, that's where the job is. In Korova. I'm going to be a tutor for some aristocratic family there. Oh, okay. Cool, I guess. I wave my hand at the bag sitting on the bed. What's with the packing? Well, I'm flying out ridiculously early tomorrow morning, so I'm heading back to the city. My eyes widen as a rush of panic floods through me. No! You cannot leave me here, I plead. Dinner last night was a nightmare. It was nerve-wracking enough being in such close proximity to Blake, but add on Shay's constant and blatant attempts to set me up with Will, and I would have gladly welcomed the earth opening up and swallowing me whole. Jai's presence, with his ability to steer the conversation in different directions, was the only thing that made last night somewhat bearable. He casts me a sympathetic look, but doesn't stop packing his shit. I'm sorry, but the ladies said they wanted me there as soon as possible. Come on, man. You know how tough it's been for me to find a job. This is a real opportunity for me. As a tutor, I ask skeptically. I'm being a brat, and I know it, but come on. My only ally is about to leave me in my worst nightmare. As a tutor for a rich, aristocratic family, who knows what kind of doors that could open? And the salary's unbelievable. I'll have my PhD paid for after 2 years, and worst case, if it doesn't pan out, it's at least something to put on the CV. Okay, fine. Take me with you. Excuse me? Take me with you to Korovnia. I think I'd like it there. Jai arches an eyebrow. It's Korova, and you'd rather come with me to a tiny country in Eastern Europe that hardly anyone's ever heard of and where barely anyone speaks English than spend 2 more days in the Hamptons. Yes. No. Then at least take me with you back to the city, I beg. And what would your excuse be? He challenges. I shrug. I don't know. Food poisoning? Jai shakes his head. No, it's for your own good, I'm leaving you here because this is a golden opportunity for you to sort out your shit with Blake. I don't... He holds up a hand to interrupt me. Don't even try to tell me you don't have anything to work out. The only person in this house who hasn't sensed the undercurrent between you two is Shay. And that's just because the idea of you and Blake is just too foreign for him to even consider. And also because he's been a little distracted. Distracted? With what? Never mind. That's not really my business. I can't deny I'm curious, but I've never been one to get all up in someone else's business, so I let it go. If there's something going on with Shay, he'll tell me when he's ready. From outside Jai's bedroom window, I see a familiar black SUV pull into the driveway. Blake gets out of the car, and it's obvious he's just been for a surf. He's still wearing his wetsuit, but it's pulled down to his waist, revealing his strong tan torso with all those thick muscles that flex and strain as he opens the back of the car and hauls out his surfboard. Right, nothing to work out, Jay says, and it's only then I realize I'm staring out the window, practically drooling. I tear my eyes away from Blake and turn back to Jai. This is why you have to take me home. If I stay here, it's only a matter of time before I do something stupid. Jai casts me a pitying look. Something stupid? Oh, you're in love with the guy. Stupid would be letting him go. "24. Blake." Oh, bloody hell! Jamie yelps as he overbalances on his board and goes crashing ass first into the sand. He gets quickly to his feet, but stubs his toe on the board in the process, prompting another loud curse. Ow! Bollocks! That fucking hurt! My body shakes with laughter as I watch him hop around. Okay, so maybe surfing's not your thing. He rolls his eyes. You think? I'm probably not the best teacher right now. My mind's all over the place. Because of Owen. I snap my head up in surprise, but he merely shrugs. He picked me as your kid straight away, and he's a Mets fan. I cast my gaze back over the ocean. I guess now you can see why it might be a bit complicated. Jamie plops his ass down on the sand next to me. You two splitting up. Did that have something to do with Shay? I arch an eyebrow at him. How'd you know we split up? He lets out a rueful chuckle. You're both bloody miserable. I lift my old ball cap off my head and scrub a hand through my hair before pulling the cap back down. Indecision rages within me. I don't want to violate Owen's trust, but at the same time, I really need to talk to someone about this. He doesn't do well with situations where there's a lot of attention on him. It makes him anxious and uncomfortable. Like last night? Jamie asks. Yeah, like last night, I growl, still supremely irritated about the whole debacle. But Shay doesn't know. I let out a heavy breath. Owen's really good at hiding his discomfort, especially around his family. They've always just assumed he's really shy. Hell, I always thought that until we... But I can tell you, when he's in a situation he's actually comfortable with, he's anything but shy. And I take it he's comfortable with you? When we're alone, yeah. There were a couple of times when we were around other people that I noticed his discomfort, but he seemed to get over it pretty quickly, so I never commented. It wasn't until a couple of weeks ago that it kind of came to a head. He finally revealed exactly how bad his anxiety is, and made it clear he'd never be comfortable being out in public with me. So you ended things? Fuck no. I told him if he wasn't comfortable going public, then we didn't have to. I told him we could stay hidden away forever if that's what he needed. He's the one who ended things. Mate, that's awesome, Jamie says with a wide grin. I shoot him an incredulous look. On what planet is that awesome? Jamie merely shrugs. It means he loves you. I don't know. Maybe. Jamie nods eagerly. He does. He wanted to set you free. I don't fucking want to be set free, I growl. Jamie merely lets out a wry chuckle. I wipe a hand over my face in an attempt to rub away some of the exhaustion. The thing is, he's so soothing and reassuring when it comes to other people. With his patients and his family and with me. If someone's freaking out or hurting, he always knows exactly what to say or do to make them feel better and to calm them down. The day you and I first met, I was a total mess. I was so nervous I couldn't even dress myself. But Owen swooped in and took care of me and... I just wish he could do that for himself. I wish he could say to himself, calm down, it's going to be okay. I feel Jamie's hand on my shoulder, squeezing gently as he says, I'm no expert, but this sounds like something you two should be working out together. Ignoring the issue and avoiding each other won't solve anything. I blink at him a few times. Fuck, you sounded so much like your mom just then. He grins at me. You're exactly like she described, you know. I'm glad being mega rich hasn't changed you. You might have thought differently if you'd met me a few months ago, I confess. But now I'm just an unemployed bum. Exactly like I was when I knew your mom. You ever going back to work again? He asks. I offer a small smile. I have a few things to iron out first. But I kinda like the sound of stay-at-home dad. Jamie's friend Will finds us not long after that, and the pair decide to head over to the shops for a bit. They invite me along, but I figure I've third-wheeled it enough for the time being. And besides, I'm itching for a surf. I'm not too disappointed Jamie hasn't inherited my love of surfing. He's a Brit, after all. That island's not exactly known for its glorious beaches. And besides, he's got my sweet tooth. He loves James Bond, and he's a tech head. I think I've passed on plenty to be proud of. I won't split hairs over the fact that he prefers Roger Moore to Connery. No one's perfect. When I get back to the house after my surf, I find Owen sitting at the kitchen counter eating the chicken I saved for him last night. I hesitate in the doorway for a moment, before slowly walking over to join him at the counter. To my immense relief, he doesn't up and run the moment I get there. I guess that's a start. "Where's Jai?" I ask, glancing around the place. I know Will and Jamie are at the shops and Shay's at the beach, so Jai's the only one unaccounted for. "He had to go back to the city. He got a job and has to leave New York tomorrow." "Oh, that's cool. You didn't want to go back with him?" "He wouldn't let me. He said I had to stay here." Ouch. There's a heavy beat of silence before Owen breaks it by saying, "Thank you for saving this. It's really good." How do you know it was me who saved it? Despite being together for over a month, I can't think of a time Owen would have seen my handwriting. His gaze finds mine, his beautiful green eyes burning with an emotion I'm not even sure I can name. "I know it was you." My cell vibrates against the counter, and I frown when I see it's Eric from the security desk at my apartment. "Sorry, I need to get this," I tell Owen before answering the call.
"Darling!"
I blink a few times in confusion at the familiar voice. "Sonny, what's going on?"
"Well, I'm at your building."
"Yes, I know. You're using Eric's phone."
"Oh, he's a nice man, isn't he? You know how I abhor cell phones, but I needed to speak with you, and he was kind enough to let me borrow his."
"That's great, Sonny. What did you need to speak to me about?"
"I'm homeless, darling. Do you mind if I stay at your place for a bit?"
My brow creases in concern. "I thought you were staying with your friend Delilah." Owen makes to move away from the counter, but I reach out to snag his hand. "Just wait, please." I can't help myself from rubbing my thumb gently across the back of his hand, and my heart damn near bursts out of my chest when he lightly squeezes my hand back and stays put at the counter.
"Delilah's not an option anymore. She needs her second bedroom for her cats, but your apartment is so much more convenient anyway. I can just walk to my new job from there. So much better for the environment."
My head is spinning. "You have a new job?"
"Yes, I'm the new receptionist at Cox Property Group. Do you know it? It's on Fifth Avenue."
My brain actually hurts as I try to fathom who in their right mind would hire my mother for a corporate receptionist gig. Maybe she slipped the interviewer some of her tea. "Sonny, you do realize you actually have to answer phones for this job, right? That's kind of the whole point of a receptionist?"
"Oh, I'll be fine. I do know how to communicate with humans, darling, and some animals, although I doubt I'll get any calls from them."
I need to end this conversation before my brain explodes. "Okay, Sonny, whatever. You can stay at my place, it's fine."
"Oh, thank you, Blakey Bear."
And then, to someone in the background, she calls,
"Marvin, he said we could stay."
Wait, who's Marvin?" But the call's already ended, and I don't get an answer. I place my cell back on the counter and look up at Owen, letting out a heavy sigh. My mother. She's one of a kind. Owen's lips curve into a soft smile, and I can't resist reaching out to rub my thumb over his cheek. Fuck, I've missed that smile. A hint of color touches his cheeks, and he turns his head away. I drop my hand. "Listen, I don't want to push you. I don't want you to do anything you're uncomfortable with, but I do think we need to talk." He slides a glance toward the door, and I know exactly what he's thinking. What if someone sees? I offer him a soft smile. "Not now. Not here. Come to my room tonight. Nothing has to happen. We can just talk." I let out a heavy breath. "And if you don't come, well, I guess I'll know where we stand." "Okay," he says softly with a brief nod. I decide to leave it there and head back outside to find Shay at the beach. I have no idea how I managed to get through the rest of the day and that evening. My stomach is twisted up in a ball of nerves, and all I can think about is what I'll do if Owen doesn't come to my room. Luckily, it doesn't come to that, though. We're all sitting around the bonfire outside after dinner, and no one seems to notice when, at about 10 p.m., Owen disappears inside to presumably get another beer, but just never comes out again. I notice, of course, and after about half an hour, I decide to discreetly slip away too. When I get to my room and see him sitting on my bed, the relief is so palpable my heart just explodes. "You're here." He nods. "You were right. We need to talk." He slides off the bed and walks toward me. "I'm sorry. I know I handled everything really badly." "Owen, you have nothing to be sorry about." "I've been seeing someone." My entire body turns to stone. My heart literally stops beating. But then Owen rushes to clarify. "Fuck, no, I didn't mean it like that. I meant a psychologist. Her name's Amanda. She works at the hospital. Kate suggested it." I close the distance between us and pull him into my arms. "Sweetheart, I'm so proud of you." I probably sound like a patronizing dick right now, but it's the God's honest truth. His arms tighten around me as his head burrows into my chest. "I love you. I hate not being near you. The last couple of weeks, it's like my heart hasn't been working properly. But..." I pull away so I can wrap my hands around his face and stare into his eyes. I know there's no easy fix. I know this is going to take time. And that's okay. We're just gonna be patient and work through this together. He nods and offers a shaky smile. Together. And finally, I get to kiss those lips I've missed so fucking much. "25. Owen. I thought ending things made sense. I couldn't see any possible way for us to realistically be together, not as an actual couple out in the world where people could look and comment and judge. But this time apart has been a nightmare, and these last couple of days, being so close to him and not actually able to touch him, unbearable. Staying away from each other isn't gonna work, and as his lips touch mine for the first time in what feels like forever, I realize this is what makes sense. Damn it, I've missed you so much, oh. Blake growls into my ear. You've ruined me, you know that? I can barely function without you. His words send a thrill through me, but still there's something I need to know. What about Sarah? Jamie's mom. Blake pulls back from me a little so he can look at me. There seems to be genuine confusion in his features. What about her? Well, isn't she the one that got away? He shakes his head in annoyance. Fuck, I'm going to kill Shay. Turning back to me, he presses a hand to either side of my face and gazes into my eyes with such sincerity. I can't help but believe him when he says, No, sweetheart. Maybe I thought that once upon a time, but definitely not anymore. You're it for me, Owen. Relief washes through me, and I smile. And you're it for me. His lips crash down on mine with a fierce hunger that makes me dizzy. I cling to him, my fingers gripping tightly to his hair as he hoists me off my feet and carries me to the bed, slamming me down against the mattress. He climbs on top of me, caging me in with his big, strong body, and we're kissing again, our bodies lined up perfectly so our cocks can grind together. I tug at his t-shirt, needing to run my hands over his bare, heated skin and feel the thick muscles of his back under my fingers. Soon the shirt is gone too, and then our shorts disappear, and then our briefs, and we're naked against each other. A writhing, sweaty, panting tangle as our thick cocks grind together and our mouths devour each other. I throw my head back with a groan as he buries his face in my neck, his teeth digging into my skin with fierce possessiveness. "I'm so close, Daddy! Make me come!" He wraps one of his large hands around both our straining cocks, our pre-cum providing a natural lube as he jerks us. I draw his face back to mine, claiming his lips once again as I continue to thrust up, fucking into his hand. Soon enough, I feel the familiar tug in my balls as my climax rips through my body, and I come all over my abs. Blake gets there a second after I do, collapsing on top of me once we're both spent. He shifts a little so he's not crushing me with his weight, and wraps his arm around my waist, his head resting against my shoulder. "Well, that went a way I wasn't expecting. I'd kinda been planning to relocate, if you get my meaning." I let out a breath of laughter and turn in his arms so I'm facing him. I throw my leg over his and pull in close so there's barely an inch separating us. "I didn't want to let you go, even for just a second to get lube," I admit. "Besides, we have all night for other stuff." Blake arches an eyebrow. "All night? Oh, we have all our fucking lives. If you think I'm letting you go again, you're insane." I smile and lean in even closer to kiss him, but as our chests touch, something becomes blatantly obvious. I'm still all sticky, and now so is Blake. He lets out a soft chuckle. "Come on, let's hit the shower." He grabs my hand and pulls me off the bed, leading me into the ensuite bathroom, which is somehow even more impressive than the one in his apartment. We step into the giant shower, and Blake turns on the spray, soaking me with lusciously hot water at just the right pressure. I pull him under with me, and we're back to kissing. "We're supposed to be getting clean," Blake chides gently. "What's the point? We're just gonna get dirty again anyway." Eventually, Blake pulls back and places his hands on my shoulders, holding me in place. "Stay." He reaches over to the shelf that houses all the soap and shampoo dispensers and pumps some incredible-smelling shower gel into his palm. He rubs his hands together to work up a foamy lather, and then he moves in close to me, his hands gliding all over my skin, scrubbing me clean in the dirtiest way possible. I have to throw my arms around his neck when his hands find its way to my crease, his fingers probing at my hole. His teasing has me trembling with need, and I can barely keep to my feet. "You want my fingers, sweetheart?" I let out a groan and nod against his chest, unable to form words as the sensation of his fingertips circling my sensitive hole overwhelms me. "You're going to have to say it, love." Fuck, he's infuriating sometimes. "You know I do," I groan. "Put them in me, Daddy. Spread me. Get me ready for your cock." He pushes two thick fingers inside me, and I groan into his chest again, my hands clawing at the hard ridges at his shoulders. With his other arm wrapped around my waist, I'm caged in by his strength, and, as always, it feels incredible. My thick, weeping cock slides against his thigh as he works my hole, and I have no doubt the only reason I'm somewhat on my feet is his strong arms holding me upright. "Blake, need your cock, Daddy. Need you inside me." He withdraws his hand and presses a kiss to my forehead. "1 second. I'll just grab a condom." He moves to leave the shower, but I pull him back. "No." I twine my arms around his neck and guide his gaze to mine. "I want you to come in me. I want to feel all of you. Everything." His pupils blow wide with a familiar, possessive desire. "Are you sure?" His voice comes out all gruff and even sexier than usual. I nod. "I'm on prep, so we're good there." "I was tested not long ago," he confirms. The corner of my mouth quirks up. "So, what are we waiting for?" He swoops down to press a soft kiss to my lips. "I love you." Love you too, I whisper back. After another soft kiss to my lips, he moves to take a seat on the stone ledge that runs along the length of the shower. He reaches up to the shelf and retrieves a bottle of lube, slathering some on his thick, straining cock. And then he pulls me toward him, guiding me to straddle his lap. The stone surface isn't exactly comfortable on my knees, but as if I care about that right now. I'm about to have Blake's cock inside me once again. That's all that matters right now. As I slowly slide down, his thick cock filling me inch by inch, all I can think is, why? Why the fuck could I have possibly thought I could walk away from this man? Why did I let my fear over what strangers might think about us outweigh everything I feel in my heart, in my body, in my soul? Because I'm an idiot, that's why. He snaps his hips up, filling me up the rest of the way, and I groan into his neck, taking a moment to adjust before I start to move, bouncing up and down on his cock. Jesus Christ, Owen, you feel so fucking incredible, he growls into my ear. I draw my legs up tighter to my chest, just about seeing stars as he takes this as his cue to start thrusting up, hitting me hard and deep and exactly where I needed, over and over and over again. Not gonna last much longer, sweetheart. You feel too fucking good. Blake groans. Come at me, Daddy. Fill me up. The words are barely out of my mouth when I feel his entire body tense up. His grip tightens against my hips as he thrusts up one more time, shooting his hot load into my ass. The warmth of his cum filling me is unlike anything I've ever felt before, and it's fucking incredible. There is no way in hell we'll be going back to condoms now. I was already close to climax before, but now, after experiencing that, I'm at the absolute edge. All I need is a little push. So close, Daddy, I tell Blake, who's still moving inside me even after coming himself. Need to come so bad. In one move, he lifts me off his lap and sets me on the bench next to him. Then he kneels on the shower floor in front of me and bends his head over my weeping cock. I'm so ready, it only takes a few swipes of his tongue before I'm exploding into his mouth. He takes everything I give him, licking and sucking me through my climax and swallowing my entire load as if he's never tasted anything better in his life. Once I'm completely spent, he gets back to his feet and bends down to claim my lips with his. The taste of me on his mouth is heady and has me turned on all over again. I guess you'll need another shower, Blake says with a wry smile. Although I do like the idea of you walking around with my cum inside you. With a curve of my lips, I reach under my ass and use my fingers to gather some of the cum currently leaking out of my hole. Then I suck my fingers into my mouth, licking off the cum and swallowing it down. There. Problem solved. Blake tugs on my arm and pulls me to my feet, once again caging me in with his strong arms and body. Do you even know how fucking hot that was? He pushes me back under the spray of the shower, which, incredibly, is still running hot. It's only now that I'm realizing the entire bathroom resembles a steam room at a gym, because we never bothered to turn the shower off when we started fucking. Oops. As he gets his supplies ready for another round of Wash the Owen, the thought occurs to me that this is my future, being cared for and protected and possessed and loved by this incredible man. And I can't think of any other way I would want to spend it. He was right earlier. We don't just have tonight. We have the rest of our lives. Just so you know, I'm never letting you go again either, I tell him. He steps closer to me, his lathered-up hands once again sliding over my body. Sweetheart, you couldn't if you tried. 26. Blake. You sure you're ready to do this? I ask Owen as we climb the steps to Shay's apartment building. He nods, but he still looks queasy. It's time. He needs to know. I nod and press the buzzer for Shay's apartment. It takes an unusually long time for him to answer, and for a moment I think maybe he's not home. He works out of his apartment, so he's generally there on weekdays, but I guess he could have stepped out for some air, or maybe for a meeting or something. I shrug at Owen and turn to take a step back toward the street. Guess we'll have to do this another time. When Shay's voice finally comes through on the intercom speaker. Yep. Hey man, it's me. Hey! Come on up! The security door clicks open and Owen and I walk through into the building. Was it just me, or did he sound weird just then? I ask. No, he sounded kind of weird. Owen agrees. Do you think he already knows about us? Owen shakes his head adamantly. No way. If he knew, we'd definitely have heard about it by now. I take Owen's hand as we make our way up the stairs to Shay's apartment on the 3rd floor. It's been a week since we sorted everything out at the beach, and during that time, we've been able to exist in our own little amazing love bubble. But we knew right from the start that we'd need to tell Shay and the rest of the Kellys at some point, and even though Owen hates the idea of becoming the center of attention again, we can't live in a bubble forever. At the very least, the Kellys need to be aware that Owen's mine so they can stop trying to set him up with random guys. Because seriously, if that doesn't stop soon, there will be murder. When we get to the 3rd floor, Owen slips into a little alcove near Shay's door so he won't be visible as the door opens. I'll let you know when it's time, okay? He nods in response, offering me a soft smile. I knock on the door, and unlike earlier with the buzzer, Shay answers pretty promptly. Hey man, what's up? He asks as he lets me into his apartment. I, actually need to talk to you about something. Sure. Okay. Is it just me, or does he look about as nervous as I feel? Weird. I shake off my confusion and plow ahead into my confession. Okay. Do you remember a little while ago I told you about that guy I, interacted with on that video game? He lets out a little chuckle. You mean the one you kept sexting? Yeah, I remember. Okay. Well, the thing is, I met him. Shay's dark brows shoot up. Really? Yeah. Or, well, maybe meet isn't the right word, because it turned out we actually already knew each other. No shit. Seriously. I nod. Seriously. And, well, after we figured out who each other was, we started seeing each other. And, well, now we're together. Wow. Okay, well, that's cool, man. I'm happy for you. I let out a nervous chuckle. Yeah, you might want to hold off on the congratulations for just a sec. Do you remember me telling you he was a lot younger than me? Shay's brow creases in confusion. Yeah. I let out a heavy breath as I head to the door and open it. You can come in now, sweetheart, I tell Owen, and take his hand to lead him into the apartment. The look on Shay's face as he catches sight of Owen would be amusing if I weren't absolutely petrified about what he's going to say. He swivels his head back and forth between us, blinking rapidly as if trying to make sense of what's in front of him. So, you guys... We both nod. What is this? Exactly. I raise an eyebrow at him. You want specifics? You know what I mean, he says, eyes narrowed at me. Yeah, probably not the best time to get snarky. I love him, man. I glance down at Owen to see him smiling back at me. I love you too. I bring my hand up to his face, cupping his cheek and guiding his lips to mine. We kiss, and for a moment I completely forget there's anyone else in the room. But then Shay clears his throat, and I'm brought back to reality. I glance back to my best friend. He still looks a little thrown, but he doesn't seem angry. And he hasn't picked up a weapon yet, so I guess that's a good sign. So, that whole time at the beach when I kept trying to set up Owen and Will, I nod. Yeah, your murder was imminent, man. Jesus. So, are you cool with this? Well, it's not really up to me, is it? You're both adults. You don't need my permission. True, but we'd like your support. His jaw tenses, and he steps closer to me, eyes blazing. You heard him, and there won't be a single place on the planet you can escape to. I nod solemnly. I'd expect nothing less. Shay turns his attention to Owen. Same goes for you, little brother. You might be my blood, but you break his heart and I'll kick your ass. You won't have to worry about that. I promise, Owen assures him. Shay nods, seemingly satisfied. Okay then. You have my support. We don't linger too long after that, heading back to Owen's apartment and leaving Shay to wrap his head around the bomb we just dropped. So, I guess the rest of the Kelly clan is next, I say as we get inside. How do you want to do it? Well, as much as I would love to go through that whole confession thing with my entire family, I think I have a better idea. He gets out his cell, and I watch over his shoulder as he opens the family WhatsApp chat and starts typing. Owen Kelly. Okay, you can all stop trying to set me up now. I have a boyfriend. Shay Kelly replied to Owen Kelly. I'm not sure boyfriend is the right word here, buddy. Man friend? Owen Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. Middle finger emoji. Aileen Kelly replied to Owen Kelly. Owen, that wasn't nice. Now tell us about this new guy. Shay Kelly replied to Aileen Kelly. Actually, he's more of an old guy. Laugh emoji. Tell him I'm not too old to punch him in the face. I grumble. Owen Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. He says he's not too old to punch you in the face. Aileen Kelly replied to Owen Kelly. Oh, I don't know about this, Owen. This man sounds violent. Owen Kelly replied to Aileen Kelly. Geez, Mom, calm down. He's not violent. Aileen Kelly replied to Owen Kelly. He threatened to punch my oldest child. Owen Kelly replied to Aileen Kelly. Shay was being an asshole. Aileen Kelly to Owen Kelly. Language. Shay Kelly. He would never punch me anyway, unless he wants me to tell his boy toy about Panama. Owen Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. I already know about Panama. Stick out tongue emoji. Shay Kelly replied to Owen Kelly. He told you? What happened to the sacred bond of brohood? Not cool, man. I withtract my support. Owen Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. Withtract is not a word. My phone goes off in my pocket, and I check to see a text from Shay. Shay Kelly. You told him about Panama. What happened to you, man? You used to be cool. I shake my head in wry amusement and look back at the WhatsApp chat on Owen's cell. Declan Kelly. So, is anyone else starting to read between the lines and put together the identity of O's new man? Liam Kelly. I'm totally lost right now. Declan Kelly. Well, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we've got Owen and Blake sitting in a tree. Liam Kelly. Blake? Alana Martin Kelly. Blake? Connor Kelly. Blake. Aileen Kelly. Blake who? Owen Kelly replied to Aileen Kelly. Geez, Mom, who do you think? Blake Forrester. Aileen Kelly. Shares Blake, but he's straight. Declan Kelly. So was Heath. Finn Kelly. And he's like super old. Not too old to punch him in the face either. Owen Kelly replied to Finn Kelly. He says he's not too old to punch you in the face either. You know what else I'm not too old for? I say to Owen, turning him to face me. He offers a teasing grin. I think I have a few ideas. I walk him back toward the sofa, and he lets the phone fall from his grasp as I push him back against it and climb on top of him. Yeah, I can't imagine ever being too old for this. Epilogue. Owen. Oh, fuck! I let out a breath of laughter at the cursing coming from the kitchen, knowing it's because Blake has yet again banged his head on one of the overhead cabinets. I tug on some briefs and exit my bedroom. As soon as he sees me, Blake looks up from his clamoring around and casts me a mournful look. We need a bigger kitchen. You have a bigger kitchen at your apartment, I point out. He shakes his head. That's not my apartment anymore. Yeah. Ever since we got home from the beach to find Blake's mom, Sunny, riding some guy named Marvin on the living room floor, we've steered well clear of the place. And for the record, if there was a list of the worst ways to meet your boyfriend's mother, that's probably number one. With Jai out of the country and Sunny taking over his place, Blake's pretty much moved into my apartment. It's mostly great, except for the fact I know he's sorely missing his old luxuries like a decent-sized kitchen and a shower that has hot water for more than 2 minutes. He comes around the counter and links his arms around my waist. What would you say about getting a bigger place? I sigh. Well, the lease on this place is up soon anyway, so I guess it wouldn't hurt to look. And from that, Blake heard, go buy a house. A few weeks later, I'm leaving the hospital, tugging my jacket tight around me to block out the late October chill, when I see Blake waiting out front for me. I cast him a bright smile. What are you doing here? I've got a surprise for you. He presses a kiss to my forehead before taking my hand, and I give myself a mental pat on the back for not glancing around every which way to check who might be watching us. It's been slow going, baby steps, but I'm starting to get more comfortable being out in public with Blake. Amanda is constantly telling me I need to face my fear, not avoid it like I tried to before. And Blake's been so patient and wonderful, never pushing for anything more than I'm comfortable with. He's amazing. It also helps that my family haven't been all up in our business. There's been way too much going on lately. Blake and I became old news pretty quickly, although I also wouldn't be too surprised if it turned out Kate got the word out to everyone to back the fuck off. She'd never fess up if she did, though. My curiosity grows as Blake leads me through the familiar streets of Greenwich Village, but then he takes a turn down a street in the complete opposite direction of my apartment. What are we doing? This isn't the way home. His face splits into a broad grin. Actually, it is. We're standing in front of a beautiful brownstone, and I'm completely taken aback when Blake pulls me up the front steps and pulls out a key. He unlocks the front door and pushes it open. This is home. We step inside, and my eyes don't even know where to look. Holy shit! My whole apartment could fit in this hallway. Blake lets out a wry chuckle and clasps me tighter by the hand. Come on, let me show you around. The house is absolutely amazing. The ground floor is taken up by an enormous kitchen, a breakfast area, and a small-ish living room. I mean, I say small, but my entire apartment could also easily fit in there. There's also a backyard on this level that seems way too big to actually be in Manhattan. How many floors is this place? I ask Blake. Well, there's the cellar below us, and this one, and then 4 additional floors. 6 floors? My mouth hangs open in shock. I'm all for getting some cardio in, but do we really want to be walking up and down 6 flights of stairs every day? Blake's eyes light up at that. Come with me. He takes my hand again and leads me back into the hallway where the stairs are, except he doesn't take me up the stairs. He takes me just past them. And, to my absolute shock, I see an elevator. This place has an elevator? I turn to Blake, my lips pursed dubiously. Come on, Blake. This is ridiculous. This is way too... He slips his hands around my waist and pulls me toward him. I promise this isn't too anything. This is actually one of the more modest brownstones in the city. There are only 4 bedrooms. I roll my eyes. Only 4 bedrooms in our 6-story townhouse with an elevator. How will we ever survive? He chuckles and presses the button for the elevator. Come on. I want to show you the best part. The doors open and he tugs me inside. Is it that we can have hot elevator sex in our own home? He lets out a rumbling chuckle. That's just an added bonus. We skip the 2nd floor and alight at the 3rd. And as soon as he leads me through the doorway next to the elevator, I can see why he considers this to be the best feature of the house. The whole freaking floor is taken up by the master bedroom and ensuite. I wander around the enormous space, completely captivated by everything. There's a large terrace with a spectacular view of downtown, 2 cavernous walk-in closets, and when Blake leads me to the ensuite, I almost pass out right on the spot because, oh my God, the bathroom is almost as big as the bedroom. There's a wall-length mirror with his and his vanities attached, a giant tub that's definitely big enough for the 2 of us, and the most incredible-looking walk-in shower I've ever seen. As we continue the tour, I'm continually blown away by how amazing the house is. The 3rd floor has 2 large bedrooms with an adjoining bathroom, plus a 3rd smaller bedroom/office. Blake tells me that for now we'll use them as guest rooms, but one day these will be our kids' rooms. The 5th floor, the top floor, is a single-room penthouse that Blake suggests turning into a home theater. That'd be awesome, I agree, my eyes soaking in the large space that I can just visualize filled with comfortable lounges all directed at the large blank wall opposite where we could project movies. After that, he takes me all the way down to the cellar, where he wants to set up a home gym. And finally, he takes me back to the floor we skipped earlier. The 2nd floor, which has a large living area and formal dining room, both with built-in fireplaces, as well as a library area with a wall of built-in floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. When we get back to the ground floor, Blake sits me down on the sofa and asks me what I think. What do I think? Well, it's fucking big, for one thing. I can't seem to get that thought out of my head. Way too big for the 2 of us. But then, he's not just thinking about the 2 of us, is he? He's thinking of us as a family in 5, 10, 15 years' time. This is the house he wants to raise kids in, to grow old in, and for that, well, it's perfect. It's even in my absolute favorite part of the city. It's amazing. When can we move in? Blake's face breaks into a wide grin. Well, I managed to get a short escrow, so we only have to wait 2 weeks. I figured we could use that time to go on a shopping spree and furnish the place. My brows shoot up as I look around the area. So, this isn't our furniture? Blake shakes his head. No, they brought this stuff in to make it look nice for sale. Yeah, 'cause it needed so much help with that. So, does that mean we can't have sex on this couch? Blake offers a wry smile. Well, we might not own the sofa, but we own the floor. It takes less than 30 seconds for me to strip out of my clothes and get into position on my hands and knees on the carpeted floor. Blake lets out a chuckle, his hand running along my back, as he leans over me to murmur in my ear, "Oh, we're gonna have so much fun christening every inch of this house, sweetheart." Blake and I have been in our house for a week. We still have some rooms to furnish, bookshelves to fill, and walls to decorate. But generally speaking, we've settled in and the house is guest-ready. Which is how we somehow end up hosting this month's Kelly family get-together, which is usually out in Staten Island at Mom and Da's. Despite it not being an official housewarming, people show up with gifts anyway, and of course they all spend the vast majority of the night bounding up and down the stairs or traveling up the elevator and checking out every nook and cranny of the place. "You went with a fabric couch?" Heath asks, eyeing our sofa skeptically. "Do you know how annoying it is to get cum stains out of fabric? Trust me, we would know." And that's far more information than I needed about my brother and his fiancée. But at least they're mingling in the living room and haven't sneaked off to one of the bathrooms to have sex. Yet. A few hours into the party, Sunny arrives with an unfamiliar man on her arm. She makes an immediate beeline for Blake and me, towing the man, who bears a remarkable resemblance to Harrison Ford, along with her.
Darlings, this is Conrad.
"What happened to Marvin?" Blake asks.
Sunny waves him away. "Oh, he was a nice diversion, but he couldn't get me where I really needed. Conrad, on the other hand, he's a fabulous lover, and he has no desire to tie me down. Well, not figuratively anyway, but I don't like to kiss and tell."
"Since when?" Blake asks incredulously.
Sunny lets out a tinkling laugh. "Oh, darling, you shouldn't be embarrassed by this. Just because a woman's been through the change doesn't mean she's not still a vivacious, sexual creature with needs. It's a natural, beautiful thing. Oh, that crown molding is just exquisite." With her attention now on the house and no longer on a sex ed for the elderly lesson, Blake and I are able to make an escape. He looks mildly queasy, and I can't say I blame him. "We'll have to get rid of the crown molding. I'll never be able to look at it the same." "Oh, my God. Oh, you have to see this."
I snap my head around to see Kate rushing over. Or more like waddling over as fast as she can with her big belly hampering her. What is it?"
"There's this article about Jai," she says, waving her phone around. "Apparently, he caused quite a stir at some fancy banquet recently by dancing with the King of Korova. There's all sorts of rumors flying around."
"Huh. Well, that sounds like it might be an interesting story." Blake draws me into his side and presses a kiss to my temple. "Maybe we should go visit him. I've always wanted to see Korova." "You didn't go when you traveled around Europe last time?" Blake shakes his head. "Nah, it was still a bit of a mess then. That wasn't too long after the breakup of the USSR.
"Damn, you are old," I say with a wry shake of my head.
"Not too old, sweetheart."
He waggles his eyebrows at me, a sly smirk in his place. I grin at him and stand on my tiptoes to whisper in his ear. "Wanna go find one of those nooks and crannies to test that theory?"
"Definitely." Another epilogue. Blake.
"Wow, first class actually does have beds like this,"
Owen says in awe.
"I thought that was only in the movies."
My smile is full of affection as I watch him curl up on the first-class bed, his hand reaching out to stroke the sheet. "No, it's real."
"I feel like that girl on Crazy Rich Asians. Except I already knew you were rich, and not flying to meet a whole bunch of people that are gonna hate me on sight. At least I hope that's not what we're doing."
I let out a soft chuckle. "That's definitely not what we're doing." I lie down opposite him and reach out to stroke his face. I can't believe how far we've come in just a few months. We've come out as a couple to our families and been accepted without even a blink of an eye. We're living together in our dream house and talking about starting a family sometime soon. And now we're going on our first vacation together. One I'm hoping we'll remember for the rest of our lives. And every day I'm seeing it more and more. How less self-conscious he seems. How much more comfortable he feels when we're out in public together. He's been working really hard with Amanda at the hospital, and I like to think I've been helping as well. He leans forward and presses a kiss to my lips, and it's not long before we're fully making out. After a few minutes, I pull away from him and hold my arm out to keep him at a distance. "We have to stop."
"Why?"
I smile at the pout in his voice. Because I kind of want to be able to fly this airline again. He lets out a frustrated sigh. You know, if we chartered a jet, we wouldn't have this problem. I arch an eyebrow at him. So, now first class to Europe's not good enough. I hum the chorus of Gold Digger, prompting him to narrow his eyes at me. Are you humming Gold Digger right now? I kiss the scowl off his face, and soon we're back to our original problem. We finally break apart, Owen rolling onto his back and letting out a huff of frustration. How long is this flight again? About 9 hours. We've got about another 8 to go. I wrap my arm around his waist and tug him closer to me. Come on, we should try to get some sleep so we're not dead on our feet when we arrive. Fine, but I doubt I'll sleep well. I always sleep so much better after you fucked me. And, of course, that's the exact moment the flight attendant stops by to ask if we need anything. We managed to make it through the flight without getting too frisky and without getting banned from the airline, and we even both managed to catch a few hours' sleep. When we land in Kurova, it's freezing. I thought Detroit got cold in winter, but this is just a whole new level. Fortunately, we thought to bring cleats for our shoes because there's no way we'd be able to manage the ice and sleet-covered sidewalks without falling on our asses if we didn't have some kind of grip. We get to our hotel at about 2 p.m., and as soon as I've tipped the bellhop and the door closes behind us, Owen and I are all over each other. By the time we make it out of the hotel, it's 5 p.m. It's already dark, and we're both fucking starving. Vlalands, the tiny capital city of Kurova, is like a freaking winter fairyland. A giant Christmas tree lights up the center of town, with a bustling Christmas market nearby. The river is frozen over, families and couples skating on the ice, and thick, white snow blankets the roofs of all the buildings. And the ground, of course. Overlooking all of it is the sprawling Komsky Palace, where the Kurovan government sits in one section, while the royal family lives in another, and where Owen's friend Jai is currently staying, having scored himself a job as royal tutor. We do a brief circuit at the Christmas market, stopping to gobble down some delicious pastries and sip on some spiced wine. But as 6 p.m. approaches, we make our way toward the palace where we agreed to meet Jai so he can give us an exclusive tour. As we walk through the grand hallways, with their plush red carpets, gleaming marble finishes, sparkling chandeliers, and giant gilt-framed paintings, Owen's eyes just keep getting wider. Oh my god, Jai! I can't believe you live here! Jai lets out a dry snort of laughter. Please, I've seen pictures of your house. You're not exactly slumming it, oh. He takes us through as many of the rooms as he's allowed to. Obviously, the family's bedrooms are a no-go, and I'm surprised at how much free rein he has to just wander about the place and show guests around. He's just a tutor, after all. It's a prestigious position, sure, but it's not like he's a member of the family. We end the tour in a private dining room, and Jai invites us to sit down. Are you sure this is okay? Owen asks. Us eating here? Jai waves him off. Of course, I cleared it with all the right people. Some servants bustle in to offer us drinks and set menus on the table. Yes, there are actual menus, before fluttering out again. When the doors open the next time, it's not a servant, but an attractive, crisply dressed man in his late 30s. Jai gets out of his seat and walks over to the man. Guys, this is Lucas. His Majesty King Lucas III, he says, stumbling over the title as if he's never used it before. Owen and I both rise to our feet, but the king waves us back down. No, please, don't get up. Will you be joining the party, Your Majesty? A servant who's just come into the room asks the king. He casts a look about the table before giving a small shrug. Sure, why not? And with that, he removes his suit jacket and hangs it over a spare chair, before rolling his shirt sleeves to his elbows. He then takes the seat opposite me, with Jai resuming his place next to the king. It's an interesting night, to say the least, and there's one thing that's evident by the end of it. Those rumors about Jai and the king are absolutely true. If they're not already fucking, it's only a matter of time. We spend the next morning lazing in bed before heading out to do a thorough exploration of the town. After a couple of hours wandering the town, we head back to the Christmas market, which is even busier now that it's daytime. We stop at a jewelry stall I noticed yesterday, and I scan my eyes over the ring section. They're all incredibly beautiful and appear to be handcrafted. It's a tough choice, but eventually I pick out two. One that I think will suit Owen perfectly, and one that I like for myself. What do you think? I ask, holding out the rings on my palm. Do you think these would look good on our ring fingers? He grins at me. You're a billionaire, and you want to buy engagement rings at a market stall. Actually, I don't want to buy engagement rings at all. These are wedding rings, sweetheart. Huh? I cup his cheek and draw him toward me for a soft kiss. Owen, will you marry me? Today? His eyes widen. You want to get married here? Now? I just smile at him. Is that a no? He shakes his head firmly. No, it's just... What about our families? Well, Damon's just happy I'm happy, and settling down with, and I quote, someone who's not a narcissistic fortune hunter. And Sonny will like the fact that even though I'm getting married, at least I'm doing it in the most untraditional way possible. And as for your family, well, they're all focusing on Heath and Declan right now, and Kate and the baby. They got a lot of stuff to keep them occupied. I link my arms around his waist and pull him closer to me. Besides, is a big wedding something you want? If it is, we can go home and start planning it right now. He shakes his head. No, I want this. Just us. Here. I lean down and claim his lips in a soft but heated kiss. I'm really glad you said yes, 'cause I kinda called in a favor with the king last night. I'd hate to have to cancel on him. The king? I nod. He's marrying us. In the royal chapel. Owen's brows shoot into his hairline. We're getting married by the king. That okay? I ask, running my thumb along his cheek. He smiles, throwing his arms around my neck. As long as I'm marrying you, I don't care who is officiating. I'd organized with Jai and King Lucas to have the ceremony at 2 p.m. So, after Owen and I have had lunch in the town square, we make our way to the little chapel in the palace. It's simple, but absolutely beautiful, with high stained glass windows and